Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 81. Coup d'etat. Have you lost your fracking mind? Haku winced as she bare witness to the most heated confrontation between the Emperor and the Reich army commander. Both men always shared different ideals. One preferred victory with minimum bloodshed, while the other wanted victory by eliminating the enemy to every last single man, women and child. Naruto was a symbol of the peaceful future within the Reich, a place where the former ninja and the civilians could live together as humans. While Sasuke wanted to annihilate the violent shinobi system completely from the world and history, there was not a shred of compassion in the boy's heart. And with good reason, since it was the ninja world that led to the destruction of his entire clan, his parents, his cousins, and a brother whom he once loved more than anything. All Sasuke had left now was Naruto, and the dream of the Reich. And the decision which Naruto was taking was almost jeopardizing that dream, something which Sasuke would not tolerate under any circumstances. So, she stared as two of the most powerful warriors in the world glared at each other. "Stand down, Sasuke," warned Naruto. "This is madness. This is a fucking trap and you're too foolish to see it," barked Sasuke, pure white rage burning in his dark eyes. "It could also be a genuine offer for surrender. But you wouldn't like that, would you? Because it's too convenient and hinders your desire for revenge. Tell me something, are you prepared to kill Sakura as well?" asked Naruto scathingly. Even Haku understood that it was quite a cheap shot, and judging from Sasuke's pained expression it hurt badly. The boy's fists clenched tightly as he tried to rein in his anger. Just as Rei was Naruto's weakness, Sasuke had one too. "If you do this, you risk everything we've built," advised Sasuke. "I have to, brother. I can't condemn thousands of ninja to be executed when they are offering to surrender," said Naruto soothingly, making Sasuke scoff. "Ideals are peaceful, Naruto. History is violent." Haku was quite surprised by the level of maturity being shown by Uchiha Sasuke. She herself was agreeing with Naruto, but the way Sasuke was arguing raised valid points. Both boys were too close to this topic and personal feelings were mixing in. When Naruto lowered his eyes, Sasuke got a predator look in his eyes, knowing he had gained an advantage which he had to press. "Have you forgotten what happened to your own ancestors? Your own great-grandfather Izuna Uchiha warned his elder brother Madara against signing a peace treaty with the Senju and form Konoha. Look what happened, our clan is gone. The only ones left are us," said Sasuke pleadingly, making Naruto smile faintly. "And here is history repeating itself. It's a cruel joke that instead of Madara this time it's me, and in place of Izuna you're the one against this peace," replied Naruto wryly. Haku did well in staying silent, fearing any intervention could heat this argument further. Instead, she just listened, hoping to provide necessary input if asked. As a wife, she could understand why her husband wanted to do this and wanted to support him. But as an empress, she saw Sasuke hesitating and swallowing hard. Whatever he wanted to say must be very difficult for him. "Naruto, I have always loved you like my own brother. Perhaps even more than Itachi, and I've always had your back no matter what," said Sasuke frankly. "I know," replied Naruto gratefully. "But I also swore an oath to protect this empire against all enemies, foreign and domestic," said Sasuke seriously, and Naruto didn't miss the emphasis on the last word, and it hurt deeper than any wound he had suffered. "What are you implying, Commander?" asked Naruto sternly, and Sasuke closed his eyes in defeat. There was no going back now. "If you do this, then I will not come with you. And if you try to take the Empress into your madness as well, then I'm afraid I'll have to relieve you of your command," threatened Sasuke, and saw white, hot fury arriving in Naruto's eyes. "Are you threatening me with mutiny? You must fully know the Reich soldiers are only loyal to me," warned Naruto, his fists clenching tightly, drawing blood. "I know, but I will kill you. It's better if you die by my hands than going out there and getting slaughtered like a dog. Kurenai, as a ninja, a Hokage, I should have killed the bitch during the invasion. I let my emotions for you get in the way of doing my job once." "Not again," said Sasuke furiously. Before the argument could escalate into an all-out civil war, Haku stepped between the two blood brothers and placed each of her hand on their chest, pushing them a little away from each other. Even then her hands stayed on their chests, and surprisingly it eased the tension a little. There will be no civil war as long as I'm the Empress. Am I clear? Asked Haku sternly, and looked both of them in the eye. Haku, began both them men in unison, trying to prove their point as the correct choice. Enough. Her stern command stopped both of them, and she took in a deep breath to voice her decision. And she would make damn sure she was obeyed. Both of you are right from your positions. So I offer a truce, said Haku patiently. We're listening. First of all, I agree that from a strategic point of view it is not viable to have the Emperor and Empress in one place, becoming an easy target, explained Haku, getting a nod from Sasuke and another hesitant one from Naruto. At least her husband's rational mind was still functioning, if barely. Plus, I'm pregnant, and I will not risk my child's life under any circumstances, thought Haku, keeping the unsaid promise to herself only. This truce could be an offer for genuine peace or a trap. Whatever it is, we have to approach it. But I won't send my husband and the Emperor without someone I trust having his back. Sasuke, I want you to go with him. You're the only one I trust enough to watch his back. If Kurenai or any of the resistance so much as raise a finger to harm my husband, then you are ordered to butcher every last one of them. And this the direct order of the Empress of the Reich, commanded Haku, and more shockingly receiving a grateful smile and nod from Sasuke. Yes, Your Highness. Naruto was completely surprised by the harmony in which Haku and Sasuke seemed to be working together. Yes, they were friends but not that close. At least he thought that was the situation, but perhaps they had formed a bond ever since Haku helped him forgive Sasuke for that incident with Kurenai. And they both had one thing in common. The desire to protect him from all enemies, no matter the circumstances. When she turned towards him she had a strange fire in her eyes, a sense of determination which he had never seen before. Sure, she loved him and worried about him. But something had changed, it was as if she desperately wanted him to come back alive. You will have your chance for negotiations, but on my terms. Any objections? Challenged Haku, making Sasuke smirk. No, have it your way, said Naruto tiredly. Haku smiled on hearing his consent. Taking out a map from one of her pockets she placed it on a nearby table. Fukushima Pass was one of the neutral valleys that was neither in the control of the Reich or the resistance. A no-man's land. There was an old war fort there, a relic of the clan wars era. That was the site chosen for the negotiations, if under any circumstances either side tried to betray the other. The members of each side could flee to safety as their borders were not that far apart from each other. But if the trap itself was more than enough a threat then. Sasuke, station 5 battalions of combat-ready soldiers on our border. Chose our best fighters, make sure they understand the entire situation and react ASAP if the situation calls for, instructed Haku. I see no problem with that. Who will be negotiating on behalf of the resistance? Asked Haku seriously, making Naruto snap out of his surprised state and look at her with pride in his eyes. She truly was an empress in words and actions both. Kurenai, Temari and Mei, the 3 cages of the resistance. They'll each have 2 of their own bodyguards, and are also having a medic with them. They are cautious, said Naruto honestly. Fine, then Sasuke will be your bodyguard, Tsunade will be assisting you with negotiations, Kakashi and Lee will go too, ordered Haku. Why Lee? He's already living a peaceful life. Besides it will increase the limit of the number of people I'm supposed to bring along, argued Naruto, receiving a sharp glare in return which made him flinch. If the resistance has a problem with it, they can go fuck themselves. This is non-negotiable, they are the ones wanting peace. If they try to voice objection, I'll send in 5 battalions of soldiers and slaughter every one of them. I'm only agreeing for this entire ordeal because you want it, nothing more. As far as Lee, he's the best taijutsu fighter in the entire Reich. I'll be at peace if he's also watching your back, besides he owes you one, explained Haku briefly. She noticed the smile that came on Naruto's face as he remembered the day he met Lee. Flashback. 3 years ago. It had been 3 long days since the invasion of Konoha had ended. The Otokage had been victorious and after 2 days of celebration, the reconstruction work had begun. The dead bodies were returned to the respective families regardless of which side they belonged to. The injured were given medical treatment, temporary camps were organized for the civilians to live in while the destroyed village was reorganized as a part of the Reich. Lee could only watch helplessly from his hospital bed as the only home he had ever known got destroyed right in front of his eyes. If only that match against Gaara had not happened, if only he had not recklessly used his powers, then he wouldn't be crippled right now. If only. There's no use thinking about what ifs, they only hurt you every day. Surprised, he looked on the other side of the room, only to freeze on seeing the Otokage standing in front of him. This was Naruto Uchiha, the man who destroyed Konoha and killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with several of Lee's fellow comrades. "Are you here to kill me?" asked Lee calmly. He wished he could go down fighting, but his injuries prevented him from doing so. The taijutsu user could not understand why the Otokage merely smiled as he sent a pointed look towards Tsunade, who merely rolled her eyes. "You want to be a ninja again, Lee?" asked Naruto seriously, as Tsunade observed the shocked look in the young boy's eyes. "What?" I asked. "Do you want to be a ninja again?" "Please don't joke, Naruto-san. If you are here to kill me, at least don't make fun of my disability," said Lee tightly, and saw a frown arriving on Naruto's face. "Is that what it is, a disability? I was told that the most stubborn and determined ninja of Konoha was resting here. Not some fool who gave excuses. If that's the case, then I take back my offer," said Naruto sternly, and turned around to go away with Tsunade right on his heels. "Wait." Sighing, the future emperor turned around and approached the taijutsu specialist and sat beside him, as the Konoha ninja observed him wearily. "How can you heal me?" the doctors said, argued Lee, only to hear Tsunade scoff. "They're not me, boy. The question is, do you want to be a ninja or not?" asked Tsunade sharply, making Lee feel like a little child. "Even if you can heal me, what do you gain from it? I will not side with you, my village, my people, my comrades, you," said Lee, tears forming in his eyes, and Naruto surprised him again by laying a hand on his shoulder. "I'm not asking you to join me. Heal yourself and fight me," said Naruto flatly. "Huh, you're the kind of ninja that understand another ninja through the language of fists. Yes, I want you on my side, but I won't force you. Instead, I challenge you to defeat me. If I win, then you'll at least consider joining my side. If I lose, then you can have your revenge," offered Naruto, his voice lacking any kind of hesitation. Tsunade could only stare at Naruto. The boy was a mystery. Here he was offering help to a ninja who won't hesitate in killing him if given the chance. She saw Lee was equally shocked by the offer. Naruto was neither pitying him or forcing him, instead he was giving a fair chance. That was more than Lee had ever imagined. "I don't fight for revenge, Naruto-san," confessed Lee, making Naruto smile even more. "Then you're a better person than me. And it only increases my wish to fight against you. If you defeat me, then I will grant any wish you have, that is if you don't kill me in battle first," joked Naruto, making Lee smile for the first time. "I don't want to kill you, Naruto-san. I only want to defeat you, and if I do that, then I want you to release me so that I can go back to my people," said Lee honestly. "You have my word, Lee. And if I win?" asked Naruto straightforwardly, as Lee closed his eyes deep in thought. When he opened his eyes again, there was so much determination in his eyes that Naruto had not seen in anyone else. It only increased his respect for the crippled boy. "Then I'll join you. If I lose, it'll only prove you're a better ninja. And from what you're doing here, proves that you are not as bad as people said you were," said Lee honestly. "Lee, you don't have to join me if you. A man honors his promises, that was what Gai-sensei taught me. I'm only trying to give you a fair offer as well, that way neither of us will be in each other's debts," explained Lee briefly, making Naruto smile. "Very well, then." Flashback end. A year later, the boy was back on his feet, his powers restored. And they fought their anticipated battle. Lee didn't have any delusions about winning. But damn, if he didn't make Naruto struggle. Pushing him as far as using his Susanoo, that was the extent of the boy's power. Lee was going to use the last gate that would have assured his victory, only to be stopped when Naruto ceased the battle. In a move that surprised the boy, Naruto allowed him to go back to his people regardless of victory, saving the boy from killing himself. He could still remember how Lee had cried that day, and had joined him. It was also due to Haku and Tsunade explaining how peacefully people from different nations lived within the Reich, and the respect given to taijutsu users that changed Lee's mind. The boy was welcomed by people and even respected for his skill, a feat which he did not even achieve in his own village. Lee requested to start an academy for taijutsu users, naming the art of fighting as martial arts. Other warriors could be a part of it too if they wanted to learn. Naruto had not only established that academy, making Lee its in charge, but also made mandatory for every soldier of the Reich to pass through that school. It was still hard for Naruto to believe that Lee was satisfied with his life as an instructor, rather than a fighter on the front lines. But he could also understand the satisfaction Lee felt on imparting his knowledge and spreading the art of taijutsu. A skill Naruto respected the most, as it required a human to work hard and was one of humanity's natural talents. But now the situation had changed and he needed Lee's help. While Naruto was busy remembering the past, Sasuke and Haku had finished preparing their strategy and were now staring at him. I've already sent Tsunade to inform Lee of the situation and what his job is. We'll get an answer soon, said Haku seriously. It's getting late. I better start the preparations since we leave tomorrow, said Sasuke flatly, as he went away, leaving the husband and wife alone. Fine, I'll do as you say, answered Naruto tiredly. Haku slipped her hand through his waist, an action which he repeated with her. Sighing, both of them recognized how tired they were and decided to retire for the night. Tomorrow was going to be a long, tough day. She noticed how tense Naruto was. It was going to be hard for him. Despite everything, she knew he still had feelings for Kurenai. It was something which Haku had to live with. One thing she was grateful for, that Naruto had loved her as much as that woman, and had never looked back or been with another female. He had been loyal till this day. But she doubted he could kill Kurenai, but the same could not be said for Kurenai. Despite all his faults, Naruto was a merciful man. His actions with Lee and 1,000 other people, and those civilians of Konoha whom he spared, was a proof enough that he was not the monster the resistance was accusing him to be. He unconsciously gripped her waist more tightly, proving her assumption as to how tense he was. Tomorrow would be either a historic day or a catastrophe. One of the reasons Naruto had agreed to negotiate was because of Kurenai. They could win over the resistance in a matter of a few months, but that would mean eliminating Kurenai and all of Naruto's classmates. Knowing Sasuke, he would prove his loyalty to the Empire by doing just that. This truce was Naruto's last effort to save the ones whom he still considered family, to offer them a chance to live peacefully. She didn't know what plans Kurenai had or what decision that woman would make. What Haku did know, that Naruto needed her tonight. Naruto sat on the soft bed of his private chambers. A lot of things were currently on his mind. Most important was the fact that he would be meeting Kurenai for the first time since their last encounter 2 years ago. He was glad Tsunade was tagging along, since he doubted he could put a complete rational perspective with his former love sitting in front of him. He could still remember how she had told him she loved him during their last encounter, only for him to stop and say he was with Haku. If there was a surrender tomorrow, and if one of the conditions put forward by Kurenai were to be with him, then what would he do? He would not leave Haku for anyone, that was for sure. Then what was he supposed to do with Kurenai? If she came back in his life, could they just start where they left off? While it was not uncommon for royalty to have multiple wives, certainly not a new thing for an emperor, he simply didn't know what to do with his personal life anymore. It was too complicated for him to figure it out. He was saved from his dilemma when someone sat on his lap and gently kissed his forehead. Her scent calmed him down, his worries about the negotiations, about Kurenai, about everything vanishing for the moment. One look into his wife's eyes showed him how much she loved him, and it made him realize that he loved her too. "It's gonna be okay," whispered Haku soothingly, as he nuzzled into her chest. "I don't know what I would do without you," said Naruto happily, making her smile. "Me either. I need you, Naruto. Show me." Haku drew her head into his and, moving like she'd done it a million times before, she kissed against the center of his lips. Naruto couldn't even make himself react at first, chest pounding so hard and fast he'd swear he was having a heart attack. But Haku led the way for him, gentle at first, something he never expected from her. Just because it was unexpected didn't mean he didn't enjoy it, though. All at once he came back to his body and he returned her kiss, that same gentleness passed back to her. His hand sought out her face, palm resting across her cheek and sharp line of her jaw to keep her close. He kissed the corner of her mouth and tasted just a hint there. The taste of Haku was absolutely divine. She let some of her aggression out, straddling over his thighs as she kneeled on the edge of the bed. One arm went loosely over his shoulders, fingers stroking over his shoulder blade without any kind of pattern. The other had a plan to follow, her long fingers curled into his growing hair, still uncut despite how much time had passed between now and his return from the front lines. It made her laugh against his mouth, unable to stop the smile from overtaking her face. "What?" Naruto mumbled against her lips, taking the time to nudge her jaw up with the bridge of his nose. He kissed at the underside of her jaw, tasting the salt of her skin. "You really need to cut your hair. You don't." His words were breathy against her throat, his fingers lightly tangling in the lengths of her hair that fell down her back, and he gave a gentle tug for emphasis. She quietly laughed as his breath tickled the crook of her neck. It was a groan and a moan all at once, and it set her body on fire just to hear it. As if on cue, Haku let one of her hands fall between them, pushing up the fabric of his tanks until she felt the skin at his lower abdomen, just where the waistband of his pants sat. He made a noise similar to before, and it only spurred her on. Naruto's breath caught at her touch, willing himself to gain a modicum of control. Her arm slid off his shoulder, trailing down the length of his own until she found his hand. She directed it from where it was occupied to press it over her breast, her hand covering his temporarily until she felt his muscles understand and flex against her. Haku moaned softly and thought about how she had teased him once for being such a good student. He certainly learned fast. She withdrew her hand from inside the fabric of his briefs to grip at the hem of her tanks, pulling them upwards. Wherever they ended up after that, Haku no longer cared, and the look on his face told her that he was feeling much the same. She was bare to him now, her bra having been already removed when she earlier prepared for sleep. Both of her hands went to the side of his head, holding his gaze on her face. "Eyes up here, Your Majesty," she spoke. Her tight-lipped smile was met by his own grin, full of wanton abandon. Haku kissed him without pause, this time with a sense of urgency and roughness, a stark contrast to how they'd started. Her fingers gripped at the layers of fabric he wore over his chest, pulling him with her as she backed off his lap slowly. It kept him close enough so their mouths needn't break too far apart, something which felt unimaginable at that moment. She leaned back on the soft bed beneath them, not a single care given to just when the last time it had been cleaned or how it would dig in at her various pressure points. Naruto was over her now, having been led along by her, his body kneeling between her parted thighs, forearms beside her head on either side to support his upper body weight. He lowered himself down against her, their hips and lower stomachs pressed tightly to one another. Naruto dropped his head to her neck, exploring familiar territory before traversing lower. He took a stiffened nipple in his mouth, sucking at the rosy pink flesh. Haku cradled his head to her breast, her lips parted in response. "Naruto," she called out, a twisted moan escaping her in the calm bedroom air. "Naruto, please." It was needier now, and from her chest, he could hear the begging in her voice. His mouth abandoned its work, but not before blowing a cool breath over her moistened skin. Her hands were furiously grasping at the bottom of his tanks, and he helped her along as he sat up slightly, removing them. Bare-chested to her, Haku took in the pale spread of muscled flesh, though she hadn't missed the addition of a few new scars that, despite their healed nature, she could tell were only a few months old. Her lips parted, but this time for a different reason entirely. She leaned up on an elbow, her other hand stretching forward to trace over a couple of the marks. Haku didn't have to say anything, he saw the look in her eyes that confessed it all. Naruto shook his head at her, kissing the corner of her mouth, her jaw, her cheek, in a silent expression that told her not to worry about it. Not to think of it. Her arm curled around his neck and she held him close to her in an awkward, strained position. Naruto could see her eyes coated over in tears and his forehead creased with worry. He didn't have the strength to say anything to her, so he kissed her again. This time it wasn't urgent and rushed, nor was it gentle and subdued. Even Haku could feel it, this was how he'd always wanted to kiss her. More than anything she felt the overwhelming sense of belonging, both of her to him and him to her. All those times he had said he loved her combined into that single moment, even more so than their mutual confessions had on that night in Konoha. She laid back down on the bed freely, eyes trained on him. He tugged each of her boots and socks off before his hands went to her hips. There, they grabbed at the sides of her shorts and briefs together, tugging them down as she lifted her bottom just slightly to ease the process. Haku drew her thighs together and raised her legs upwards, and Naruto finished the job for her, tossing the tangle of fabric aside. She sat up in front of him, holding eye contact with him while her fingers acted independently, undoing the drawstring of the sleepwear. Her hands slid between the fabric of his briefs and his skin, forcing them down as far as she could get them as he kneeled between her legs still. When Haku laid back down beside the couch, Naruto had already removed his boots and his remaining clothes the rest of the way. There was a noticeable chill in the room, but neither of them actually felt it, their veins and bodies throbbing with need. Haku, he searched her face from above her, arms taking on the weight of his torso. He wanted this more than anything he could ever remember wanting. Don't. Haku cut through his wandering thoughts, a shallow shake of her head given, long dark hair splayed out around her. I'm with you. Naruto. She breathed out his name and caressed his cheek again until he opened his eyes to look into her own. Her stomach fluttered with what was on the tip of her tongue. I love you, Naruto Uchiha. Tell me you love me again. She prompted him and waited, knowing he needed to say the words perhaps even more than she needed to hear them. He never disappointed her. I love you, Yuki Haku. It was a whisper against her ear, and Naruto drew his body back down to hers in that sense of closeness they hadn't completely had since minutes earlier when their bodies were mostly fully clothed. Afterward, Naruto's weight came to rest down upon her, their forms interlocked and pressed tight to one another. He rested his head against her chest and Haku stroked the sticky skin along his spine. She wanted to stay like that forever. Naruto squeezed her tightly and Haku lifted her head to look at him. What's wrong? She feared he regretted it already. You know, for once in my life, nothing's wrong. Nothing at all. He replied, receiving a kiss in return. Kurenai stared at her own reflection in the mirror, dressed in her Hokage robes made her feel the weight she carried on her shoulders. The responsibilities she had inherited from her ancestors, and how much she had sacrificed all these years. Tomorrow everything would come to an end, all the suffering, the pain, that each ninja had suffered would be over. Revenge of the ninjas. She knew what they were doing was treachery of the worst kind. Assassination of a negotiation team was not popular even in the ninja world, and yet many of them had practiced this abomination several times in the past. It came with the burden of being a ninja. Her heart was so cramped right now that any moment she felt like she was going to have a heart attack. It was taking all her strength to not tear up over what she was about to do. The ambush had been set, and even for someone like Naruto escaping would be impossible. And the worst part was that she was the one who made this strategy, using the dirtiest trick available in the books. In order to eliminate the devil which Naruto had become for the ninja world, she had to make deals with many demons. People she would have loved killing for the greater good had the circumstances been different. She would ask him to surrender, lay down his arms at least for old time's sake. She owed him that much. But deep down she already knew what his answer would be. She could clearly imagine how betrayed he would feel. She cursed herself for falling in love with the man who was now the enemy of her world. Despite her best efforts, she could not put Naruto Uchiha out of her heart. Instead, the feeling only grew stronger with every passing day. And it was because she loved him, that she had to save him. And there was only one way to achieve that. Naruto Uchiha had to die for the greater good. Chapter 82, An Emperor's Dream. Tsunade and the other members of the delegation waited as the leader who had agreed for this entire process was yet to arrive. Frankly, the opinion of each member was quite different when it came to dealing with the resistance. Sasuke preferred total annihilation. Kakashi at least wanted to negotiate. The same was the case with Lee, who still had hope his former friends and comrades would see the light. Tsunade just wanted to banish the ninjas and their violent culture from their lands, send them away never to return. Naruto was the only one who hoped for peace with the shinobi, who was still willing to give them a chance to end this war. It was quite ironic when the emperor himself started this entire war in the first place. she sometimes couldn't understand her adoptive son. When he walked into the small room, her breath stopped. Dressed in his emperor robes, which consisted of a flak jacket and khaki pants. A plain white cloak was resting on his shoulders with the swastika symbol and the mark of eagle on it. A face mask similar to Kakashi, and there he was, the spitting image of the fourth Hokage, only with smooth hair this time and dark eyes. She had to admit she felt great pride in calling the man her son, even if he was not her blood. Judging from the faint blush on his cheeks, Haku had sent him away with quite a nice parting gift. Tsunade could only smile. She had promised the Empress that she would protect the Emperor, who was now going to be a father, even if he didn't know it. In return, Haku had promised to reveal the good news to him when he returned. "Everyone ready?" asked Naruto cheerfully, receiving an enthusiastic reply from Lee, a nod from Kakashi and Tsunade. "I still think this is a mistake. We can just cancel this and go for drinks." "My treat," offered Sasuke, sending a pointed look towards Tsunade, who suddenly found Sasuke's offer quite tempting, only to be interrupted by Naruto's light cough. "Well, I'll hold you to it once we return after our successful trip," said Naruto confidently. "Naruto, while I do want to go, we can just leave this mess, if it harms your safety," said Tsunade worriedly, as he shook his head. The boy was just as stubborn as his mother. "I know all of you think I'm making a mistake and even consider me a fool. You have your reasons for opposing and I have mine for going," said Naruto cryptically. "Naruto-kun, I will go with you. But if you explain your reasons, perhaps it can satisfy the others as well," suggested Lee, receiving a faint smile from the Emperor. All of them looked towards the man as he stepped towards the small balcony in the room, observing the flourishing capital of Tokyo in front of his eyes. He could see that people were happy, humans who belonged from different nations. Yes, he had tweaked with their minds and made them forget their years-old rivalry. It was a sin for which he would happily face punishment one day. "I want our children to have a future. If we don't end our conflict with the shinobi, our children will suffer. I know the chances of success are slim, but I want to try because I don't want little Obito to grow up just to get killed in a war which we could have ended. If I ever have a child someday, I want him to have a future. Call me an idealist, a fool, but I will try. Because this is who I am, and this peaceful empire which all of us have worked so hard to build should be my legacy to our children and their children when I die. It is what I want with all my heart," explained Naruto patiently. When he turned to face his trusted comrades, he could see tears in Lee's eyes. Kakashi gave him a grateful nod, and Tsunade just stared at him with a strange look. Sasuke seemed uncomfortable now that the true reason had been revealed. "We're just concerned for your safety," said Sasuke tiredly, as Naruto walked forward and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "As long as I have you guys with me, no one can harm me. Besides, those ninjas believe that I'm at the same level of strength which I was at 3 years ago. If they try something funny, I can handle it. I give you my word that no harm shall fall on any of you, and I will bring you back to your families. This is the promise of your emperor," said Naruto confidently. That was enough to bring smiles on their faces as all of them started exiting from the room. Naruto was just about to follow them, when he turned around, and his feeling was proven correct when he saw Haku standing there. He walked towards her and gave a soft kiss on her lips, as her voice quivered. "Naruto, I want to. Shish, tell me whatever you want when I return. You promise to come back to me?" asked Haku worriedly, tears falling from her eyes as he gave her his trademark eye smile. "Yeah, I will." Kissing her one last time, he walked away hoping that he got to see her again. Kyoto Fort. The atmosphere inside was quite tense as the delegations from both sides had just finished arriving at the venue. Most of the resistance faction had went towards the meeting hall since they had arrived quite early. Kurenai and Sakura had decided to stay behind in order to greet the Reich's delegation and the Emperor himself. Both Kunoichi seemed nervous as hell. Not only their former flames were about to confront them, but in a matter of an hour or two they would have to fight against them. It was this reason both Kurenai and Sakura tensed when Naruto arrived with his delegation, and Sasuke was right beside him. The boy's sharp eyes observing every corner like a hawk, while Naruto seemed relaxed. There were several media personnel covering the historical event along with people from both the factions who had came to witness the pact which their leaders were about to make. Naruto sent a friendly wave to his Empire citizens who returned the gesture with twice much affection and cheers, something which didn't go unnoticed by Kurenai and Sakura. Before the Empire delegates could reach them, Kurenai saw Naruto stop thereby halting the others. The Emperor then whispered something to his comrades, who frowned at him with Sasuke borderline giving him a murderous glare. They didn't look quite happy, but after a few seconds Kakashi, Tsunade and Lee departed towards the hall where the meeting was about to take place, while Naruto walked towards her with an unrelenting Sasuke in tow. Although the boy did seem uncomfortable when he saw Sakura standing beside Kurenai. When he came in front of her, he still had the attractive smile on his face which left her momentarily speechless. Sakura was not faring any better as Sasuke glanced at her awkwardly. The former members of Team 7 suddenly found the meeting quite odd after staying apart from each other for so long. There was a time when they trusted each other with their lives, and now here they were willing to take those same lives from each other. Naruto, I'm Hokage of Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai I presume. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Naruto formally, not showing any sign that he once loved this woman more than anything. And seeing him not even recognizing her, hurt deep inside her heart, but she managed to shake the offered hand. Likewise, Emperor Naruto greeted Kurenai diplomatically, as she lingered a little longer on the handshake trying to memorize everything about the man she loved deeply. Sasuke and Sakura seemed to be entrapped in their own world and had not said a word, much to the relief of the other pair. Would it be possible if we can take a little detour? You see, I'm a little nervous, said Naruto politely, making the women glance at each other as Sakura shrugged. That would be acceptable to us. I would like to bring her with me, insisted Kurenai, getting a nod from Naruto. That's fine. I'm perfectly fine with Haruno-san accompanying us, but I wouldn't mind having my friend here tag along with us, as well, said Naruto cryptically, and looking into Sasuke's challenging eyes left no question that he was going to come even if Kurenai refused. Very well. Kurenai carefully stole glances at the famous emperor that walked beside her. Hands tucked inside his pocket and a serene smile on his lips, he was the epitome of a collected and calm ruler. She could clearly see that he had changed in looks, becoming more handsome and desirable, and yet the fact that he had agreed to this negotiation was a proof that the old Naruto, the man she had fallen in love with, was still there. If barely. What's so funny, Emperor? Asked Kurenai irritatedly, as she saw him smiling again while looking at all the people that had came to watch this event. I have observed from time to time that rebelling is in mankind's nature. It's a part of who we are, said Naruto bemusedly. Is that why you rebelled against your own family and your own home? Asked Kurenai contritely, her bitterness only made his smile faint just a little. You're angry. I am. I have been angry for the past 3 years, not a day passed that didn't make me remember just what you did, said Kurenai hesitantly, her voice faltering and becoming heavy. Naruto looked behind and saw Sasuke and Sakura engaged in a similar heated argument. His commander just gave him a tired look and Naruto gave him a nod. Moments later their escorts, bodyguards, went away trying to solve their own argument. I see you're wearing lenses, a countermeasure against my genjutsu-based Mangekyo Sharingan. Smart move, said Naruto with a mischievous smile, making her stop and stare at him. How could he? Of course he would notice. Those deep eyes could see through almost everything, even a person's soul. It was this reason that Kurenai quickly steered her gaze away and started walking ahead, for fear of him seeing through her nervousness and discovering their plan. Naruto, I'm grateful to you. Once you lifted me up from despair when I had lost the will to live. If not for you I wouldn't have remained a ninja, much less been a part of Team 7 and become a Hokage. I love you with everything in my heart, confessed Kurenai, as she tried to control her tears. He didn't reply and simply settled to follow her as they walked through the barren halls of the fort, and Naruto saw a set of stairs approaching. And now the same person has joined with Sasuke and rebelled against his own world. Is it power you seek? Status? Or all of this is just a game to you? Asked Kurenai pleadingly, hoping his answer would satisfy her. Again, no reply except for the faint sound of his footsteps following behind her. Abruptly, she turned around and looked into his stoic face. It would not be long before everything was destroyed. She needed something. A ray of hope that could make her stop. Gods, she wanted to stop. Result the tears in her eyes as she looked in his lifeless eyes. Naruto, what am I to you? Why did you spare my life and tell me to live on knowing I would fight against you, perhaps even kill you? Asked Kurenai desperately. She was not surprised when he didn't answer, never parted his lips to utter a single word. And it broke her heart. Quickly stepping forward, she blinked the tears out of her eyes, grabbing his cheeks and lowering his face mask, she kissed him fiercely. She didn't know what was right or wrong anymore, whether to listen to her duty-bound mind or love-struck heart, whether he still loved her or she was merely his past. She poured every feeling, whether it be love, hate, sorrow, longing, pain, into that kiss. He didn't reciprocate but didn't push her away either, merely remaining still, allowing her to make her peace. Farewell, Naruto, said Kurenai sadly, and started walking away. When the next words were said, she stopped her walk suddenly. Are you going to assassinate me now? Looking back in shock, she saw him giving her the same gentle smile. There was no use denying the accusation, simply the knowing look in his eyes was enough to show that he had known. He had known all along that he was going to be killed, murdered, and yet. And only one word came to her lips. Why? Why? Sasuke had dreaded this simple question for the past 3 years, and looking into her pleading, tearful eyes made him feel guilty for the first time. No notes, no letter, no sign, he had given her nothing, not one fracking reason or explanation before turning against the village. He had went ahead and never looked back, afraid it might just make him stop. And he could not do that under any circumstances. It was this reason he had not been with any other woman. Sure, there were casual one-night stands but nothing concrete. And part of that was due to his own fear that he would hesitate if he was attached to anything. Naruto already had that weakness. Result all this futile negotiation, he had to be the one who sliced off his best friend's emotion and keep them on track. He had no doubt about Naruto's determination for Valkyrie, but for his sake too he wished Sakura would just go away and save him from this misery. Naruto told me once that one of the perks of being a commander is that you don't have to explain yourself to anyone, said Sasuke flatly, trying to be an asshole, hoping that she would buy it and go away. Slap. He was definitely shocked when a harsh slap impacted with his cheek, one that almost sent him crashing on the floor. What the frack was this woman? That was no slap but a borderline punch. Or whether it was just a slap. Did she just grow some super strength or something like he had read in some comic books when he was a kid? Be a man for once and give me the reason why you did all of this. I loved you, Sasuke, said Sakura tearfully, and saw his eyes widening in fear. He took a few steps away from her, his mind had just went blank. But she didn't relent and followed him, determined to get some fracking answers out of him. No person in the entire Reich had the balls to slap him or even rattle him like this, and this woman. When she tried to grab his arms, he snapped and pushed her away, but there was hardly any force in his push. Just a desperate attempt to maintain distance. I did what I felt was right, just like you're doing right now, said Sasuke seriously. By bending people's wills. I've seen what Naruto does to all those nations he wins over. I saw the slaughter of the Earth Daimyo's family, argued Sakura vehemently. And what Konoha did to Naruto? My clan, my brother, my parents. Was that right, Sakura? Yelled Sasuke furiously, venting out his pent-up bitterness and pain which he had hidden for years. By now Naruto had made sure the massacre of the Uchiha clan was known, with the true story, making the people of the world see how corrupt and twisted the ninja villages were. The tears falling from his eyes made her freeze. This was the first time she had seen him so emotionally distraught. Much less crying. Sasuke never did that. Never. Instinctively, she pulled him towards her and wrapped her arms around him tightly, almost squeezing him, fearing he would vanish just like before. To her shock, he wrapped his arms around her waist and held her. People can try to change the system from within too, Sasuke, said Sakura pleadingly, hoping he would see reason. Not the ones who the system rejects for no rational reason. Neither I or Naruto wished for all of this to happen, it was the ninja world that pushed us into a corner. There are countless others like us the ninja world discriminated, and it simply paid for its crimes, replied Sasuke tiredly. We're going to war, aren't we? Asked Sakura in a resigned voice. We were already at war. Only this time it will be a fight till the end, concluded Sasuke. They remained silent, holding each other for perhaps the last time. He knew the outcome of these negotiations, of what he would be supposed to do. I love you, Sakura. Always have, always will. She froze on hearing his confession. All these years she had imagined her feelings had been one-sided. That the little moments they shared meant nothing to him, that Kurenai and Naruto were the only couple while her and Sasuke were just. He broke the hug and tried to look her in the eye, but found it difficult due to the moisture in his eyes. When the time comes, you'll have to kill me, Sasuke, said the pink medic calmly. Don't. You know that's the only way. Not if Naruto can stop it. That crazy idiot, he still believes, he still cares. He believes in you, in Kurenai, in all Konoha 12. Naruto still has faith that all of us can have a future together. All of this is just his struggle to make it happen. He never gave up, even when I lost faith in everything he held on for both of us. He still does, confessed Sasuke, pride and love evident in his voice for the emperor who was more of a brother to Sasuke than Itachi was. She stepped up and kissed him on the lips. He didn't react at first, but slowly he melted into the kiss. For a moment they forgot which sides they belonged to, what positions they held, what beliefs they shared. Right now they were just Sasuke and Sakura. Former member of Team 7, former best friends, and former lovers. Blondes are really dumb, aren't they? Joked Sakura, making him smile faintly. Yes, they are, and I know just the dumbest one. Why? Instead of answering her terrified question, he chose to walk inside one of the secluded rooms. Kurenai was right on his heels, intent on finding out how he knew. And what this meant for everyone. Going up against an unaware Naruto was risky enough, but fighting against a Naruto who knew what was coming was pure suicide. You really think you know all the dirty tricks in the ninja book? I was an Anbu once, a root for frack's sake. Dirty tricks were my daily source of meal, and all this pathetic act of luring me here was not needed since I know what you have in store for me, said Naruto frankly, disappointment visible in his eyes. Then why the hell did you come? Yelled Kurenai, losing her temper completely. Walking into a surprise ambush was one thing, but knowingly going into one was suicide. Turning around he stepped in front of her, and cupped her chin showing how hurt he was. You really hate me, don't you? Enough to kill me, said Naruto sadly, and he was hurt. I never wanted any of this to happen. But you didn't leave me a choice, we were on the verge of total defeat. I didn't have a choice. Everyone always has a choice, Kurenai. I had and so did you, the fact is that you still have a choice. It's not too late, said Naruto compassionately, wiping the tears falling from her eyes. What are you saying? Asked Kurenai in a trembling manner. Come with me, you and Sakura, and all the others who want to come. I'll accept them all, regardless of everything, offered Naruto, and the gentle smile and genuine happiness in his eyes showed her he truly meant. What was this man? How could you do this after everything that has happened between us? Asked Kurenai hesitantly, as he stroked her long, beautiful hair. Love is an unconditional feeling, Kurenai. Even in conflict, I have honored your wishes and of those that follow you. You have become a great leader, but I'm telling you all of us can coexist together. Our children should not grow up just to kill each other, pleaded Naruto, making her smile for the first time. You always thought about the future, said the Genjutsu mistress. Past is full of regret, present has too many problems. It is the future that all of us look to with hope in our hearts. And you truly believe the Reich is the future? That you solely have the right to rule over everyone? Asked Kurenai tentatively, and saw him laugh. You ninjas truly discard the information you don't deem relevant. What do you mean? The Reich is not the rigid hegemony you think it is. We have a government. Each great nation that we have captured has a governor who looks after its affairs. That governor has an entire local government who helps him maintain that state. Above the governor lies the quorum, which are the supreme representatives of the people of the Reich. The prime minister or the empress leads this quorum. Whatever laws, regulations, the emperor wants to pass has to go through the quorum first, explained Naruto patiently. So you're saying that the emperor has no power? Asked Kurenai skeptically, making him frown. I never said that. In matters of national security and event of war, the emperor has full authority. But before starting any war on behalf of the empire, he needs to have at least 1/3 majority votes from the quorum. You can't just simply go to war because you want to, your people need to be agreeing with you or the war is for nothing. Go on, insisted Kurenai, interested in hearing this information. This was not the picture they had imagined the Reich to be, but then again they barely got any intel on the Empire due to Naruto's strict army keeping a tight leash. The Reich does not depend upon daimyos for money or resources, thereby saving our people from getting needlessly involved in the political games the daimyos always involved the hidden villages into. Every part of the empire has resources, whether they be manpower, minerals, water, forests, machinery. The quorum under the leadership of the Empress makes sure these resources are distributed as per requirements. We have our industries, war machine factories, flourishing business, an economy which has a growth rate more than all the ninja villages' combined growth rate. There are conflicts too, but we have a system that takes care of it. And every report goes to the emperor as well, who usually looks after the law and order and is responsible for the nation's security. That doesn't mean he can't look into other affairs of the empire. I know I have looked into everything from time to time, concluded Naruto. This is a lot to take in. I never imagined, said Kurenai honestly, getting a nod from him. I understand, and this is not even counting the benefit programs, retirement centers, and schools along with all the other aids the Reich offers to its poor and needy citizens. We look after our own no matter what class or status they belong to. This was not possible in the ninja villages due to lack of resources. Whatever Konoha had was always directed towards the needs of its shinobi. Due to Fire Country being rich, it didn't cause any rifts between the civilians and ninjas. That was not the case in Suna and Kiri when I took over them. Kami, that was a mess, explained Naruto tiredly. Seems like you've been busy. Planning all these ideas must have been quite some work, complimented Kurenai, honestly impressed with the things he had done. She had heard rumors of how happy the citizens were in the empire, and only now did she see the reason behind it. Oh, no, I just gave an idea here and there, it was mostly Haku and Tsunade. They planned all this stuff, I just pasted the stamp and made the people accept the new system with my flamboyant speeches, joked Naruto, making her chuckle as well. You sound happy, said Kurenai calmly. I am. And I want the same thing for all of you as well. I told you what my world is like, now you tell me what plan you have for the human race. If it's better than mine, I'll die for it. Look me in the eye, and tell me your system will maintain peace and keep the people happy. That your resistance will stay together and form a bond even after killing their common enemy. If yes, then here is the kunai and stab it through my heart, offered Naruto, and took out a kunai and offering it to Kurenai. The red-eyed beauty was left speechless with his offer, looking into his calm gaze proved that he was determined. Damn, the manipulative bastard for twisting everything. But a part of her knew he was right. She had seen how irritated Mei and Tamari felt for joining hands with a rival village. Much less making Kurenai the leader, did she truly want to go the violent shinobi world again. In the Reich, only people above the age of 17 can apply for the army. We do not train child soldiers, instead all of the children attend civilian schools first. They learn the joys of life, get the choice of determining what they want to be. It's a better world, Kurenai, insisted Naruto. And Valkyrie, what about that? When you revive that monster everything you've built will crumble, along with the entire human race, said Kurenai defensively. She was a rational person and all his arguments had nearly shaken her beliefs. Those ideals which she had barely clinged on to, knowing deep down how false they were. But then again, she knew she had made a decision and there was no other way for her. However, here he was again, trying to save her and her people. Giving them the chance to experience a different life. I will achieve success, because I'm not alone and neither are you. There are comrades supporting me, and I will control that monster until the job's done. Then I'll seal it away, its powers never to be used by any human for fear of repeating history, promised Naruto. You mean you don't want to control the Jubi and use it for world domination? Asked Kurenai in shock. This just changed everything. This was not what Jiraiya had told her. Valkyrie was just a means to an end and not a mass destruction plan that Jiraiya and the other cages were suggesting. No, not a single human has a right to wield that kind of power, not even me. Because we don't deserve it, and neither can even the noblest person not get corrupt with that kind of power. It has to be this way, confessed Naruto, showing a completely different side of him that made Kurenai smile. Can you really do it? He was shocked by hearing her barely audible question. She never said that it was impossible or crazy. Kurenai Yuhi was actually considering, and his heart literally jumped at the opportunity. Grasping her hands, he looked straight in her eye and gave her a nod. I can, but I need your help too. Kurenai, I have this dream that one day the barrier between ninjas and civilians can be broken and we can live together as humanity. It's true that all of us have never always gotten together, and there have been conflicts. There were times when we had no choice and had to make hard decisions to protect our clans and our brethren, but I have this dream. Her eyes widened in complete shock when he kneeled before her, his head bowed and voice showing how much he believed, how much he wanted this dream to come true. She listened closely and saw him tear up. I know there will be problems in the Reich too, but I believe it is the destiny all of us have yearned for. And that is, my dream of the future. That is why I ask you to take the first step today, believe in me just this once. So, please, 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 please. She was moved by the determination and compassion in this man. This was the Naruto she had loved. The one who always cared about others. Here was the most powerful man in the world kneeling before her for the sake of. I beg you for the sake of all our beloved children. Now is the time to weave all the pain, suffering, frustration we shinobi have suffered to create a new future for humanity and guide mankind to a different path. A pair of soft hands wrapped around him, and he heard the sobs of another person. It was Kurenai. She openly cried as only now did she realize who this man truly was. He was not the destroyer Jiraiya said he was, rather Naruto was the savior of the shinobi. He really was the chosen one, the prophesied boy who would save their dying world. Everything he had said came straight from the heart, and he never showed any shame or hesitation in order to lower himself in front of her. Naruto could simply kill all of them and be done with it, that would be the easy choice. But here he was, trying to take the hard path and take everyone together as a family. His methods were not perfect, but at least he was trying for everyone's sake. In him, she could see the reflection of Hashirama Senju, who worked hard to end the clan wars era. The will of fire still burned in Naruto, in a twisted way. Kurenai could now clearly see why Kakashi, Sasuke, Tsunade, Haku and so many others had joined this man willingly. Naruto just had this mysterious quality about him that made people follow him, love him, believe in him no matter the odds. A true leader, one who had endured the most difficult past and yet led them to a better future. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, said Kurenai tearfully, as he smiled and wiped her tears away. You fought for what you believe in, but sometimes we have to improvise and roll back the hard six. We have to believe in our heart too, suggested Naruto, getting a sheepish nod from her. You need to go now. Take the western exit, you'll encounter the least resistance there, said Kurenai quickly, determined to get him out of here. She knew what she was doing. When the others found out what she did, there was only one way it would end. But now she knew that he was the one that would lead them to peace. Just this once, she would put her fears and insecurities aside and believe in Naruto, the only man she had ever loved. Apparently, he also sensed what her thoughts were and passionately grabbed her hand. I don't leave men behind, my people are out there. I will take them with me, along with you and the men who join you. Kurenai, you can't save everyone, it is up to a person to decide whether they want to be saved or not. Stop trying to carry the entire world's burden on your shoulder. They are not worth it, and I'm taking you back with me. No arguments, commanded Naruto, regaining his authoritative voice again. Why do you care about me so much? Asked Kurenai in a trembling voice, and looked at him. Because, boom. Their eyes widened when a violent blast rocked the fort. Looking into Kurenai's gaze showed him that the attack had started early. One look at her earned him a firm nod as both of them ran out of the room. On the way, they met Sasuke and Sakura and understanding looks passed between all four of them. So, does this mean Team 7 is back? Asked Sakura happily, tears falling from her eyes. Yes, we are, but not until we get our last team member. We'll just have to drag her whining ass back with us, replied Kurenai cheerfully, making Sasuke smirk. Frack, This feels just like old teams, said Sasuke calmly, although if one observed closely there was a faint smile tugging on his lips all the way. Their gazes lingered on the tall blonde dressed in emperor robes. He was running so fast that they were barely able to keep up with him, so much had changed over the years. All of them had been through a roller coaster ride of pain, heartbreak, joy, suffering. People can change, thought Kurenai, or they die before they change. And yet, thought Sakura fondly, as she gazed at the leader of Team 7. Right from the day he was a chunin to now being an emperor. We're not made of stone, distortions happen. But you remained the same, Naruto. You never gave up, never faltered, always believed in us even when we tried to kill you. Forgave us when we showed you nothing but hate and anger. You truly are something else, thought Sasuke proudly, as a lone tear slipped from his eye. He grasped Sakura's hand who gave him a nod. They were free now. And it was all due to the dream of one stubborn blonde bastard. Kurenai harshly panted as she finished catching up with Naruto who had ran ahead. She could understand why he was so quick since he had many of his comrades in the area where the blast had happened. Sasuke and Sakura also arrived by her side, and what all of them saw made their hearts stop. The resistance and the Empire teams were at each other's throats, but Naruto's eyes were somewhere else. Crack. Sasuke saw what Naruto had seen and also noticed the violent cracks in the walls of the fort. The pressure and malicious aura rose as Sasuke quickly tackled Sakura and Kurenai to the ground. And the very next second, the fort exploded. Chapter 83. Fight to death. Kurenai slowly opened her eyes, her fingers wiping away the dust that had settled on her face. Sakura was lying beside her, completely unharmed. Above them Sasuke stood with his arms spread in order to shield them from any harm. Even if it was not needed. As they looked around they saw the entire fort had been destroyed in a series of violent explosions. Yet the occupants of the room, specifically the Empire's delegation, was unharmed and safely stood behind Naruto who didn't have a scratch on himself. In front of them stood the familiar figures of Jiraiya, Anko, Temari, Mei, Ao, Chojuro, Baki and Kankuro. It was what Kurenai saw next that made her freeze and take a nervous gulp. As there stood the Raikage just as agreed, along with 7,000 battle-ready Kumo shinobi. And it was only 40% of the entire Kumo army, but what was most terrifying were the two Jinchuriki that stood beside the dark-skinned man. Fighting against the Nibi was one thing, but against the Hachibi who was said to be the perfect host. Tsunade, tend to the wounded civilians. Kakashi, get the reporters and passerby to safety regardless of which side they belong to. Lee, you coordinate with our incoming battalions. Now, commanded Naruto, his voice lacking a single shred of sympathy. This was the Emperor speaking, and he was pissed. Suan could only stare in horror as their situation went straight to hell, while Kakashi sent a pleading look towards Anko. Lee quickly urged those two to make themselves scarce or risk the wrath of the Demon Emperor. Kurenai, Sakura, get back here, hissed Jiraiya, and saw both Kunoichi lowering their heads. What the hell, Kurenai, Sakura, come back right now, barked Anko, and took a step back when Naruto's gaze landed on her. Just looking into those cold eyes made her sweat. I am going to murder every last single one of you. Anko, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I was a brother to you, so I'm asking you to come with me. Kurenai and Sakura can explain. If you don't trust me then have faith in them. Because otherwise I will rip you to shreds. I saved you from Orochimaru's curse, have you forgotten that? Asked Naruto sternly. Now or never, Anko. Either stand alone as a ninja and die, or join Team 7 and we can be a family again. The choice is yours, said Naruto frankly, and looked the woman straight in the eye. The sheer intensity of Naruto's gaze promised mass murder and an extremely brutal death to Anko. The man was done joking. A minute passed before Anko quickly shunshin to Kurenai's side, her gaze lowered towards the ground much to Jiraiya's horror. But the man was saved from further disgrace when the remaining members of Konoha 12 arrived beside him, their eyes glaring at Naruto. Been a while, guys, greeted Naruto coolly. Surrender, Emperor. Or don't, I rather prefer you die here, said A sharply, receiving a smile from the blonde Emperor. We'll see about that, you are surrounded and outnumbered. Check again, suggested Naruto, as Darui came running from the corridor with a terrified look in his eyes. Raikage-sama, 5 entire enemy battalions are marching towards us. It's the SS battalions, warned Darui nervously, and saw every ninja flinching. Not only was the battlefield almost leveled now, the SS were Naruto's best and most powerful soldiers. And when he turned towards the SS commander, a mad grin came on Sasuke's lips. "Go wild, Commander," said Naruto seriously. "No restraints?" asked Sasuke eagerly. Was Naruto Uchiha actually allowing him to go batshit crazy on the enemy? "I want their screams." Sasuke grinned as his eyes locked with Darui. Both commanders shared challenging looks, determined to go all out. Just as they went out of the room, the Sound Four arrived along with Gurren and kneeled beside their leader. "Your Highness, orders?" asked Gurren respectfully. "Don't interfere. Your only job is to protect Kurenai, Sakura and Anko. It is not that I don't think they're strong, but they are people whom I have granted asylum and will play an important role in the near future. Protect them to your last breath," ordered Naruto. "Yes, sir." Kurenai tried to move in order to stand beside Naruto but was stopped as Tayuya stepped in front of her. The redhead looked irritated but didn't move to forcefully stop her. "Don't interfere, Hokage. He can handle it," said Tayuya frankly. "He's outnumbered. I have to help him," argued Kurenai in protest, receiving a weak nod from Sakura as well. Saken snorted on hearing her argument. "You're staring at the man who single-handedly defeated the entire Reich army. He's our strongest warrior. If he can't prove his strength, then he has no right to rule. Besides, this has now become a matter of personal honor for him. Just don't get in the way or you'll end up dead. When he's this pissed, it's best to give him a wide berth. Are you ninjas retarded or something? Or do you have a death wish going against him of all people when all he offered you was mercy, which is more than any of you deserve? Now you've royally pissed him off and there will be blood," finished Gurren, making Kurenai gulp. The Raikage raised his hands as 2 entire platoons of Kinkaku squadron stepped forward. There was just the first wave of enemy fighters and they were already fielding those soldiers that took the life of the Nadaime Hokage. The resistance was deadly serious. "So be it," said Naruto calmly. "Charge." If the Kinkaku squads were not enough of a threat, another 100 Kumo shinobi charged towards Naruto, who had an eerily calm expression on his face even as the enemy was now barely a few meters away from him. "From here on out, you will know suffering. Mokuden. Sashiki no Jutsu would release, cutting technique." Kurenai Yuhi had been a ninja for years, had been through many tough missions and had seen many people die brutal deaths. Yet none of her experience could prepare her for the massacre as hundreds of wooden tendrils rose from the ground and pierced through every single Kumo ninja. The Kinkaku squads and their supporters met their end instantly in a rain of blood and guts. "Mokuden," said Jiraiya in shock. He knew Tsunade had interjected Hashirama's cells inside Naruto to save his life from Danzo's virus. But that was it. Naruto didn't have any ability to use Mokuden 3 years ago. But now everything had changed, and the Toad Sage realized their critical intelligence failure. The Sanin's gaze shifted towards the 2 Jinchuriki and the extent of their mistake hit him hard. They had brought the sacrificial lambs straight to the wolf's doorsteps. The Raikage could only helplessly watch as his best fighters were obliterated right in front of his eyes. The way his men were massacred made him actually think that perhaps it was not a good idea to have brought B and Yugito with him. But there was no choice now. If he made his strongest fighters flee, then the SS battalions along with the monster standing in front of him will kill most of his 7,000 fighters. There was no way he was going to lose here. "You fool, you still think you can win?" asked Naruto irritatedly, as he saw the defiant look in the Raikage's eyes. "There are 4 cage-level shinobi against you, along with 2 of the finest Jinchuriki in the elemental nations. We outnumber you 6 to 1. Said A proudly, but seeing Naruto smile made him regret saying that statement the very next second. "Is that right?" asked the Emperor, as he clasped his fingers together. Mokuden Bunshin wood clone technique. A total number of 48 wood clones emerged from the forest of wooden tendrils that had just slaughtered the Kinkaku squadron. In a flash the clone army opened their eyes and each cage along with their aides were surrounded by 12 wood clones. Naruto shook his head on seeing the white anger in the cage's eyes. "Now it's 12 against 1. Don't whine in front of me," You are the cage. Now then, would you like these clones to use Mokuten and Susanoo? Asked Naruto wickedly. Anko sighed in relief. She thanked whatever messed up part of her brain that had urged her to join this side. And now watching the cages and Jiraiya actually surrounded made her shiver. Their plan to overwhelm the Emperor with brute force had completely backfired. Kurenai could hardly compare this powerful man to the pleading leader who had kneeled before her a few minutes ago. Was he this powerful the entire time? He had no need to reason with her, and yet he had. He truly was an exceptional person. Only if Jiraiya understood it too. Sakura was shivering with the bloodlust that Naruto was raining down on all of them. She saw her stubborn friends were not faring any better either. This fight was way out of their league. With the cages surrounded, the Emperor marched towards the two Jinchuriki only to be intercepted by his former friends. Shikamaru was at the front, Ino on the right, Kiba on the left, Neji, Shino and Tenten bringing up the rear. This is as far as you go, Naruto, snarled Kiba. Naruto looked at his defiant former friend. He had given the boy a chance before but not anymore. The others had the same unwilling expression in their eyes. None of them were going to get out of his way. Before the Konoha ninja could blink, Naruto was in front of Kiba, eyes locked on the now surprised Inuzuka clan heir. May Hachiman have mercy on your soul, said Naruto sadly. Slash. Ino cried in horror when Naruto touched Kiba's forehead and the boy exploded in a mass of flesh and blood. Several wind waves circled around Naruto, protecting the Emperor from getting drenched in the grime. Shikamaru and the others collapsed on their knees when Naruto increased his ki barely. The furious Emperor grabbed the Nara by his ponytail and lifted him up with one arm. Damn you for forcing me into this position, said Naruto angrily. He was angry at this man the most. How could he foolishly lead his men against an enemy against whom none of them could do shit? The will of silence. Shikamaru's horrified scream echoed across the area as Naruto plucked out of his left eye and threw it aside, rendering the boy half-blind. Giving one last disgusted glance towards the wailing Nara, he tossed the fool aside and started walking towards the two Jinchuriki who were staring at him in shock. Naruto snarled when someone grabbed his leg, halting his march. Looking down, he saw Tenten was the one who was stopping him. Tenten! No! Yelled Neji desperately. Alas, the Hyuga was too late as Naruto raised his other foot and slammed it straight into Tenten's face, splattering her brains on the floor. After witnessing the cold-blooded murder, the others lost their will to fight. The need of self-preservation overeated all the anger and hatred they had for this man, and moments later blissful sleep overtook them as their tired bodies couldn't take the bloodlust any longer. With the small fries out of the way, the Emperor's bloodthirsty gaze landed upon Yugito, who unconsciously took a step back. She was surprised when Killer Bee stepped forward as both men stared at each other, sizing each other up. It was then both the warriors started covering their bodies with lethal Biju chakra. Naruto had formed a dark orange-type cloak around himself while Bee had his entire body covered in tailed beast chakra waves that were flowing wildly. Yugito herself channeled her Biju chakra as the two strongest Jinchuriki of the world stepped in front of each other. Their intentions were clear. It was a fight to death. All hell broke loose when Bee disappeared and in a flash appeared just inches away from Naruto, his left arm extended towards the Emperor's neck, and Yugito knew what was coming. Raiden. Rariato, lariat. Crack. Yugito hesitantly opened her eyes, already prepared to see the Emperor's head flying in the air, and having such expectation only horrified her further when she saw Naruto grabbing Bee's extended left arm and holding it in place, stopping the lariat attack. Bee pushed harder and the Emperor slid away a few inches, but not more. Naruto grit his teeth as his bones felt the pressure of stopping that attack, which would have sliced apart the head of any other ninja in his entire army. Except for Sasuke, he doubted anyone of his comrades could have survived such a devastating blow. He saw even Bee was surprised that his attack was not only stopped but they were at a stalemate. At least that was the case before an animalistic snarl was heard from Naruto as he grabbed the older man by the stomach and lifted the heavyweight Kumo shinobi in the air, and throwing him 70 feet away, where he crashed with considerable impact. Naruto, behind you, yelled Kurenai. A flashed behind the unaware Emperor, his hand already extended to pierce clean through the younger blonde's heart with the lightning armor that was powering the Raikage's body. Susanoo. A skeleton back immediately formed behind Naruto as A's fist impacted, The powerful blow sent Naruto sailing away as Yugito jumped towards him, her claws ready to slice his head off. Haiso, flying claw. Naruto spinned his Mangekyo sharingan, but she was already too close. He urgently tried to think of another way to save himself, but A's attack had sent him straight into Yugito's crosshairs. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. A blue ball of chakra impacted with Yugito's claws, which not only shattered that weapon but also made the blonde Jinchuriki cough blood as the Rasengan hit straight in her chest, sending her sailing away. "Keep your guard up, Naruto," warned Kurenai, but her tone was devoid of any anger. Instead it was full of worry. "Kurenai." Naruto looked around and saw Jiraiya had trapped half of his wood clones in a mud trap while the remaining were trapped and eliminated in some kind of barrier. The Sannin was certainly living up to his name by saving the cages and his people. And right now the Toad Sage was glaring at his former student. "You're defending this demon, Kurenai?" asked Jiraiya murderously. "By siding with this monster you're approving of every atrocity he did to us?" asked Mei in shock, and saw the Hokage's fist clenching. "Yes, I don't approve." Naruto felt his heart shatter a little when he heard Kurenai say that. "I don't approve of his methods, but not Naruto himself. For him, I have nothing but love and respect," said Kurenai fiercely, and didn't dare to look on her side in order to avoid the shock that was on Naruto's face. "He's an honorable man who works day and night for everyone. Maybe he has made some mistakes, maybe not all his actions were just, but he understands the pain in people's hearts better than all of us. He is not the demon." She grasped his hand tightly, and gave him the most beautiful smile of her entire life. A lone tear slipped from his eyes right there. In this moment something fundamental was fixed. The trust, the bond, the love that was lost was regained as the two of them joined their paths again. "He's Uchiha Naruto, the savior of this world and the man whom I love," proclaimed Kurenai, without any hesitation. She didn't care what others thought of her, not anymore. She didn't care whether Naruto would ever love her back or even want her in his life. For once in her life she was determined to let her feelings known. One way or another she was determined to give him her full support, for whatever it was worth. Enko and Sakura quickly appeared beside the stunned emperor, followed by the Sound Four and Gurren. Together they formed a protective shield around him and now stood between him and the entire resistance leadership. "What shall it be, Emperor? Stand and fight, or make a tactical retreat?" asked the Hokage, and he surprised her by grabbing her hand. "We fight." With the warriors from both sides ready, Kurenai stepped forward and closed her eyes. This decision was not an easy one for her, but she knew now. "Naruto, I believe now that you are the bridge to peace. I shall believe in you and be the pillar that supports this bridge for you and my people," thought Kurenai seriously, as her hands moved to form seals. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. There was a puff of smoke and all the Empire warriors along with their leader found themselves on top of a giant wolf. Even Naruto was surprised as he saw Kurenai was the one who summoned this creature and was calmly staring at Jiraiya and the cages. "I'll handle Jiraiya, Mei and Temari," said Kurenai frankly, as his eyes widened in shock. "You can't be serious, they are. I'm the fifth Hokage." Her stern, yet passionate answer made him look at her in a new light. This was not the Kurenai he knew, but a leader who had something to fight for. "For long I have allowed others to dictate the path my people need to follow. Not anymore. Today I will decide what is best for my people. And my word will be the law. Enko, take care of Baki and Ao. While Sakura, you engage Chojuro and Kankuro. This is the command of your Hokage," ordered Kurenai sternly. Naruto saw the designated two kunoichi bow before their leader, and a moment later they were standing opposite their chosen targets, ready to execute the orders and the will of their leader. The emperor commanded his own soldiers to go assist the two kunoichi, leaving only Naruto and Kurenai standing beside each other. "Naruto, you must win. Against your past, and against the results of your actions," said Kurenai softly. To her surprise, he pulled her towards him and kissed her forehead affectionately. That single gesture easing all the tension in her heart as she smiled at him. "Kurenai, don't die," requested Naruto, making her smirk. "Who do you think I am?" teased Kurenai, receiving a happy smile in return. Point taken. With one last glance towards her, Naruto jumped off the giant wolf with the Raikage right on his heels as the two warriors headed in the direction of the last two Jinchuriki. Yugito and B stared at the warrior standing in front of them. The trio had surrounded the man, and even then he had a faint smile on his face. A's entire body was coated in lightning armor. B had armed himself with all his swords, while Yugito had equipped a new set of sharp, metal claws. To their surprise, Naruto didn't take out any weapon in his defense. Instead, there were 9 tails emerging from his back. At least that was what it looked to his enemies. They were covered in a strange reddish-orange colored energy, were hard as a wood substance, completely flexible as they floated freely in the air. Naruto's eyes were completely red in color, even redder than the color of his sharingan dojutsu. "Ready to die, Naruto?" asked A flatly, receiving a shrug from the blonde. Strong gusts of wind blew over the open field, the shadowy clouds hiding the sun as Naruto closed his eyes. It was time. A and B charged towards the young emperor who had his eyes closed. The tail-like forms came forward and fired hundreds of poisonous chakra-laced bullets. The sheer number of projectiles forced B to shield himself and the Raikage with the help of his own octopus tails. The dark-skinned man hissed in pain as the poison from Naruto's attacks burned his Biju tails. Yugito hastily jumped into the fray, determined to rescue her comrades. Her 2 chakra tails were already armed and claws directed towards her target. They fought each other in a heated dance as Naruto's 9 tails clashed with her own 2, both sides searching for openings, sending sparks and showers of blood in all directions. Yugito tried to slice Naruto's throat with her claws, only for the man to use 2 of his tails as a base to jump back away from her. B appeared behind Naruto and tried to stab several swords in the man's back, only to be swatted away by the Emperor. The momentary distraction worked as the Raikage emerged in a flash, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Naruto sailing away. Hoping to have caused significant damage, the wish of the Kumo ninjas were destroyed when Naruto emerged from the rubble with a cracked Susanoo rib shattering in front of them, showing the Raikage's attack had been blocked. However, the way Naruto coughed up a little blood showed there was some damage. Amaterasu Danmaku, Amaterasu Barrage. Naruto fired an unending rain of black flame bullets with the help of his tendril-like tails, hitting A straight on his left shoulder. Before the black flames could spread across the Raikage's entire body, Yugito sliced the damaged arm off with the help of her claws, making her cage hiss in pain. Seeing his brother in pain made B furious, as the entire ground started shaking and the dark-skinned man slowly started changing into a giant octopus. Biju Hachimaki, tailed beasts A twists. The entire ground got caught in violent wind waves as soil, trees started getting uprooted and getting stuck in that twister which was growing bigger and bigger. Seeing this, Naruto made a hand seal and slammed his hand on the ground. Mokuden. Shinra Bansho, wood release, all creation. Smooth layers of flat wooden surface spread across the soil. The sudden change in terrain made the 8 tails lose balance as its spinning came to an abrupt halt, making the Biju fall flat on the ground. Naruto, who was still in his tendril form, jumped on top of the Biju, his tails armed with small black dots. Sensing his intentions, the Hachibi transformed B brought all of his own octopus tailed forward and aimed it at his opponent, as both of them yelled at the same time. Renzoku Bijudama, Continous tailed beast balls. Renzoku Bijudama, Continous tailed beast balls. Boom. Kurenai and her opponents had stopped their fighting for the moment. Instead, all their attention was fixed 2 miles away, where several nuclear explosions were happening one after another. The entire scene was terrifying and was something she would never be able to forget. And just knowing Naruto was out there in the middle of this life-threatening battle worried her. "Naruto, please don't die." Tsunade was tending to several wounded civilians when she saw the Bijudamas going off. Kakashi, who was bringing in the injured Reich warriors from the battlefield along with lost media personnel, also saw the explosions. Both of them looked at each other and could only nod hesitantly. Sasuke blocked a strike from Darui while stabbing another Kumo Junin with the help of his free hand. Around them lay the bodies of hundreds of Reich and Kumo ninjas. The battle was gruesome, and despite everything the Kumo ninjas were tough and outnumbered the Reich by at least 1,000 soldiers. An edge for which Sasuke was making up. For every Reich soldier killed, Sasuke butchered 5 more Kumo warriors. But it also meant his presence on the battlefield was absolutely required or risk his forces getting slaughtered. Lee was already engaged with Might Guy and holding the Taijutsu warrior off. Frack. Naruto vomited a handful of blood from his mouth, his Susanoo skeleton that had protected him from the blast instantly crumbled, rendering him exhausted. His entire body was still covered in burn marks which were being healed at the same time. Forming a Bijudama was one thing, making several one after the other and surviving against an entire wave of them at the same time was something out of the world. Across the field, the giant octopus also lay bleeding heavily. Its entire body covered in burn marks and injuries. The fact that the Biju transformed Jinchuriki was still standing was quite an achievement. "You really are the best Jinchuriki," complimented Naruto, and maybe he was not sure but he saw the octopus grinning a little. If not for using Susanoo, Naruto knew he would have died. His decision to send everyone away turned out to be the right one, after all. At least this way. Gorochen Doropu, guillotine drop. A came crashing down from the sky, body still covered in lightning and left foot that was glowing brightly. Naruto pointed all his tail's tendrils upward as the kick made contact. To the Emperor's horror, his body was still recovering from the Bijudama war just like B. But the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had comrades who were letting him recover. A benefit which Naruto didn't have. A's kick started coming down straight towards Naruto's back, and if it connected, Naruto knew he was done. Even with one arm gone, the Raikage was one of the toughest enemies Naruto had ever faced. Bringing his arm upward, he pointed it in A's direction. Banmuchi, Vine Whip. A plant-like hunter lash emerged from Naruto's wrist which the Emperor quickly grabbed. Swirling the long-range whip wildly in the air, he wrapped it around A's neck, sending the Raikage crashing away. Nezumi Kedama, Mouse Hairball Spitfire. Without blinking, Naruto brought his tail's tendrils in front of him, forming a protective shield just in time as a continuous barrage of flaming blue-colored bullets rained down on him, courtesy of Yugito Ni. Never losing her focus on the target, she attacked the young Emperor, who evaded her moves again and again. He was faster, more flexible, and those tail's tendrils on the man's back were something that made Yugito jealous. That unique trait gave Naruto offensive as well as defensive capabilities along with great speed. She realized this power was not just due to the Biju inside of Naruto, but it seemed these tail's tendrils were a combination of Naruto's chakra, Kyuubi's chakra, and several genetic mutations alongside the Mokuden power of his. Naruto stopped when he saw a genuine smile arrive on the blonde woman's face, showing how beautiful she was. "Something on your mind?" asked Naruto calmly, surprising Yugito. She looked at him for a moment. Even in the midst of this life or death battle, he was smiling. There was no hatred in his eyes for her, instead he understood her. "You're got good moves," said Yugito frankly. "You're not too bad either," retorted Naruto, making her smirk. "Cheeky bastard. I really don't wish to fight you, Yugito Ni," said Naruto honestly, making her genuinely smile for the first time. "I'm afraid that's impossible, Uchiha Naruto," replied Yugito silently, as they both shared a nod. "If only we had met some other way. I would have liked to have a chat with you," thought Yugito sadly. Naruto narrowed his eyes when the giant octopus started getting back on his feet, and Yugito's body started getting transformed and taking the shape of a two-tailed cat. The Raikage also appeared again beside his two Jinchuriki, as a tired sigh escaped from Naruto's lips. "Kurama, are you ready? Was wondering when you'd ask. I'm been itching for some action," complained the fox, as Naruto shook his head. "I'll grant your wish just this once." The final Jinchuriki war had just begun. Chapter 84, At Least with Sorrow. Haku hurriedly ran through the dense forests, her fists were clenched and faint tears were falling from her eyes. Behind her was an army of nearly 4,000 Reich soldiers, who didn't say a word regarding their empress's distressed look, because she had every right to be. In this moment, Haku felt guiltier than ever. She should have stopped him, she shouldn't have let him go. But she didn't do any of those things, if only to protect that hope in his eyes for a peaceful future. And just a few hours later, watching the fort burning on TV and the two factions engaged in all-out war made her heart stop. She had made a mistake. And a conversation from their past made her tremble. Flashback. Naruto stepped inside their bedroom after taking a hot shower, his modesty covered only by his towel as he walked towards the wardrobe. When he was about to open the door, his eyes caught sight of his wife sitting on a comfortable chair and was busy writing something in a book. Curious, he walked towards her, and without a word he started laying butterfly kisses on her neck, eliciting a surprised moan from her. It didn't help control her resolve when the fresh aroma of his body reached her nostrils, making her sigh in defeat, and she let him kiss her. Their little make-out session ended after a few minutes when Haku stopped him with a laugh, and got back to her work, much to Naruto's disappointment. He made his feelings extremely clear with a cute pout which made her laugh. "You're such a baby," said Haku dismissively, as he huffed. "Well, babies need attention," whined Naruto. "Later. Right now the only thing that needs my attention is work." His curiosity overcame his carnal desires, as he placed his chin on her shoulder and tried to grab the book in which Haku was writing. Smack! She slapped his hand away and quickly moved the book away from his grasp. Frowning, he looked at her only to find a faint blush on her cheeks. "Now, that was weird. Just tell me what it is, you know I'm not gonna stop," said Naruto cockily, earning a mock glare in return. "Fine, it's a book. Geez. Nobody gets privacy these days," complained Haku. "What about?" asked Naruto innocently, completely ignoring her last remark. She smiled for the first time in seeing the interest he had in her work. He may or may not understand it or the reason for her doing it, but the fact that he wanted to know showed he cared. And these little things that most people considered normal or inconsiderate were the most precious things for her. "A story," said Haku shyly, averting her eyes from him, knowing a funny remark was on the way. "Oh, I didn't know you liked writing. It's a good hobby," said Naruto happily, truly impressed by his wife's new activity. She looked up in surprise, completely taken away by his praise, and the sheepish smile he gave her brought a smile on her face too. Maybe he wasn't a complete dumbass after all. "Do you like writing too? Have you wrote something, because I'd like to read it," expressed Haku sincerely, making him blush. "The only thing I can write is a report. Root. You know what, it doesn't matter. I'm too dumb to ever write a story," joked Naruto, giving her one of his most beautiful smiles. Haku got up from her chair and wrapped her arms around him, surprising him for a moment before he did the same thing. She never missed the pain in his voice, even if he tried to dismiss it with a joke. It were times like these that reminded her that he had a horrible past, but he never let her feel that because he always smiled. She had Zabuza even after the incident with her parents, but he always fought alone. "Haku, please finish your story," requested Naruto, and there was something in his voice which was different. Almost pleading. "Are you okay, Naruto?" He didn't answer her at first, and simply went towards his wardrobe. Opening a secret drawer, which even Haku didn't know about, he fetched out another book and handed it to her. Opening it, she was shocked to see beautiful pictures. They were so real that she could hardly call them sketches. "Sai never finished this story," said Naruto sadly. She sensed the pain in his voice. Even after all these years he missed the friend who gave his life for him. To think, he had still held on to something like this. Looking through the pictures, she realized they were of Naruto, Sai, Shin and their life en route. It was a fracking story displayed beautifully through pictures. Sai was definitely a good artist. "Have you ever tried to finish it?" asked Haku hesitantly. "No, Haku, all we can do is live while we endure loss." With those words he started walking away, only to stop and turn back. He had again regained his mischievous smile, much to her surprise. What was this man? "Whatever you're writing, make sure your main character's not like me, or worse I'm not the lead of your story," joked Naruto, as she arched up one of her eyebrows. "Getting cocky, aren't we?" "It's different," answered Haku, and frowned when he almost got a relieved smile on his face, and winked at her. "Good, because if you were to write a story with me in the lead role, it would certainly be a tragedy." Flashback end. Her fists clenched as more tears slipped from her eyes. She hadn't understood the importance of those words, merely dismissing them as one of his silly jokes. But now, she cursed herself for lying to him that day, for not telling him that it was a story about him that she was writing. Looking back now, she understood that he had always known that his end would also be a tragedy, since the beginning was the same. From the day he was born to this day, it had always been a tragedy with a few happy moments mixed. A bittersweet story. She ran as fast as her legs could take her. She wanted to tell him so badly that they both had something to live for now. That they now had a blessing that would She couldn't think anymore, or risk breaking down here itself. Instead, she channeled all her emotions and ran. "I'm coming, Naruto. Please, hang in there." He smiled. Most people would consider it insane since the gigantic transformed Biju standing in front of him were about to rip him to shreds. But he smiled. "Since you have already showed me your true power, then I shall also give you a taste of mine," said Naruto, and clasped his hands together. The reddish-orange glow around Naruto started expanded along with the nine-tails tendrils on his back. Right in front of the Raikage's eyes the figure of a nine-tailed fox was born. If that was not scary enough, Naruto's Mangekyo spinned while he also performed the ram seal. The Kyuubi's body started getting covered in an armored plating of Susanoo and Mokuden, making the creature look even more scary. "I am the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and today I will show you what are the consequences of going up against the Raik," promised Naruto furiously. An ear-piercing battle cry was made by the fox monster, resulting into a shock wave which sent both the Nibi and Hachibi along with their Raikage sailing away. The earth shook as the two Bijus crashed, roughly creating two giant craters. A coughed up blood and he was sure one of his ribs had cracked. Looking back towards his opponent, he froze when the nine tails were raised high in the air. And on each of them there was a tailed beast bomb. Kami Horokasudo, Divine Holocaust. The Raikage had seen many scary things in life, but nothing could top the sight of nine-tailed beast bombs rushing towards him. He was dead, and he knew it. The Hachibi was still recovering and trying to get back on its feet, having so many legs quite hampered its ability to fight fluently on land. All of them would have died, if Nibi had not jumped in between with a Bijudama of her own. Boom! An extremely bright light made every fighter blind, and only the sound of crashes and the ear-shattering wail of a cat resonated. When the dust settled and the Raikage could see clearly, he froze again. The Nibi laid motionless on the ground, her entire body covered in blood and flesh. Just the mere sight of the gruesome state she was in made A want to puke his guts out. The Hachibi went closer to its wounded comrade, nudging her, hoping to receive some response. But alas, none came. The smoke screen cleared and they saw the Kyuubi-formed Naruto walking towards them. Rage coursed through the Raikage's body and he flashed towards the monster. Raiden. Rariato, Lariat. Pouring every ounce of his chakra into the attack, he hit the fox straight in the chest. His eyes widened in horror when the final attack didn't even make the fox fly. Instead it simply created a dent in the thick armor, which was instantly healed as well. In a flash, a tail had grabbed the Raikage and lifted him up to stare straight into the eyes of the fox monster, which had the scary eyes of the Susanoo as well. "You tried to devour me, so it's justice that I do the same to you." Slash. Ah! A's mortified scream echoed across the entire battlefield, as all the 9 fox tails closed in and ripped his entire body limb from limb, organ through organ. They clawed and slashed until there was nothing left of the Raikage except for a shower of his blood hitting the battlefield, marking the death of Kumogakure's leader. And the very next second, the gigantic Hachibi leapt at the Kyuubi with a bloodthirsty battlecry. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. In a heavily crowded battlefield, 2 fighters dressed in horrible green suits danced around each other, sending punches and kicks towards each other. Both were on the opposite sides, yet there were wide smiles on their faces. Many fighters nearby could still remember the heart attack they suffered when those green monsters did their sunset hug when they first met. That was not a good experience. "You have grown stronger, my wayward student," complimented Guy, even as he aimed a punch at Lee's chest. "Thank you, Guy-sensei. You're just the same as I can remember," said Lee happily, dodging the punch that would have cracked his ribs. The Konoha Junin frowned as he looked at the boy who was his most prized student, a person whom Guy loved more like his son. It had crushed him to see Lee becoming a cripple, and deep down he knew it had been his fault for failing as a teacher. Konoha Daizenko, Leaf Great Flash. He smiled on seeing Lee had mastered his move and had launched a kick towards his head, which Guy allowed to hit much to Lee's shock. "Guy-sensei," said Lee in shock, as he tried to run towards his teacher who was bleeding. "Oi, you dumbass, he's the enemy," scolded Suigetsu, a captain of the Reich, as he finished slicing up 2 Kumo Anbu. Lee hesitated on hearing his comrade's advice. While a part of him was worried about his teacher, he also knew Guy was dangerous. One slip, and his teacher would finish him right there. So he stopped. Guy got back on his feet and looked at his wayward student with a proud smile. "So you've become a warrior too," said Guy seriously. "Can't you surrender, sensei?" "Naruto-san is a good person," requested Lee, making his teacher smile. "I know, Lee, but he is my enemy, just as you're my enemy now. I cannot break the oaths I took as a Konoha shinobi, and will fulfill them to my last breath. But I'm happy for you," said Guy honestly. "Sensei?" asked Lee in shock, as a sad smile came on the older man's face. "Maybe it's for the best that you joined Naruto. If you had remained on our side, you would have remained a cripple. But the fact that Naruto healed you knowing the risks, shows he is a good person. He's a far better man than me, Lee. I just want you to know that I'm sorry for not being a good teacher to you," said Guy remorsefully. Konoha Reppu, Leaf Gale. A powerful spinning low kick hit Guy, making him lose balance, as Lee finished up his attack by delivering several powerful kicks across Guy's chest and face, sending the man crashing away. When his vision cleared, he saw a strange fire in Lee's eyes which the boy had never shown before. "This is the power my teacher gave me. In the past I used it for my personal glory, and it led to my downfall. But now I will use it to protect the Reich, because it is the future I desire and the home I have sworn to protect till my last breath," pledged Lee, bringing tears in his teacher's eyes. "Lee, but every man takes responsibility for his own actions, that was what Naruto-san told me. I don't blame you for me becoming a crippled in the past, it was my own fault. Nothing more, nothing less. Now show me your youthful spirit and fight," challenged Lee. Part of him felt stupid for encouraging Guy like that, but another part of him also felt relieved when the light returned in his teacher's eyes. The burden which the man had carried for the past 3 years was lessened as he got back on his feet, while Lee prepared himself for a gruesome battle. "I'm proud of you, Lee." Kuroi Kaminari, black lightning arrows. Sasuke quickly put his body through several quick somersaults, easily avoiding the black-colored electric current-laced arrows that would have killed him mercilessly. Regaining his balance, he pounced upon a small team of Kumo genin, kids who were barely in their teens. Slash. Darui watched in horror as not only his attack failed to hit Sasuke, but the Uchiha mercilessly beheaded the entire Thundercloud unit. The poor kids had been running around the entire battlefield supplying their already stretched army, and picking up wounded soldiers. And now watching their heads sailing in the air, brought tears in the man's eyes. They were just kids, and Sasuke. "You monster," said Darui angrily, and saw sadness and anger arriving in the Uchiha's eyes. "No, you're the monsters. We gave you a chance for peace, but you blew it. You call me a monster, yet you allow 12-year-olds who are barely out of the academy to run around a battlefield. I may be the instrument that silenced them, but they died following your orders. Their deaths are on you," said Sasuke bitterly. Darui couldn't say anything more. His words got trapped in his mouth as he remembered the Raikage and he himself were the ones who gave the order to launch these kids in the war. And that was when the Kumo army commander heard 2 sounds. The first was the ear-piercing cry of their Raikage. It was so horrible and painful that it sent a cold shiver down Darui's spine. Whatever could make the Raikage react like this was. He was in for another shock, when the sound of battle drums reached him. Looking up, he saw an entire army of 4,000 Reich soldiers marching towards the battlefield, reinforcing their already fighting comrades. Leading the charge was the Empress herself, and the look in her eyes screamed for blood. "Butcher them all," commanded Haku. Now outnumbered and outgunned, the Kumo forces along with several other resistance fighters found themselves getting surrounded. The enemy had fielded fresh troops on the ground, while their own forces had been tired due to the long, gruesome battle. Darui quickly raised his hand and fired red smoke in the air. "Retreat." Sasuke frowned when a few platoons of resistance fighters started acting as a last line of defense, while the rest of the enemy forces started retreating quickly. The fleeing ninjas were shocked when many of them were gunned down by arrows fired by the Reich's archers who had positioned themselves high up in the mountains. The Uchiha saw Haku rip an entire man in half, and even for a veteran warrior like him the sight was disturbing. The Reich army completely surrounded the Kumo army. A few hundred soldiers and officers escaped, but the rest were surrounded. And what followed after that was a massacre that would be remembered for decades, as every man, woman, child of the resistance who was holding a weapon was butchered till the last ninja. Kurenai hurriedly ran through the battlefield. Amongst the sea of retreating soldiers she was just another ninja running around. Most of the resistance fighters didn't even know of her shifted loyalties, so they gave her a wide berth. A big mistake, since the sound 4 along with Gurren that were on her tail killed anyone that got in their way. She had already sent Sakura to Tsunade in order to provide medical assistance to the wounded civilians and ninja alike, while Anko had insisted to go find Kakashi. Surprisingly, Jiraiya and the other cages had made a hasty retreat when the signal was given. But then again they didn't have a choice when the Empress herself arrived on the battlefield with a bloodthirsty army. Kurenai could only hope any of Naruto's comrades told his wife about Kurenai's surrender. She didn't want to hurt any of his soldiers, much less his wife. That last thought left a bitter taste in her heart, as for the first time the reality kicked in that there was another woman in Naruto's life. But she couldn't think about it right now, so she simply ran towards the area where the monstrous fight was taking place. The tremors magnified the closer she got to the position. Hang in there, Naruto. For a brief second, his entire vision was flooded with the image of a gigantic, furious octopus lunging at him. Before he could blink, a punch impacted with the fox transformation's face. The Susanoo armor cracked instantly and shattered to pieces as he sailed away before crashing into a mountain, obliterating it completely. Looking down, he could see several cracks all across his fox body. The Susanoo armor along with Mokuden plates had consumed most of the damage. But Bijudama tailed Beast Bomb. A heavily wounded Nibi quickly launched a massive attack which hit him head-on. There was a blinding flash of light, and when their visions returned they were surprised to see the fox bleeding heavily. Its Susanoo armor was cracking and reforming at the same time. Looking deeper, they saw Naruto coughing up blood, and showers of blood were erupting all over his body. They searched around and saw the almost invisible figure of Shino Aburame hiding behind a boulder, and a small swarm of bugs were continuously flowing from his arms. The ninja was dressed in the uniform of an Anbu captain, and around him was a group of 200 highly skilled Anbu Black Ops. I have overloaded his metabolism with my insects. They're destroying his body cells at a rapid pace. Take him down now, commanded the Aburame. Hi, Captain. Yugao and her Anbu quickly surrounded the struggling fox from all sides and performed a set of hand seals. Doden Jishin, Earth Release, Earthquake Jutsu. Doden Ishihasha, Earth Release, Stone Catapult Jutsu. The earth shook violently as the Hachibi and Nibi grabbed each other for support, thereby preventing their fall. The Kumo Jinchuriki had to hand it to those Anbu Blacklops. Either they were fracking insane or extremely courageous. The fox fell down on the ground quite badly, as rows after rows of giant stones rained down on its armor, tearing it apart piece by piece. Naruto's scream was terrifying as those bugs destroyed him from the inside. They were eating him completely. Kurama, said Naruto painfully. They are too many, Naruto. I can either maintain our transformation or divert all energy towards these bugs, replied his fox partner, desperation evident in his eyes. Because either choice was bad for them. Naruto screamed in pain as a burning sensation erupted inside his chest. His lungs were on fire and he could feel those filthy beasts moving straight towards his heart. Team 2, launch the explosives, commanded Shino. Boom. The Kumo Jinchuriki could only watch in amazement and horror as the Anbu force led by an extremely capable officer started overpowering the Emperor. It were times like these that reminded them that no matter how strong a Biju or their Jinchuriki were, the ninjas were the most capable and skilled warriors mankind had ever seen. If led by an extremely skilled officer, they could be deadly for the enemy. No matter who they were, and seeing the young Aburame take charge reinstated hope in them. The glasses-wearing Anbu officer turned towards the two Biju. He didn't even flinch despite merely being an ant compared to those monsters. Yugito-san, B-san, lend us your assistance. I have a plan, requested Shino neutrally. Wasn't the order for retreat just given? Asked Yugito hesitantly. Her wounds had still not healed completely after all. Once the foe is before you, the Anbu always fight. No matter if we lose our arms, legs or even our lives. It doesn't matter. Konoha unleashed him on the world. Now it is our responsibility to put him down. Naruto was my friend once, and I will stop him, promised Shino, and for a moment there was some remorse in the boy's voice. The Jinchuriki gave weak nods agreeing to the request. Despite everything, Naruto was one of them, and to see him stabbed in such a way from behind was painful. But then again, they didn't have a choice. The Emperor was too powerful to be taken out in a fair battle. Deception was the only way left. It was dishonorable, but then again, what the resistance did at the negotiations and the history of the shinobi world never had the word honor written in it. Either you win or lose, the means were not important at all. Shino quickly explained his plan to the Jinchuriki, who gave hesitant nods. There was some reluctance in their eyes, but they still agreed for the sake of victory. The Hachibi quickly jumped into the fight, as the Anbu force continued to distract the surrounded fox. Inku Kobor, ink spilling. The octopus showered an unending rain of dense, black-colored ink, drenching the struggling fox completely. Not a second later, Shino directed another one of his teams, who jumped forward and finished their hand seals. Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Hundreds of medium-sized fireballs were launched by the Anbu teams. When they made contact with the spilled ink, half of the fox's body erupted into fire. Its painful scream almost made most of the Anbu deaf. Naruto, I tried to stop you peacefully before. But you killed Kiba and Tenten. I won't ask for your forgiveness. We are friends, after all, finished Shino sadly. The Nibi launched another set of punches and kicks that sent the fox crashing once again. A heavily bleeding, injured Naruto looked at the boy who was once his friend, and an unending hatred rose in his heart. You've betrayed me, Shino, yelled Naruto furiously. No, my friend, it is the world that has betrayed you. Don't resist, your suffering will be over soon, said Shino compassionately, and froze when a bloodthirsty look appeared in Naruto's eyes. So, that's your answer, Shino. An eerie silence prevailed in the area, just before the entire terrain started trembling. Sensing danger, Shino quickly jumped as far away, having previous experience of his friend's destructive powers. Soldiers, fall back. No sooner had he said those words, Naruto clasped both of his hands together and yelled at the top of his lungs. Mokuden Haijutsu. Jukai Koden would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. Hundreds of trees emerged from beneath the surface, capturing around 180 of the Anbu within their grasp. Showers of blood erupted everywhere as the captured soldiers were executed immediately without a shred of mercy. Even the Biju were not spared, as several trees wrapped themselves around the Hasibi and Nibi, making them crash flat on the ground. The wooden trees had pierced their entire bodies, and were draining their chakra at a rapid pace. My body, said Yugito in agony. Grunted B. To think he was this strong. Naruto, you truly are, said Shino in shock. The Susanoo had faded, and so had the Mokuden plating, leaving only a smaller version of the fox, which was barely standing. Blood leaked all over its body, but even then everyone knew who the winner of this battle was. At least that's what it seemed before Shino closed his eyes, and signaled towards the Hachibi and Nibi. The remaining 20 Anbu along with their captain started beating a hasty retreat. They were running so fast as if the death god was behind their asses. Suspiciously, Naruto turned towards Kumo's two Jinchuriki, only to see them grinning. They're really gonna do it, said Kurama in horror. Do what? Asked Naruto quickly, already fearing the answer. The answer to his question was revealed when the two Biju in front of him started increasing in size. From experience he knew they were preparing a Bijudama. The largest one both of them could form. What was confusing was the fact that their mouths were closed and they had not aimed in his direction. A horrible feeling erupted in his gut, as he realized what they were doing. Stop them, Naruto. If they blow themselves up, every living soul in a 200-mile radius will be wiped out from the face of the earth, warned Kurama urgently. Naruto made his fox transformation get back on its feet. He had barely recovered from the earlier damage he suffered. His body was lethally injured. He tried to form another Bijudama to stop the Biju in front of him from committing suicide, and thereby finishing a mass extinction. He coughed up blood more violently, as the half Bijudama he had formed vanished. The Hachibi and Nibi had reached their greatest size, their bellies stretched to the limits due to the abominable Bijudama brewing inside of them. When they gave him sad smiles, he knew they were really going through with it. Kurama was shocked when Naruto made their fox transformation stand and ran quickly towards the suicidal Bijus. What are you doing? Asked the fox nervously, and saw his partner smirking. Doing the right thing, Kurama's eyes widened in shock as he understood the meaning behind those words. Right on cue, Naruto made their fox transformation leap straight into the air and crash right on top of the surprised Hachibi and Nibi. The Emperor quickly shrouded the 9 tails over the 2 Biju beneath him, completely covering them under his shadow. Naruto, I promised my people that I will bring them home safe. And I intend to keep my promise this time, confessed Naruto, a resigned smile arriving on his lips. A lone tear slipped from the Biju's eyes as they felt an extreme sensation rising beneath them. The heat was crucifying, as a blinding light started spreading. I'm glad I got to know you, Uchiha Naruto, said Kurama proudly. Likewise, my friend. He laid the head of his fox transformation over the other 2 Biju, as the 3 of them shared knowing looks. His entire life flashed before his eyes, as he remembered all the people that had stood by his side, and helped in fulfilling his dream. You're my son, Naruto. I'll always have your back, kid. The flame of youth burns brightly in you. We're brothers, and I will slaughter anyone who dare raise a finger towards you or our Reich. I have always loved you, Naruto. And always will. You're an incredible person, my love. I shall be with you forever. He smiled as memories of Tsunade, Kakashi, Lee, Sasuke, Kurenai and Haku came to his heart. He felt at peace. The dream that was born 3 years ago was now finally a reality. The Reich would live on. Everyone, you are the future of this world. I leave the rest to you. Adarashi, Nova, Kurenai and her comrades were violently blown away by an extremely powerful shock wave. Showers of water erupted from the ground. The soil cracked completely, even the clouds in the sky rumbled due to the gigantic explosion that obliterated the entire battlefield where the Bijus were fighting. An unending rain of fire, blood, guts, fell down from the skies, drenching the Hokage in it. Her lips trembled, her legs lost all strength as she collapsed on the ground. Tears fell from her eyes as her breathing became heavy and her vision clouded. Naruto. Dark clouds had covered the entire sky as heavy rains started falling down slowly. Kakashi quickly grabbed Haku as the Empress fell down on her knees. They had just finished exterminating the enemy forces, when the biggest explosion they had ever seen happened. Haku was hyperventilating, her hands tightly clutching her belly. Her vision went blank when Shino's voice cracked over the communication devices of the now-deceased resistance soldiers. Even if they were all dead, the message given by the resistance officer was quite clear. Emperor assassination, complete. Chapter 85. Home Part 1. The cool sea breeze hit him like a soft whisper, rustling his blonde hair. The feeling of the gentle sand beneath his feet made him sigh contentedly, and the mere sight of the vast endless ocean was perhaps the most beautiful thing in the world. Just being in this place made him forget everything. All the things he had done and faced didn't matter, nor did his sins or good deeds matter anymore. If this was heaven, then he thanked whichever god came up with the idea of building this Elysium. Even if he was idly sitting on top of the rocks, simply basking in the beauty of the ocean made him smile. Neither was he an emperor, or an Anbu captain, or a ninja, and many more things whose responsibilities he had shouldered all his life. Now, he was simply Naruto. And he was free. A part of him did worry about the people he had left behind, especially his wife. But he knew he had made the right decision when he made his last stand. He had protected the people close to his heart. And maybe he was being selfish, but he felt himself relaxing for the first time in his entire life. His only regret would be his failure in fulfilling Haku's wish of having their child one day, but maybe this was for the best because Kami knew he would be a terrible father. Still, he could try to imagine what it would have been like if he ever became a father. And right there he thanked Kami for letting him die, because he probably couldn't have done what he did if had a son waiting for him back home. And he would never sacrifice his child for anything, even the Reich, and that would have conflicted with his duties as an emperor. No use thinking about what ifs, thought Naruto dismissively. It was done, and as a man he now had to face the consequences of his actions. Quite a view, isn't it? Blinking in surprise, he turned around to discover the offender who disturbed his peace. Whatever words he wanted to say died down in his throat, and he started laughing out hysterically, much to the worry of new arrivals, making them wonder about his sanity. Naruto looked up at the sky and laughed again, but there was no humor in his voice. If this is your idea of karmic justice, then I'd say you are even more fracked up than me, said Naruto with another laugh. He didn't even react when the two of them came forward and sat beside him, each of them on either side. It was as if they feared he would run off at any moment, if only they knew that there was no running away in hell. He was wrong, because he was not in heaven. "You're early, son," said Minato calmly, and sighed on seeing his wife trembling while stealing short glances towards their grown-up son. If not for his smooth, long blonde hair, Naruto could have passed for an exact shadow clone of his father. Both the parents were struggling within themselves not to just reach out and hug the life out of him, to feel that he was real and this was not another one of their countless imagined reunions both him and his wife had envisioned for years. "Well, the tickets for the underworld were running short. I booked an early ride," replied Naruto sharply, and Minato had to bite his lip hard not to laugh out hard. "He's definitely your son, Kushina," thought Minato happily, and saw tears welling up in his wife's eyes. Naruto never looked at each of them and simply settled for staring at the ocean, a move which deeply hurt the people beside him. "So, who's it gonna be? You or the silent movie here? Let's just get this over with," said Naruto bitterly. His tone was condensing and sharper than any blade. "What are you talking about, son?" asked Minato hesitantly. "I'm really not in the mood. If you're gonna torture me then make up your fracking minds and get it over with." The older blonde winced on hearing that remark, and seeing his wife tear up made him sigh. He had known all along how this meeting was going to proceed, but Kushina was naive and held on to her hope that their merciful son would not be too hard on his creators. Apparently, she was wrong by a long shot. "You really think that low of us? That we'll torture you? How could you even say that, Sochi-san?" said Kushina in shock. Minato tensed when he saw Naruto's fists clenching. He could feel the sea of anger bubbling inside his son. He was actually surprised by the level of restraint shown by Naruto. The boy's capacity for tolerance was quite good. But even that had its limits, and Kushina's final word, which was said with so much love and affection, was the last straw. "You've already done it once before, Kushina. It wouldn't surprise me if you wanted to try it again," said Naruto sharply. It hurt. Naruto saw his words had cut sharper than any blade in the universe. He could see the shock, pain, disbelief, regret in her eyes, and in a twisted way it satisfied him. "It's painful, isn't it? To have someone deny your existence. It hurts deeper than any wound, it tears you apart. And this pain never goes away," said Naruto sadly. He sighed on seeing the state his creators were in. It was actually pitiful. He had dreamed of this moment all his life. How he would scream, cry, resort to violence and so many more cruel ways, but just looking at the pathetic state these two were in made him stop. It was no use torturing someone after death. All the emotional baggage must be left behind to start anew. That was what he believed, even for someone like them. "You're too soft." He inwardly smiled as he could hear Sasuke still taunting him for a trait which his best friend considered to be a weakness. A trait which got the emperor killed in the first place, but how could Sasuke understand that this trait was a part of who Naruto Uchiha really was? And there was no use shrugging it off, because it was not possible. "You can relax, Yondaime. I'm not going to grant you mercy by hitting you. It would be too easy, and besides I don't like hitting my elders," said Naruto calmly. With those words he got up and started walking away, only to be stopped by his biological creator's desperate cry. "Naruto, please just talk to me one last time," pleaded Kushina, and he closed his eyes. It was taking all his willpower not to just crumble. That was the power this woman had over him despite being absent all his life and condemning him with a curse. And he cursed himself for this weakness. Turning back towards them, he was relieved to see Minato knew exactly what his son was hinting at. Now, Naruto knew where he got that intelligence from, and the emotional mess that was Kushina was a clear hint as to where he got his emotional vulnerabilities from. "Love and forgiveness can't be bought by mere words, Kushina. For your sake, I hope you were not this delusional when you were alive. Each of us have to live with the consequences of our actions. Just as I can't receive forgiveness from the people whose lives I've ruined, you also can't expect that pardon from me. Even my mercy has limits," explained Naruto patiently, trying to make the message clear in the least painful way possible and hating himself for doing such a thing at the same time because somehow he didn't believe in the words he was saying. Kushina wanted to say something more in her defense, when Minato's next words stopped both mother and son from getting into a futile emotional argument. "The child is the father of the man," said the Yondaime, a knowing smile arriving on his lips. One which was mirrored by his son. "Huh, what do you know? The old man's smarter than he looks," said Naruto sarcastically, eliciting a shy smile and faint blush from Minato. It was actually quite scary how both of them were so alike, but Naruto's thoughts were somewhere else. "Do I always look that idiotic and blush like a school girl? No wonder Sasuke scolds me every time, and Haku loves it by calling me cute," thought Naruto curiously. Kushina was actually quite shocked by the way things were happening. She had imagined Naruto getting well along with her, but apparently he was more of his father's son than his mother's. Even if there was bitterness and pain evident in Naruto's eyes, she also saw her son and Minato sharing understanding looks. It made her happy and jealous at the same time. If this was not enough to rattle her, Minato's next move completely swiped the ground from beneath her feet. The tall Hokage got back on his feet and walked towards his son, who didn't move or show any sign of retreat. There was a fraction of a second where Naruto's eyes softened and Minato seized it to wrap his arms around his son, pulling him into a tight hug. "I understand." That was all the father said to his son, the words barely more than a whisper, but it meant everything. Naruto couldn't actually believe that this was happening. Here was the man whom he resented the most in the world, even more than Danzo. And yet, this person understood him. Better than Kushina, better than Kakashi, Tsunade, Haku, Kurenai and every other person in his life. Minato Namikaze understood. He didn't ask for forgiveness since there was none to receive, and neither did the man think he deserved it. He didn't make arguments like his wife, or scold blast out at his son for destroying Konoha like a Hokage should have. Instead, he just said 2 words. "I understand." Kushina's eyes literally popped out of their sockets when Naruto raised his arms and hugged his father back with equal affection. Tears were falling from his eyes, as he embraced the man even more tightly. Both gestures were repeated by Minato as he felt his own cheeks getting wet. "I missed you, Dad," said Naruto tearfully, as Minato gently rubbed his back. "I missed you too, son. I'm not sorry for what I did, but I'm proud of the man you became. All I wanted was my son to be the peacemaker who brings stability to our war-torn world, and you did that. You overcame all the odds, never gave up despite the tragic life you had to live. No father could ever have a better son than you," said Minato proudly, making Naruto smile as he felt the sincerity behind those words. Being an emperor had made him finally understand the burden of leadership. The fact that he just gave his life to protect his people made him realize the choice Minato had to make as a leader himself. This feeling could only be understood by 2 leaders, and hearing his father say those words despite everything both of them had done gave him peace. In this moment, he understood both of them were the same. Maybe Naruto couldn't do the same thing to his son, or maybe he could if the circumstances forced him to. He was no longer that naive teenage Otokage who saw the world in black and white colors, because there was another side. The shades of gray. A place where nothing was absolutely right or absolutely wrong, just the right thing remained. And Uchiha Naruto and Minato Namikaze were men of gray, people who made tough choices and stood by it no matter what. Neither of them had a right to judge each other or risk being proven as hypocrites. The final knot in the Emperor's chest eased as he smiled. The emotional baggage he had carried his entire life was easing off, and it made him happy. Life was too short for grudges, and even then he had shown mercy to the villagers of Konoha who treated him worse than a stray dog. There were many among his supporters who had considered his move as foolish, if only they could understand that by doing so he was setting himself free. Breaking away from the hug, both father and son shared understanding nods. With a short sigh and a shake of his head, he turned towards a trembling redhead who had witnessed the entire scene with tears of joy and sorrow falling from her eyes. "You need a special invitation, you miserable woman?" asked Naruto impatiently, but there was no anger in his voice. He frowned when the woman lay still as a lifeless rock, looking at him with those beautiful violet eyes. It was only when he raised his arms did the message register in her brain, getting her out of shock. In a flash which would have put even the Yondaime to shame, she lunged forward and jumped straight into his arms. Minato raised one of his eyebrows in surprise when Naruto caught Kushina easily within his arms, She had slammed into his chest so hard that would have made most men fall flat on their asses, but the Emperor had held his ground. It just showed that their son was more stronger than them, both physically and emotionally as well. Naruto felt a little embarrassed and happy at the same time when his crying mother laid soft kisses all over his face, making up for all the years they had been apart from each other, and joined together again by death. "I'm really sorry, Sochi, for everything I put you through. I don't deserve to be your mother, but I've always loved you. Naruto, you are my child and I'll love you till the end of time even if you hate me. I wish I could take back everything, I'm so." Her emotional breakdown was stopped when he looked into her eyes before laying a soft kiss on her forehead that relieved her of the emotional trauma burning in her heart. "It's okay. I forgive you, Mom," said Naruto sincerely, knowing very well how important this action was for her soul. She needed this more than anything, and Naruto himself felt getting freed from his burden by saying those words to her. With Minato it had been different. His father didn't need forgiveness since he did what a leader had to do, and neither was Naruto in the mood to give forgiveness if the man ever asked. It was an unsaid pact between the two men, but Kushina needed this. He smiled and cradled her affectionately as she cried openly in his arms. And if death was this beautiful, then he didn't mind dying at all. "I'm home, Mother." Toby lazily moved his legs as he sat patiently on top of a boulder. Below him copies of White Zetsu was mopping up the barely breathing forms of Yugito and B. A sly smile came on the Akatsuki leader's face as he had finally captured Kumo's Biju as well. And that too without any kind of effort on his part. His eyes shifted towards the frozen corpse of Naruto. The boy was a mess of blood and guts spilled over. His entire body was barely kept in one piece due to the small wooden gasket he had been frozen in. "Is he dead?" asked Black Zetsu nervously, making the older Uchiha laugh. "By all means he should be. The boy was definitely suicidal when he made that move. Still, he exceeded my expectations by a very large margin," said Toby frankly, quite impressed with Naruto's powers. The boy was a naive fool, but he was definitely not a pushover either. "You saved his life, didn't you?" asked White Zetsu. Toby merely smirked as he walked towards the boy who was currently hanging between life and death. It would be so easy to silence him right now, but he couldn't do that. "He may be an idiot, but I have a use for him. That usefulness is yet to end, so I saved his life for now. I'll take it back when I need it." "I sense people coming," said White Zetsu worriedly. "Take the Hachibi and Nibi to our secret base, we will seal them," commanded Toby. "What about the Kyuubi? We can just take him with us too, it's not like he is in any position to resist," argued Black Zetsu, and was surprised when Toby shook his head. "I fear all the resistance has done is awaken a sleeping giant. The Empire will be out for blood. And I really don't want to get the Akatsuki involved in this mess. It's better if we stay out of the crosshairs of both sides while doing our work. When the time's right, we'll take both of them down. I doubt Naruto will ever wake up from his sleep. Besides, I already have a contingency plan in case he dies," explained Toby nonchalantly. "If you say so," said White Zetsu, as he instructed his fellow clone brothers to finish the assigned job. "How long before we are ready for war, Zetsu?" asked Toby seriously. "Just a few more months. With Yamato's help our work has been greatly reduced and we are ahead of our deadline." "You made a smart move by capturing him all those years ago," complimented Black Zetsu, earning a nod from the Uchiha. "The war between the Empire and Resistance will become more bloody now with this betrayal. Let them fight each other and weaken themselves, it'll only make our job much easier and less tedious," instructed Toby, as a sly smile arrived on Black Zetsu's face. "I'm surprised neither side realized it till now," said Black Zetsu bemusedly. "And what would that might be, wise Zetsu?" asked Toby innocently, but the look in his eyes was that of a cunning fox. And it was proven true by his comrade's next words. "That with the exception of Kurenai Yuhi, the rest of the leaders of the resistance are your pawns. Waging a losing war on your orders." And in the darkness of the night, a pair of deadly Mangekyo sharingan came to life. Chapter 86, Home Part 2. Kushina couldn't help but stare at the nearly identical two men sitting beside her. Both of them were so alike not just in looks, but in thinking too. There was an aura around Naruto which she could feel yet couldn't understand, but Minato could. The former Hokage knew exactly the kind of person their son was, and for the first time in her existence the red-head Uzumaki found her lack of intellect a hindrance. "We've probably bored you with all the complicated stuff. Sorry about that, Mom," said Naruto awkwardly, saying the last word quite hesitantly. Kushina blinked in surprise when Naruto easily picked up her discomfort. Looking towards Minato, she received a teasing smile from her husband, clearly stating, "He takes after me," which earned him a pointed stare from her as she rolled her eyes. "You're not getting any of this ass tonight, mister." Both parents were again surprised when Naruto made a disapproving snort, which quickly snapped the couple out of their little contest. "You know, if you two wanna get a room, just let me know," advised Naruto sarcastically, and smirked when his mother's cheeks matched the color of her hair. "How? Did you?" asked Minato sheepishly, only for Naruto to roll his eyes. "Duh, I'm married too." His sarcastic answer elicited deep blushes from his parents, and for the first time he noticed how young they were. Neither of them appeared to be older than 23 or 24 years at most. A deep pain coursed through his heart as he realized how much of life he had missed. There were very few moments in his life that could be considered as living, while the rest were a part of endless fighting, whether on the battlefield or somewhere else. He could only try to imagine the pain he must have put Haku and Kurenai through, if only. "I mean, I was married," corrected Naruto, his voice as silent as a whisper as he was reminded of the harsh reality that awaited in front of him. "Do you want it to continue?" asked Kushina suddenly, making her son glare at her. "I'm not in the mood for jokes, mother." "She's not joking, Naruto. Given a chance, would you like to find out what it's like to live a peaceful life with family? It may be brief, but you can cherish every moment of it," suggested Minato, and this time Naruto's gaze softened. "What are you saying, father?" asked Naruto tiredly. "What you heard, son. Give us an answer first," stated Kushina, as Naruto looked at the peaceful place he was in. His parents were good people and he actually wouldn't mind staying with them and wait for Haku and everyone else. Or, "I honestly don't know," answered Naruto sincerely, making his parents smile. "Then answer when you are certain. Till then let's go for a walk," suggested Minato, earning a return smile from his son. "I would like that." Kurenai Yuhi was breathing harshly. Her lungs had suddenly stopped working, eyes had stopped flickering, a permanent horrified expression was etched on her beautiful face even as her cheeks were being moistened by the stream of tears still falling from her eyes. Her lips parted several times trying to form words but could only utter incomprehensible sounds. The people beside her seemed equally terrified as all of them currently stood inside a meteor-sized crater. Down in the bottomless pit lay more than 100 bodies of Anbu ninjas. Mangled, broken corpses that were too far damaged to even be recognized. A river of blood was flowing in the pit, drenching all the departed souls in it. Pounds of flesh and guts were spread everywhere. Scattered limbs, which included several pair of eyes, noses, hands, legs and many more gruesome body parts, were lying all around. It was hell reincarnated. Her legs lost all strength when her gaze caught sight of something that made her entire body go numb. "Kurenai!" yelled Sakura. But it was too late, since the Hokage had tumbled and was rolling down the slope into the pool of flesh, bodies, guts and blood. There were moments when she tried to get back on her feet only to propel herself forward into that mess. The sound for and Sakura quickly followed after her, albeit more cautiously. With a rough crash, Kurenai sprawled into that mess, her entire body getting drenched in the spilled blood. But she didn't care. With sloppy steps which resulted into a few more crashes, she ran in a specific direction. The tears falling from her eyes were now covered with blood, making her look even more heartbroken and terrified, which was exactly the state of her heart. Even among the sea of bodies, all of which belonged to her own men, the only one she cared about was the one lying in a faraway corner. A person born in bloodshed, and one who was probably gonna die in it too. No, he couldn't die. She jumped towards his side, crashing violently in the bloody ground. The sight that awaited her made her want to die right there. Naruto lay motionless on the ground, or what was left of him anyway. His arms and legs were barely hanging to his body with a few strings of flesh, his chest had a deep hole in it. His face was completely smeared in blood, and his eyes were half open. She couldn't move, her trembling hands couldn't even touch the love of her life. Sakura quickly came beside them and the medic instantly put her fingers over the motionless emperor's neck. "Sakura, please," pleaded Kurenai, her voice completely begging, which only made the pink-haired girl tear up. "It's over." Even the members of the Sound Four along with Gurren collapsed on their knees on seeing their leader like this, and that was when the entire sky rumbled. The sound of an awakening monster echoed across the entire valley. Looking up, all of them were shocked and terrified when a gigantic dragon crackling with electricity was forming in the sky. And it was glaring down right at them. Incoming, a Jisukitahakon, Dragon of Thunder. No sooner had Tayuya warned the group did the dragon charge from the sky. The movement was so fast that before any of them could even move, the beast was right in front of their eyes. Their lives flashed before them, knowing that none of them were going to survive this attack, and it was to their utter shock that instead of hitting them, the dragon hit the emperor. Boom! Kurenai and all the people around her were sent sailing away due to violent shock wave. When she groggily regained her bearings, her eyes observed how Naruto's body had become extremely tanned and his tattered clothes were on fire, which was quickly extinguished by Gurren. A shadow was approaching towards them through the smoke. In a flash the person was before them and he had roughly grabbed Sakura by the collar. "Stop him," commanded Gurren. Without any hesitation the captain jumped to protect the people whom their noble emperor had granted asylum. If even one of them died, then it would be an insult to Naruto's sacrifice, and she couldn't let that happen. It was only when she cleared through the smoke and reached her attacker, who was holding Sakura by her collar, did the blood in Gurren's veins freeze. "Out of my way, weakling." Kurenai froze when a solid kick impacted with Gurren, sending her sailing away several meters, where she crashed badly, creating a small crater. The Kunoichi coughed blood and went unconscious. The Sound Four took a protective formation around Kurenai and their emperor, determined to protect them to the best of their abilities. However, one glimpse at the attacker and the murderous look in his eyes had them falling straight on their knees and out of the way. Sakura was roughly shoved down towards Naruto's heavily injured body, as an extremely livid Sasuke Uchiha stepped out of the shadows. His entire body and his sword were covered in flesh, and his gaze demanded blood of anyone who opposed him this instant. Without another word, he raised his sword, which chirped with electricity, and wordlessly plunged it straight into the hole in Naruto's chest. "What is this madness?" yelled Kurenai furiously, and took a step back in shock and surprise. Shock due to the death glare Sasuke gave her, and surprise as Naruto's entire body twitched violently and the emperor coughed up blood. There was a shocked gasp from Sakura as she stared at the slight movement in her former teammate's chest. "We are the Reich," answered Sasuke, as he removed the sword from his friend's chest. Sheathing his sword, he turned towards the equally shocked Sound Four, who had the sense to kneel before their army commander. While Naruto was respected across the entire empire, Sasuke Uchiha was feared as the one man whom even the strongest warriors wouldn't want to make an enemy of. The word mercy didn't exist in the boy's dictionary, and after what he did to the emperor right now proved the fact. "Get His Highness to the medical center. I've already informed Tsunade about the emergency, and remember, if he dies on the way I'll have all your heads," promised Sasuke, his Mangekyo promising the worst torture to his own men and to Kurenai. Hi! Sasuke saw the pitiful state his best friend was in, and it took all his self-restraint not to cut of the Hokage's head right there. "Where?" Kurenai blinked on hearing that confusing word, and frowned when Sasuke pointed the tip of his blood-stained sword on her chin. "Where are those cowards?" asked Sasuke furiously. "What are planning to do, Sasuke?" asked Kurenai seriously, but the answer was clear. "As soon as I learn where those rats are hiding, I'm gonna march the entire army I have, and then I'm going to murder every man, woman, child of your resistance. I'll butcher them till the last man. I'll give them a glorious massacre," promised Sasuke, and judging from the mad look in the Reich army commander's eyes, he meant every word he said. He was not going to spare even innocent children if it meant avenging what the resistance did to his beloved emperor and brother. The Sound Four had already evacuated the barely breathing Naruto, who was being healed by Sakura continuously. Gurren still lay unconscious from the kick she got from Sasuke, and the Reich army commander didn't seem the least worried about his injured subordinate. "You can't do that, not now," said Kurenai firmly, standing her ground even when the tip of Sasuke's sword edged deeper into her chin, breaking blood. "Don't test me. You're not fit to wear the uniform of a Hokage. What kind of leader are you if your own people don't listen to you?" spat Sasuke. Sasuke, ninjas are soldiers. They obey commands or you make them obey, if they do neither you slice their heads off. You can't do any one of those things. You're right, I'm not fit to be a Hokage, but neither are you fit to be an army commander, retorted Kurenai fiercely. What was that? Demanded Sasuke. All you care about is revenge, and I'm not here to judge. The emperor is badly injured, there is chaos in your empire right now. What your people need is reassurance. The empress can't do that right now, Tsunade will be occupied with Naruto. Who does that leave in charge? Do your people want revenge right now or need to feel safe? Countered Kurenai, and was relieved when Sasuke's fists clenched but his anger reduced. You are right, Sasuke, you're not the emperor and neither is the Reich and its armies your personal property. They belong to Naruto, and when he wakes up he'll decide what to do with the both of us. So you can either stand the fuck down or kill me and go forward with your revenge. In the end you will have to face Naruto when he wakes up, so what will it be? Asked Kurenai flatly. Kurenai silently smirked when Sasuke lowered his sword. Taking a few deep breaths, the boy took steps away from her and started walking towards Gurren. Grabbing the injured captain over his shoulders, he turned towards Kurenai. This is not over, not by a long shot. There will be consequences sooner or later, pledged Sasuke, as Kurenai looked at the ground. I know. Both of them looked into each other's eyes, and for the first time she saw Sasuke's gaze softening as a worried look came in his eyes. Nobody gets to kill Naruto but me. The small family were now currently resting in a beautiful garden. Minato and Kushina were content in sitting beneath the shade of a nearby tree, patiently observing their only son shining in the sunlight. Naruto's gaze was fixed over the peaceful sky, and the glow on his face was a proof of his position as a Kaiser Emperor. Naruto, can I ask you something? Asked Minato hesitantly, as his son's eyes shifted towards him. Yes. What do you think will happen to your empire? You were the force that had united the entire world, brought so many people together. Did you appoint a successor? Asked Minato seriously, while Kushina keenly observed the discomfort in Naruto's eyes. I always knew my line would end with me, that maybe I won't be leaving an heir for the Reich's throne. If Haku wants, then I have named her as the Kaiserine Empress. She is a strong woman and a capable leader. In case she doesn't want to rule, then I've already made Kakashi accept the role of the Nadaime Kaiser, explained Naruto. Kakashi, a Kaiser? Asked Kushina in surprise. He may not look like it, but he will be a great ruler in peaceful times. Whatever the case may be, the Uchiha line shall end with me, said Naruto sadly. What about Sasuke? Questioned the mother. Sasuke is many things, but he is not fit to be a Kaiser. I'm lucky because Sasuke knows and accepts this fact, he'll stay loyal to the Reich as its greatest protector. And if Sakura is not able to convince him to marry, then I guess he will be the last Uchiha, said Naruto lightheartedly, making Kushina smirk. That boy's just like his father, a complete nutcase, joked Kushina. Look who's talking, teased Minato, earning a light bop on his head from his beautiful smile. When their little banter was over, they saw Naruto smiling at them and in him they saw themselves combined. Being the married couple, they easily spotted the pain and guilt in their son's eyes. You miss your wife, said Kushina knowingly. And feel guilty because of the way things ended with Kurenai. You never stopped loving her, did you, son? Said Minato understandingly, making Naruto look away because of the disapproval that would surely arrive in his mother's eyes. I let both of them down. I have never betrayed either of them and loved them with everything in my heart. I know what you want to say, mother, but I'll always love both of them equally. And if that makes me a sinner, then I am one, declared Naruto boldly, and was surprised when Kushina came forward only to ruffle his hair. I lost the right to judge you a long time ago, Sochi. I know you're an honorable man and I'll accept whatever choices you have made, pacified Kushina. It's quite strange. You're a far better leader than me yet you're a novice when it comes to relationships, teased Minato, and blanched when he saw a conspiring look arriving in his son's eyes. Is he always this annoying? Asked Naruto jokingly, making Kushina share the smirk. Her son had managed to gain her mischievous nature after all. All the time, Minato rubbed his head nursing two large bumps courtesy of the grinning mother and son duo who were smiling at him victoriously. Damn traitors, serves you right. Minato, said Kushina happily. I just hope I didn't make too many mistakes while forming the Reich and its government, said Naruto worriedly, and saw Kushina raising her hand. She was so childish. I've already seen imperialism when I was alive in the form of the daimyo and their government. You're a Kaiser, yet yours is so much different a government, asked Kushina confusedly. It's because he's an anomaly, concluded Minato, earning a smile from Naruto. They were surprised when Naruto made a few hand seals and a large diagram appeared in their dimension. Looking closer, the former Hokage and his wife were surprised to see it was the social, political and military structure of the Reich. From the chaotic history of humanity, I learned a few things. One of the most important ones is the fundamental principle that power corrupts. Even the noblest leaders have been victim of this evil, and the systems established with good intentions falling prey to this disaster. Whether it is imperialism, democracy, or communism, each has a fault of its own. None of them are perfect, no matter what the subjects of each of these systems believe, explained Naruto briefly. So what is your Reich, Sochi? Imperialism, democracy, communism? Asked Kushina curiously, quite interested in her rising interest in politics. All three of them, answered Minato, as he finished analyzing the diagram in front of him. Looking into the young Kaiser's eyes, he was not disappointed to see that his answer was indeed correct. Giving absolute power to a single man, single government, or single military is a disaster waiting to happen. Humanity is flawed, so it is not wrong to assume that there will be rotten apples in each institution that we form. They may be in the form of corrupt politicians, greedy and war-mongering soldiers, or an incompetent ruler. One of my main objectives while forming the Reich was to protect my people from these evils to the best of my ability, suggested Naruto. You really don't trust your successors and future generations of your Reich, said Kushina in shock. I'm not naive, mother. One day the empire which I have formed will collapse and a new system shall take its place. It's one of the basic conditions for advancement of humanity. What I hope is that this system works long enough to transform humanity from its complete bloodthirsty nature to a more sobered one. Wars will always happen, but the scales will change. Instead of making humans revert to the barbarism of the past, I want them to explore the future. If our species work together, then there is no doubt in my mind that we possess the capability to capture the entire universe, confessed the young Kaiser. So, it's just as you've understood. I've tried to take the best of each system while leaving their drawbacks, said Naruto sheepishly. I'd like to learn about this in detail. It's probably the most interesting concept I've ever seen, requested Minato, honestly quite impressed with his son's ideas. The Hokage had a rough idea as to what Naruto had achieved, but he wanted his son and Kushina as well to realize this. Naruto looked a little embarrassed, clearly not comfortable with praising his own accomplishments. But then again, the eager look in his mother's eyes made him crumble. I've built the Reich on three important parts, which are the Kaiser, the government quorum, and the military. Each party is an important part of the empire without which either one couldn't function. Since in the past the daimyos often didn't understand the problems faced by commoners, I've decreed the government and the advisors of the Kaiser be elected not by the ruler but by the people themselves. In this way I give the people certain freedom to choose their own future by electing leaders from amongst themselves. In this way either the Kaiser or the military can't exploit the people for any reasons. At the same time, the Kaiser is the supreme authority in the Reich. He commands the military and is responsible for national security as well as maintaining the peace. He rules over the people with the help of the government. In case either the Kaiser or the government are not fit for their tasks, then either party can pass a motion of no confidence, with concrete proof. In case of political conflict between either party, the people will decide who is right and fit to rule them. Merit is the only basis for success within the Reich. The military is completely separate from the other two. The Kaiser commands it, but they cannot go to war on their own before taking into confidence the government and the people. In event of a coup by the military against the Kaiser or the government, the leader of the people are ordered to eliminate the top generals ending the coup, explained Naruto in detail. Kushina was left speechless with the explanation provided to her. She still couldn't understand the complex diagram in front of her, but Naruto's theory was simple. He had really thought quite a lot about the future, a trait of a great ruler. Division of power along with delegation of authority and responsibility to each party. An effective way, said Minato proudly. Each successive Kaiser and government have to prove themselves to the people or risk being sacked. Even if my dynasty had continued, these same principles would remain. I admit, my plan is not without flaws, but I've tried my best. The social structure is devoid of any nobles, and is instead divided into the capital class and working class. It is the duty of the Kaiser to maintain balance between these two parties, while the government makes sure the resources of the empire are used for the greater good. Nation, society, countrymen, principles, all of these are first and foremost responsibility of each and every person in the Reich. Whether they are Kaiser or a common man, it doesn't matter. Together we shall rise, and together we shall fall, proclaimed Naruto. Naruto was relieved when he received proud smiles from his parents, signifying their acceptance of his actions. Maybe he was an idealist, but if they could accept the system he had formed, then perhaps one day humanity would accept it too. There is something you forgot to take into calculation. A threat that can destroy the empire along with humanity, warned Minato. Your father's right. The reason we were forced to seal the Kyuubi into you was none other than the Akatsuki, said Kushina bitterly, as memories of that night came flooding back in her heart. Naruto took a step back on hearing this truth. He could now understand the uneasy feeling he got whenever Zetsu was around, or the dark look in Toba's eyes. What happened that night? Asked Naruto hesitantly, dreading the answer would shake his world. Every man has to face his past someday and bear the consequences of his actions. Naruto, you and I are the descendants of a tainted line. That unfortunate night was the moment where I had to face the consequences of my own actions, confessed Minato, as Naruto observed the sad looks in his parents' eyes. What are you saying? Nearly 18 years ago, the night when I was giving birth to you, Konoha was attacked by a masked man. He was the leader of the Akatsuki, an Uchiha, said Kushina bitterly. Tobi, said Naruto in shock, his hatred for the man skyrocketing in a single second. That man was responsible for everything he had been through. Tobi was the reason behind his parents' demise. The young Kaiser was confused when Minato shook his head in negative, further complicating the matter. The man who attacked Konoha and Kushina that night was using the alias of Tobi, but in truth he was Obito Uchiha. A student of mine who was said to have been killed in the Third Great Ninja War, said Minato disappointedly, and flinched when Naruto glared at him. Your student? Are you telling me a ninja younger than you defeated the Yellow Flash and nearly destroyed Konoha? Asked Naruto in disbelief. He had the Mangekyo, Naruto. Combine that with the power of the Kyuubi, you have a fearsome war machine. Further, he managed to separate me from the village, allowing the Nine Tails to run amok. Fortunately, I had already secured your and Kushina's life before getting trapped. Why did he do it? Asked Naruto sadly. There was no use getting frustrated over something that had already happened a long time ago. Because I couldn't protect Rin, who was another student of mine. Kakashi might have told you about his deceased teammates, all three of them were my students. In a way it was my failures that lead to all of this, said Minato sadly. So they were that Obito and Rin? Asked Naruto in surprise. Hi, Obito loved Rin, and when she died, he fell to the curse of hatred rampant among the Uchiha. Obito lost faith, just like you. He blamed your father for not protecting Rin, when the truth was that she died in the war just like any other ninja. But just as you blamed the ninja world for Rei's death, Obito blamed the ninja world for Rin's death. However, instead of taking a constructive and progressive approach like you did, Obito tried to destroy everything, explained Kushina briefly. Naruto grasped his forehead, the revelations inciting a deep pain across his mind. To think that everything had happened due to. You're wrong, Naruto. The Tobi you know is not Obito Uchiha, said Kushina honestly, as she realized the look in her son's eyes. What? Asked Naruto in shock. It's true. Because I killed Obito with my own hands 18 years ago, revealed Minato. The ground beneath the Kaiser's feet broke apart, his face lost all color, his entire body trembled, as his eyes remained wide open in shock. If Obito Uchiha had been killed. Who are you, Tobi? Chapter 87. The Magician Returns. There was a curt knock on the door which pulled her away from her staring. Giving the required permission, she just stood in her spot as the person came inside her room. She didn't even have to turn back in order to determine the identity of the person. A distant sound was made as the person removed what was possibly armor and a sword from his body. There were sound of footsteps approaching in her direction, and a moment later he stood beside her. Both of them calmly observing the Reich capital from the window of their room. "How's the Kaiser?" The grim expression on his face was all the answer she needed to see. Standing at this place, it was hard for either of them to believe that their lives would have turned out this way. So many things had changed, including both of them. Yet, she could still see a tiny glimpse of the fragile boy she had known for years. At the same time, he could also see the kind and gentle look in her eyes. "Why do you still care about him so much? You know neither of us deserve it," said Sasuke flatly, and frowned when the girl beside him laughed. "It's because we're still friends, Sasuke," answered Hinata happily, and received a rare smile from the boy in return. "I doubt who's more of a fool, you with your forgiving nature or Naruto with his idealistic personality," replied Sasuke irritatedly, and didn't resist when she ruffled his hair. If it was anyone else who did that, then their head would be lying on a spike by now. But in her case, says the person who advocated the Kaiser to spare my life. "For someone who's said to be a heartless bastard, you have plenty of heart," said Hinata calmly, making him look away. "Tch, I only returned a favor. Don't look too much into it, woman." She sighed, but the smile never vanished from her lips. Hinata never missed the dark spots beneath his eyes, nor the occasional cough that clearly displayed the weakening condition of his body. To think he had alone shouldered the responsibility of safeguarding their vast empire for the past 6 months. The Reich army commander who was standing beside her was the only reason the resistance were unsuccessful in breaching the empire's borders. Despite several campaigns, full frontal assaults, the enemy had been halted at the borders. She could still remember the fear that had coursed through the Reich when news of their beloved emperor getting critically injured and the empress falling down was heard. Fortunately, Haku had passed out from shock, and after a few days of rest she recovered. It was then that the citizens came to know that their Kaiserin was pregnant, and a prince was on its way. The gloomy feelings vanished, and with renowned vigor the Reich fought valiantly, if only for the future of their young prince. Even if the emperor was still in a critical condition and was barely hanging to life, the people still had hope. Sasuke had taken complete control of the military and had violently defended the Reich from both foreign and domestic enemies. Tsunade and Kakashi had taken charge and were handling the government and day-to-day affairs of the Reich. It was only temporary, and both lazy people only wanted the Kaiser to get back on his feet and let them slack off again. As for Haku, the Kaiserin did occasionally oversee the affairs of her kingdom. But most of her time was spent by her comatose husband's side. Rumor was that the empress was living in the same room as the Kaiser, and except for Tsunade, Kakashi and Sasuke, she didn't let anyone else even get a glimpse of Naruto. "How are Kurenai and the others?" asked Hinata carelessly, and the next second she regretted asking that question. The glare Sasuke gave her made Hinata flinch. Guess it was still a sore subject. The former Hokage along with Sakura and Anko were currently under house arrest and constantly under surveillance. After what happened to the Kaiser, Haku had ordered their executions on first sight, and if not for Kakashi and Lee, those three would be lying in unmarked graves by now. The situation was extremely tense, and the only person who could solve it was fighting for his life. "I never knew how much the Empire and all of us were dependent on him until now," confessed Sasuke sadly. "Naruto has that quality about him. He handled everything so easily that we took it for granted. There can be no Reich without him," said Hinata seriously. "I'm glad I didn't go through with my own plan all those years ago. I could never build such a promising future," said Sasuke hesitantly, as she sighed. "No, you couldn't have. But you can protect the future everyone has built, regardless. Even if you had went through with your own plan, I would have sided with you," answered Hinata frankly, making him laugh. "Goes to show how naive both of us were. Still." Yeah, she watched as he continued staring at the glowing capital. His relationship with Sakura had always been rocky, and the past few months had been quite rough. The pink-haired medic was quite sad that Sasuke rarely visited her, but if only she or the others could understand that Sasuke was protecting them from himself. He feared he would hurt them in his thirst for vengeance, which was still unsatisfied. "Thank you for saving my life and freeing me, Sasuke. It means a lot," said Hinata happily. You don't need to thank me. Naruto had already scrapped his idea of using you as a bargaining chip against Kumo. Still neither of us imagined you becoming a schoolteacher, teased Sasuke, receiving a light punch in return. Kids are easy to handle. Besides, I like this job, the income is decent and I understand. You were never suited for being a bloodthirsty ninja or a soldier. At least this way some of us will have a happy ending, said Sasuke mysteriously. Glancing at the sky, there was a strange gleam in his eye. Before she could ask why he said that, the Uchiha had already turned around and started picking up his things. It was the end of this meeting and Hinata didn't need him to say it in words. When will you come back? When I'm able. He stepped towards the door but stopped suddenly. His hand tightly gripped the wall, and since he had his back turned towards her she couldn't read his eyes, but the words that he said would echo in her heart forever. I just hope that people will realize eventually who I am. And he left with those words, never looking back. Hinata stared at his disappearing form while a small tear slipped from her eye. I know who you are, Sasuke. I know who you are. Haku heaved a tired sigh as she finished reading another book on politics and diplomacy. She eased a little in her comfortable chair. Placing the book aside, her eyes shifted towards the mess of medical equipments that were currently protecting the life of her husband. Most of the imperial doctors had deduced Naruto as brain dead, a corpse whose body was alive but mind was gone. If not for Tsunade and her expertise, even that would have been lost. Many had suggested her to put Naruto out of his misery, but she couldn't do that. No matter what. Her hand touched her swollen belly, inside of which their child was almost formed, and in a matter of a week or two the empire would get its heir. Watching his chest move up and down made her feel even more sad. It may be a silly wish, but she wanted her husband to see his child at least once. He deserved that, at least, after everything he had been through in his life. And her son also had a right to see and be touched by his father, no matter the condition he was in. She found the situation quite strange that during her entire pregnancy Naruto had not been able to support her, but she didn't have any grudge for that since he himself was fighting for his own life. At least she wanted to believe that there was no chance after coming all this way that things could end in this manner. Despite the struggles the Reich was holding on for now. Their empire was still young and in its infancy. They had captured almost the entire world, but maintaining hold over it was extremely difficult. Sasuke was perhaps the last line of defense that was shielding their nation from the enemy. But he was just one man. Regardless of the morale of their forces, they were well aware that their strongest fighter was down, who also happened to be their supreme leader. It was only a matter of time before the enemy found a breakthrough. She grasped Naruto's hand and placed it over her belly. We need you, Naruto. All of us, pleaded Haku. If only she knew her greatest fears were about to come true. In a dark room several people were patiently sitting. All of their eyes were fixed on the person sitting at the head of the table, the one wearing the robes of the 6th Hokage and the supreme commander of the resistance. Nara Shikamaru observed with a frown as the latest report from the front lines arrived at his desk. He also saw the graphical representation of the current war being displayed on a screen in front of them. Beside him sat the familiar forms of the Mizukage, Kazekage, and the newly appointed 5th Raikage, Darui. Apart from that, Jiraiya, Ao, Guy, Baki, Kankuro and Chojuro were also present in the room. Shikamaru looked beside him and saw, the magician, was also observing the stalemate at which the two sides were currently at. It was fair to say that despite all the great fighters present in the war room, Shino Aburame was the only one who even had a remote chance of winning against the Empire. After all, he was the only one who managed to bring down Naruto, who was currently rumored to be strongest warrior alive. What do you think? Asked Shikamaru. This is turning out to be a war of attrition. The Reich is clearly defensive and our offensive nature is creating a stale situation, suggested Shino. Why are they not going on the offensive? Granted, our forces outnumber the Reich in a ratio of 2 to 1. But their fighters are also quite good, and they still have strong leaders at the top, questioned Darui, the 5th Raikage. The problem with the Reich is that they have an extremely strong top leadership. But they lack sub-commanders who can execute the decided plan. Our problem is that we lack a powerhouse like Naruto or Sasuke, but we have enough capable sub-commanders. We have to take advantage of this weakness, explained Shikamaru, and motioned towards Shino. The Anbu commander changed the screen as the map of a starry battlefield arrived on the screen. It was one of the most important areas in existence since it connected both the Reich and the heart of resistance territory. In between stood the Sarutobi fortress, which had protected the Reich against a full-scale invasion at every turn. It was still a sore point for Jiraiya since Naruto had honored Hiruzen Sarutobi by naming one of the most important territories of his kingdom after the martyred third Hokage. Since our battles on different areas have not wielded much results, we have no choice but to capture the Sarutobi fortress. If successful, we can launch a massive invasion into the heart of the empire, suggested Shino, making Temari frown. In the past our efforts have only ended in massacres of our soldiers. Have you forgotten? Ironshield, Gaara is the commander of this fortress. As long as he is the leader, you can't capture that fortress. We can't even match the firepower of that fortress or the sheer number of Reich soldiers defending it, argued Temari. As it stands in this war of attrition, we'll be eventually wiped out due to lack of resources in comparison to the empire. Our supply lines are already stretched and the morale of our troops is low since Kurenai defected. If we don't gain a huge victory, it's the end for us. It is with this reason that I have proposed a plan that will increase our chances for the capture of the Sarutobi fortress, explained Shino briefly, and saw he had the attention of everyone in the room. The next few minutes were spent explaining the entire plan. By the time he was done, half of the people in the room were looking at him with disgust while the other half were staring at him in shock and admiration in their eyes. We can't go that far, argued Temari, and flinched when Shino's cold gaze landed on her. Then I'll relieve you of your command. In this war we either live by the sword or die by the sword. That's the only options on the table, threatened the Aburame. Baki immediately took a step forward but Temari stopped him. The plan seems sound and our chances of victory are increased by a great extent. But Aburame, history won't be so kind to us if we do this, warned Mei, only to receive a negative shake of head from the Special Forces commander. History is written by the victor. It is one of the ideals which I and Naruto share. If we win, then we can change the entire story according to our tastes. If we don't take this action, then I can assure you that we will be history, said Shikamaru crudely. Jiraiya shook his head, clearly expressing his opposition to this barbarous plan. There were some lines which even the Toad Sage dared not cross. Assassinating the Emperor was necessary, but this was madness. To his shock, the Raikage, Mizukage, Kazekage and Hokage agreed without any argument. Their subordinates also shared the same opinion. Who will lead this expedition? Asked Jiraiya worriedly, and was not surprised when Shino stepped forward. I am appointing the magician as the commander of our forces. He's the one who came up with this plan, so it's just that he executes it as well. Any objections? Asked Shikamaru sternly. Do I really have to take part in this? Asked Temari bitterly. Yes, replied Shino flatly. Then I want you to take full responsibility. I won't be held accountable if this plan fails, is that clear? Asked the Kazekage sternly, knowing it would certainly stop the Aburame in his tracks. Very well, Shikamaru smirked when without even blinking an eye Shino accepted the request, silencing any protests Temari could make. The Kazekage now had no choice but to join in or risk suffering the wrath of the other leaders. I will also need the Mizukage and her top fighters to participate in this operation. I will personally command the Black Lancers and make sure we succeed, ordered Shino, receiving a nod from Mei. We'll do as you say, Commander. Oi, Shino, isn't taking the Black Lancers an overkill for this mission? Asked Shikamaru skeptically. The Black Lancers were after all the best, fastest and strongest soldiers in the entire resistance. Made up of Konoha Anbu, Suna Anbu, Kiri Anbu and the remnants of the Kinkaku forces of Kumo. Recently the remaining forces from Iwa had also joined the resistance, and an additional unit of air commandos and bomber squadrons had been added to this unit. Don't be mistaken, our opponent is another Jinchuriki. One mistake and he'll give you a sand burial. Naruto was only beaten due to a sneaky attack for which he was not prepared. In a straight-up fight none of us can match the firepower of a Jinchuriki. This is besides the Reich soldiers and the firepower of the fortress that will attack our forces, explained Shino. I see, you have thought this through. It might not be an overstatement in saying this that you're our best hope for winning this war, complimented Shikamaru, and received similar nods from everyone present in the room. Shino didn't give any reply to the praise and confidence being showered on him. Rather, his eyes were gazing at the mountains outside the window. He wished things were so simple as the cages were assuming them to be. But then again, his reputation had become legendary ever since he brought the emperor down. He would not have liked so much attention, but there was no choice either. The magician. He didn't know who came up with that name, and neither did he have the time or energy to stop everyone from calling him that. Every enemy had a weakness, the Reich was no such exception. Sasuke was a brute who had defended the empire with sheer force. Kakashi was a capable warrior, but he was needed to maintain order within the Reich. Same was the case with Tsunade. Haku was also a sound warrior, but she was not in any condition to fight. As far as his research about Gaara went, the redhead was also another capable warrior. Would he see through their strategy? If so, then their casualties would be massive. If the opposite happened, then would Gaara and his soldiers surrender? Since Shino himself was leading this expedition, could he allow such a surrender without displeasing the others? The people in the room would like nothing less than a massacre of enemy forces, but killing surrounded, helpless soldiers who had no chance of winning was disgraceful. That's right, I will ask them to surrender, the consequences be damned. The rise and fall of our nations are at stake, I cannot fail. And with those determined thoughts, the magician went away to a battle that was going to change everything. Shikamaru was currently going through another list of civilian complaints demanding more supplies be directed towards them. Couldn't they just understand how much their own soldiers were struggling? Even in times of war, instead of thinking about the nation, these people were only concerned about themselves. Kurenai had effectively managed the balance between the military and civilians. In that regard, she was a fair and better ruler than him. But she had committed the crime of surrendering to the enemy, which was unforgivable. A word, Hokage-sama. He looked up to see his special forces commander was still standing in the room. The other cages and warriors had left, leaving only Shino and Shikamaru alone in the war room. "What is it?" asked Shikamaru curiously. "I want to know what are your intentions after this latest expedition." "That is, if we win and capture the fortress?" questioned Shino straightforwardly, making Shikamaru rub his forehead. "There is no way we can accept the dictatorship of the empire. No matter who the ruler is, it will not be good for the world," answered Shikamaru. "And who are we to decide that?" retorted Shino tactfully, and maintained his gaze even when Shikamaru shot him a sharp glare. "I don't like your tone, Commander," warned Shikamaru. "I only speak the truth. If we capture the fortress, then I suggest we make a truce with the empire. Form a separate nation away from the borders of the empire, where our people can live. This war has already gone on long enough. Our civilians will stage a revolt sooner or later if we force them to live in such pathetic conditions for long. Using Sarutobi Fortress as a bargaining chip, I think we can arrive at a conclusion with the Reich. Naruto is not an unreasonable man, I think he wants peace too. There is no point in continuing this war," argued Shino. "Have you discussed your opinion with anyone else?" asked Shikamaru suspiciously. "No." "Then keep it that way, it's an order. Naruto wants to eliminate the shinobi, our culture will be destroyed." "Do you want to perish, Shino? To have your existence disappear?" asked the Hokage furiously. Shino didn't reply and instead settled for a cold gaze and directed it towards the Hokage, who stopped speaking. It was a well-known fact that Shikamaru was good at tactics and diplomacy, but when it came to battle and loyalty of the soldiers, then Shino had it. Shikamaru was a leader in all but name, while the real power of the resistance was the silent Aburame. The Anbu forces commander gave a crisp salute to his leader and walked away from the room, with one thought plaguing his heart. Are we even worth saving? Walking through the long streets of the resistance base, Shino had a disappointed expression in his eyes on seeing so many young orphans running here and there. Poor people could be seen taking shelters near shady alleys, begging for food, money, anything to survive. He was a proud ninja and believed in the oath he made long ago as a Konoha shinobi. But now looking at the continuously deteriorating condition of his people made him rethink about his actions. The resistance leaders and the military were adamant on continuing the war, even if it meant their total annihilation. The current strength of the resistance stood at 50,000 active fighters and 5,000 reserves. The Reich at the same time had active personnel numbering 26,000 and another 10,000 as reserves. Despite the greater numbers, the resistance had not been able to achieve much success, which was due to a number of reasons. The primary being their lack of a strong leader. Kurenai was one, but she defected, and looking back Shino could finally understand why. Kurenai had already anticipated how bleak the future of the resistance was, and contrary to popular beliefs among their soldiers, the people of the Empire were quite happy. The latest reports which Shino got had clearly suggested that the entire civilian population was supporting the Reich's military. Their faith in their Kaiser and soldiers was absolute. Even if Naruto had made them loyal to him due to his sharingan, Shino could never refute a logical superiority when he saw one. Most of all did he really want to be the person who re-established the violent ninja system. Fighting wars for the past 3 years had taught him a lot of things. While the conflict with the Reich would end sooner or later, the selfish former village leaders would again form their hidden villages. The cycle of hatred and endless conflict would start again. Was it better to form a proper union and solve problems collectively? Or divide humanity under different banners and continue to fight till eternity? Shino had participated in several bloody battles in his short life, starting from the wave invasion to the countless encounters that would follow after that. Each had left him more broken and surrounded by fewer friends day by day. And this was not even taking into account the suffering of the civilians. Naruto had at the very least given them a chance at peace. Either way, he could not agree with the destructive ideology of his leaders. Majority of the soldiers and civilians respected him more than they did their respective leaders. The best course of action for peace would be either truce with the Empire or merger with them. In any case, his death would be imminent. If he failed in staging this coup, then the resistance leaders would execute him without a second thought. Even if he won the Sarutobi fortress and tried to start negotiations for his people with the Empire, the very first thing they would demand would be his life, since he was the one who harmed their Kaiser. What a complicated situation. Regardless, concrete steps must be taken for peace. I can't let millions of civilians be sacrificed for the sake of a few warmongering soldiers, thought Shino seriously. If death was the only option, then he would choose to die with honor. If his life could save the future of millions and pave a way for a peaceful future, then he didn't mind dying. But first, he needed to make preparations for gaining a bargaining chip which would bring the Reich to the negotiations table again. Gaara was comfortably sitting in his command chair. The latest reports from the front lines were the same as before. The enemy was not trying to start a war front in this area, certainly not after the massacre of their forces in the previous encounter. A lot of resistance soldiers lost their lives in that failed attempt, and the redhead doubted they would try to venture out here anytime soon. Gaara-sama, Matsuri's alarmed voice brought him out of his thoughts. Getting up from his seat, he walked towards the war table where their sensory ninja had mapped a new enemy presence which was rapidly approaching towards their fortress. Enemy forces? Asked Gaara calmly. Approximately 200 fighters, answered Matsuri confusedly. That's too few to even attempt an attack. Have they lost their mind? Asked Gaara irritatedly. He hated unnecessary bloodshed, but the resistance was not leaving him a choice this time. Order our recon units to give me a visual on the enemy. Confirm our reports. The next few minutes passed in tense silence as the soldiers in the command room waited for their front-line recon units to give them a visual. After a few more moments, the scene which appeared on the monitors shocked Gaara to the core. What is this? Asked a shocked Gaara. Even the Reich soldiers were stunned with what they were seeing, as a large force of 4,000 enemy fighters appeared on their war table. But instead of attacking the fortress, they seemed to have surrounded the 200 short force of their own soldiers. What shocked Gaara more was the fact that Temari and Konkuro were the ones leading that small force and were currently surrounded. The former Ikibi Jinchuriki was stunned when the 4,000-strong resistance soldiers started killing the small surrounded group. A communication from the rebel cage. She's asking for asylum. The men with her are defectors of the resistance, confirmed Matsuri. Confirm it again, barked Gaara. After a few moments he got the same response from his communication officer. His siblings seemed to have defected from the resistance. But it could also be a trap. After what happened with Naruto, could he truly trust even defectors from the resistance? Commander, urged Matsuri, waiting for any kind of order. Set alert status throughout the fortress. Order all forces to arms, stand by for further orders, commanded Gaara. He watched as Matsuri and the other Reich officers effortlessly carried out his orders. The entire fortress came alive with action as soldiers started rushing to stations, arming themselves and preparing for any situation. There were a total of 12,000 combat-ready Reich fighters in this fortress, the largest force the Empire had stationed in one area. A third of their total army. Contact the headquarters. Inform Sasuke and Kakashi immediately. Demand further instructions, ordered Gaara, following the established protocol to the letter. But even as he did his duty, he painfully watched as the small force of defectors from the resistance were eventually getting slaughtered. Temari and Kankuro were fighting valiantly, but it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. Despite their differences, he didn't have any hatred towards these two. If it was only his decision, then he would have went to their rescue. But he was not just Sabuka no Gaara anymore. He was an important commander of the Reich and the 12,000 soldiers under his command had entrusted their lives to him. He could not act on his personal feelings. The ones who would be deciding their further course of action will be their commanders residing in the capital. Commander, Sasuke-sama is currently out of the capital. I have Kakashi-sama on the line, informed Matsuri quickly. Patch me through, Lieutenant. A moment later a tired Kakashi appeared on the screen. There were dark spots beneath his eyes clearly showing how stressed the man was. But the situation demanded he take control, since Sasuke was busy elsewhere. It were times like these that made Gaara wish their empire not be so vast. It was hard to maintain control with such a small force and few reliable commanders. They would definitely have to form a more larger army in the future, but that would have to wait. Seems like we're in a pinch, huh? Gaara, said Kakashi bemusedly, making some of the Reich officers smirk. Gaara himself smiled a little. Even in such a tense situation, the copy ninja certainly knew how to put his soldiers at ease. No wonder Naruto had appointed Kakashi as the interim Kaiser if Naruto or Haku were not there to control their kingdom. With Sasuke out of the capital, Kakashi Hatake had the power equivalent of a Kaiser. Your orders, mine Kaiser, said Gaara flatly, as Kakashi quickly shook his head. Hey, don't pin this title on me. This is only temporary. I'd be damned if I let Naruto or anyone else make me do all this work forever, joked Kakashi, eliciting another round of chuckles. But still, what should we do? Do we let these defectors die? Or, said Gaara hesitantly. I trust your judgment, Gaara. You are a capable leader and have protected this fortress several times. Do whatever you feel is right, instructed Kakashi confidently. But, I'll take full responsibility if things go south. A leader has to have faith in the judgment of his subordinates. I may be a temporary Kaiser but I trust you. Just keep me regularly informed. I'll be online, ordered Kakashi, receiving a faithful nod from the red-head Jinchuriki. As you command, mine Kaiser, replied Gaara devotedly. The next few moments passed in extreme tension as Gaara critically observed the deteriorating condition of his own siblings. Their slaughter was imminent. If they were really defectors then they could provide valuable information about the resistance. But after what happened with Naruto, this could also be a trap set up by the resistance. However, would they resort to such drastic measures of killing their own soldiers? Even if he wanted to avoid the battle, the main enemy force after eliminating Temari's group could directly attack the fortress. They certainly had the numbers for a small but prolonged conflict. He simply couldn't cramp his forces inside the fortress and allow a siege to happen willingly. In any case, the situation demanded him to take offensive action or risk getting pushed on the defensive. Yash, the 1st Battalion comprising of 3,000 soldiers will take position on the left flank. The 2nd Battalion of 3,000 soldiers will take position on the right flank. I will personally lead the 3rd Battalion comprising of 4,000 soldiers. Together we will encircle the main enemy force in a semicircular formation and cut off their escape route. Then without superior numbers we will crush them completely, instructed Gaara, receiving a series of affirmative nods from his officers. Hi, the remaining 2,000 soldiers will stay in the castle and act as reserves. Their orders are to observe and assist the main force if the need arises. Understood? Asked Gaara sternly. Yes, Commander, replied Matsuri seriously. The Astarte encounter had began. Chapter 88, The Astarte Encounter. A young Anbu wearing the mask of a monkey was currently quite anxious. The 16-year-old boy who also happened to be the last heir of his clan was dreading the upcoming battle. Standing atop one of the faraway cliffs, his only sense of comfort was the tall figure of his supreme commander. The sheer presence of Shino Aburame was enough to calm down Konohamaru's nerves. "They finally moved," said Shino suddenly, snapping Konohamaru out of his trance. The rookie Sarutobi, who had just finished his Anbu training, quickly moved forward and observed the enemy movement with the help of his binoculars. To his utter surprise, the enemy forces were moving in the same manner as Shino had predicted. "Commander, this is," replied Konohamaru. "Don't lose it, monkey. No matter the advantage you have in battle, never underestimate the enemy's desire to win," warned Shino, making his apprentice look down sheepishly. "Sorry. We will go forward with the established plan. First group, charge," commanded Shino, his voice broadcasting over the communication devices of his forces fighting near the fortress. The magician narrowed his eyes when his previously infighting forces merged together as one and started charging towards the enemy's main force. The one which would probably be commandeered by Gaara. "So it begins." Gaara had a neutral expression on his face. His demeanor never changed even when the enemy forces stopped fighting amongst each other and were now heading towards him. Leading the group were none other than his own siblings, Temari and Konkuro. "Gaara-sama," warned Amon, his battle force's second in command. "Yeah, their trap was too obvious from the start. If they want to die, then we shall grant their wish. Allow battle formations. The 1st and 2nd battalions are ordered to stay clear from the path and keep on advancing towards the front," ordered Gaara. "You mean evading the enemy?" asked Amon in surprise. "Yes, but what if they are engaged by the enemy? Then we'll take countermeasures. For now execute the orders given to you, Captain Amon," said Gaara strictly, receiving a crisp salute in return. "We'll do as you say, Commander." Contrary to popular expectations, Gaara had taken cautious steps. Instead of standing at the front, he had assumed position in the rear of his group. From the elevated platform on which he was currently standing, he could easily observe the battlefield and command his troops accordingly. "Gaara, one of the first lessons of warfare is that the commander must not fall. That would destroy the chain of command, and be an easy victory for the enemy. A sound commander must maintain control over his forces, purge the chaos and panic from destroying the soldiers. That is your duty, and not some heroic actions which are portrayed in movies." He could still remember Naruto's words in his heart. The Kaiser had given him this advice when he had first given him command of an army. Now a war veteran, Gaara could see how valuable that advice was. No matter how bleak the Reich's current situation was, once the Kaiser woke up he would turn the tide of the war. Gaara firmly believed that there was hardly anyone who could match Naruto's prowess on the battlefield, neither in tactics or fights. The 1st and 2nd battalions, each comprising of 3,000 forces, quickly established distance from the two forces that were about to enter into battle. Both battalions followed their orders without hesitation and stealthily started moving to surround the enemy from behind. Looking into the blind ambition which was in Temari and Konkuro's eyes made him extremely sad. To think, she had no qualms in needlessly sacrificing her soldiers for the sake of her own glory. Gaara stared at the 4,000 battle-ready soldiers under his command. They had entrusted their lives to him. He would never betray the invaluable trust which these men and the Kaiser had placed in him. "Commander, enemy forces have entered into the red zone. Contact in 40 seconds, reported Captain Amon, getting a nod from his superior. Spotting his elder sister and brother entering into the red zone, Gaara stood straighter than before. Extending his right hand forward, he concentrated his power as wild winds started circling around the battlefield. Sunarashi, sandstorm. The dirt and dust on the battlefield were quickly lifted up by the strong winds. The Reich soldiers were quite stunned when the enemy forces numbering 4,000 troops found themselves surrounded in raging tornadoes. "Ah!" Screams of the resistance soldiers echoed across the battlefield, as the sharp winds sliced many of them apart. Several were injured. The sudden attack had completely shattered the entire front line. Since Temari just couldn't order her entire army to march over the injured bodies of her soldiers, their charge came to a complete stop. Her eyes connected with the merciless orbs of Gaara, who again raised his hand. Fearing another attack from her youngest brother, she prepared herself, but he surprised her again. Fire! The baffled resistance forces started falling down like flies as a rain of explosive-laced arrows rained down from the rows after rows of Reich archers stationed on the walls of the Sarutobi fortress. "Don't falter, charge and crush them," screamed a resistance squad leader. Tamari quickly took out her fan and channeled massive chakra through her weapon. She was a cage, and there was no way she could lose to anyone. Especially her own younger brother. Around her, entire lines of resistance fighters were getting slaughtered due to the arrows raining down on them. The main Reich force commandeered by Gaara had not even made a move and were silently watching the entire slaughter. Kamidachi number Jutsu, sick weasel technique. Using the winds generated by Gaara, she created a raging tornado of lethal winds and sent it straight towards the wide-eyed frontline troops of the Reich. She grit her teeth in frustration when her attack was quickly blocked by a wall of thick sand protecting the Reich soldiers from being teared to shreds. Before she could think of another move, she heard a scream that made her blood run cold. Turning towards her right, she was horrified to see Kankuro completely enveloped in sand. She knew exactly what her brother was caught in. Quickly looking towards Gaara, she pleaded him not to do it. But her youngest brother had ran out of mercy to spare. Sabaku Q, sand burial. No, she stared in horror as showers of blood rained down on her body. Everywhere her soldiers were dying one after another. Entire battle lines had collapsed due to the precise attacks. The enemy archers had been quite cunning as they first targeted the officers and ringleaders of the resistance army. With the collapse of the chain of command, chaos spread through her entire force. More than that, what about the reinforcements? Kankuro, thought Tamari in shock. Kage Dono, we can't take much more of this. We have to fall back now, warned Baki, her personal bodyguard and mentor. If not for him shielding her, many arrows would have already taken her out. Tamari shivered on seeing so much destruction around her. Their allies had deserted them, her army on the verge of complete collapse. And then there was Gaara. "Retreat," yelled the female Kage urgently. Gaara simply closed his eyes, concealing the sadness that coursed through his heart for ending Kankuro's life. If only they had not been so foolish, and now watching Tamari and her now remaining half-forces flee made him even more sad. Within minutes more than 2,000 resistance soldiers were dead. Even for Tamari, such a brute, tactless attack was unforgivable. Did she even consider just how many fathers, brothers, sons she killed for her own ambition of power? It's time to pay, Tamari, thought Gaara seriously. "Amen, are the 1st and 2nd battalions in position?" questioned the calm Reich commander. "Hi, they are awaiting orders. The retreating enemy forces will make contact with them soon," answered Captain Amen, a dark-skinned 40-year-old officer. "Very well, start the pincer attack, charge," yelled Gaara. As soon as those words escaped from the Reich commander's lips, the fate of the battle was sealed. The outnumbered resistance force, which had a strength of less than 2,000 fighters, was attacked from the front and the back. Displaying the skills taught to him by the Kaiser, Sabuka no Gaara completely surrounded the enemy forces by cutting off any route of escape. And then the order of complete annihilation was given. Konohamaru watched in horror as the tide of the battle violently turned. In front of his eyes thousands of resistance fighters were meeting their end. He could only bitterly watch as the Reich commander formed perfect formations, gave precise orders resulting into deaths of so many of resistance fighters. Looking towards Shino, he was even more shocked to see the same calm expression in the commander's eyes. It was as if, as expected, "You truly are a talented warrior," Gaara complimented Shino honestly. "Commander, what are you?" Shino simply raised his hand, silencing any protest his subordinate wanted to make. Yes, Konohamaru was a skilled fighter. But he had a short temper. Shino could still remember the sacrifice Hiruzen Sarutobi had made all those years ago. In order to honor his former leader, he had taken the old Kage's grandson under his wing. At least, this way he could prevent Konohamaru from going to an early death. So many had already died. There was no need for young people like him to die in this futile war. People like him were the future, and this battle was for that future. As it stands, the Suna resistance forces will be wiped out if we don't intervene. We simply can't let our comrades die like that, deduced Shino cunningly, and sighed when Konohamaru got a bright smile on his face. For once, The Aburame was glad that Konohamaru was his subordinate. The boy was so naive, and this was exactly what the cages would have used for their own benefit. Hundreds of resistance ninjas had been sacrificed in this war for the sake of false patriotism. The civilians faced so many adversities. All of this could have been avoided, but the need for few to remain in power had led to this madness. Unforgivable. Order the Kiri forces to split into 2 groups each of 3,000 fighters. Attack the enemy's 1st and 2nd battalions from behind, commanded Shino, much to his subordinate's surprise. But, sir, the original plan was to have the Black Lancers attack from the right flank, thereby engaging the 2nd Battalion. The Kiri forces have a total 6,000 fighters, almost the same as Black Lancers. By dividing them and ordering to attack the enemy, won't their firepower be reduced? Questioned Konohamaru, showing his brains for the first time. In response, Shino merely got a small hidden smirk on his lips. The boy was definitely his student. Who's in charge here, monkey? Chided Shino, making the young Sarutobi blush. You are. Then follow my orders. Is that clear? Hi. With a crisp salute, Konohamaru sprinted away in order to fulfill the orders assigned to him. As soon as the young boy was out of sight, Neji emerged from the shadows and arrived beside the Anbu commander. Both fighters didn't say a word and were instead staring upon the surrounded Tamari forces and how they were systematically getting wiped out. At the same time, there were barely any casualties on the Reich side. It went to show how effective the Reich commander was. Do you think they'll surrender to the enemy? Asked Neji seriously. The forces commanded by Tamari and Mei are the most stubborn fighters in the entire resistance, people who are blindly loyal to their cages and their mad dreams. They won't surrender. Instead of such a disgraceful act, their cages would prefer to die in battle, explained Shino distastefully. You're really going forward with it, aren't you? Asked Neji with a tired sigh. Shino didn't answer, but instead his eyes keenly observed Mei's 6,000-strong force splitting into 2 groups. Within moments, Gaara's force that had surrounded Tamari from behind was attacked. The minutes that followed after showed that the Reich soldiers were not prepared for such a move and their lines started collapsing. In front of them a small table was placed on which several chess pieces were standing. Currently one resistance piece was surrounded from both sides by the enemy, but Shino added 2 more pieces of resistance behind the enemy's 1st and 2nd battalion. Shino, but that will, warned Neji. Yes, if Gaara's as capable as I think. Then the 1st and 2nd battalions would make a mad dash to join their leader, thereby completely obliterating Temari's force. They will try to form a single line defense in order to meet our reinforcements together, explained Shino, making Neji stare at him. You really want Tamari and her men to die, even if they are our comrades? Asked Neji in shock. History always demands for unlimited amounts of blood. If we are to capture this fortress, then there will be casualties. You have seen just now how capable a commander that man is. I'll take full responsibility for this operation, said Shino confidently. As predicted, Neji's worst fears and Shino's estimated projection actually became a reality in a matter of a few minutes. Commander, Suna forces on the verge of extermination. The cage is lost, shouted a nearby Anbu. Shino simply lifted the surrounded resistance piece and tossed it away, clearly showing loss of all hands. He then joined all of the Reich's forces into one line, and the newly arrived made Temari's forces into one line on the opposite side. How much damage did the enemy suffer? Asked Shino quickly. Nearly 40% of the enemy's 1st and 2nd battalions was eliminated. Mei also lost 10% of her forces in the battle, but the cage, said Neji sadly. It's unavoidable. As it stands, Gaara now has nearly 6,500 soldiers left, while Mei has nearly 5,400 fighters left. Order all her forces to charge and engage the enemy now, ordered Shino. Shino, the Mizukage is asking about the whereabouts of the Black Lancers. She says they can't move without support, informed Neji. Tell her reinforcements are on the way. But if she maintains distance and Gaara takes the charge, then it will be another massacre. The only way to prevent Gaara from using his entire power would be to fill the battlefield full of soldiers from both sides. He won't be able to unleash his true strength if his own men will get caught in those attacks, explained Shino quickly. Neji was quite impressed with his commander's strategy, regardless of the small gap of fighters on both sides. The main factor here was Gaara. If the resistance could contain him, then their victory was imminent. "What's the status of Valkyrie squadrons?" demanded Shino. "Yes, they are in position. Awaiting your orders, Commander." Mei's forces have started their full frontal attack. They are more cautious and the archer force in the fortress is currently being resupplied. If they start to fire again, the result would be the same as before. "If we are to make a move, then now is the time," advised Neji. Shino tapped his chin. Currently both Gaara and Mei's forces were in a messy battle. The Reich commander had the size advantage, but Mei was relentless. The fortress soldiers would be around 2,000 and were currently preparing for support assistance to their leader on the battlefield. Despite the enormous casualties suffered by the resistance and the loss of the cage, things had went exactly as Shino had planned. Grabbing his sword and battle gear, he turned and looked towards Neji. "Exactly after 7 minutes, order the Valkyrie bombers to launch an all-out attack," stated Shino. "Our own men are on the battlefield." "Mei is there," argued Neji, and flinched when Shino glared at him. "Exactly the reason they are to launch. If we are to capture this fortress and achieve peace with the Reich, the stubborn cages must be out of the picture. As far as killing our own soldiers, the attack would also deal substantial damage to Gaara's forces. In order to avoid complete massacres on both sides, this is necessary." "Follow the order, Neji," explained Shino sternly. The Hyuga was silent for a few moments. He could see the logic in Shino's explanation, but still the people being killed were also their own soldiers. For once he was thankful that he was not the commander. Neji was one of the few who wanted peace with the Reich. There were others too, but all of them were being overwhelmed by their stubborn cages. If this one sacrifice could save the lives of thousands of soldiers and millions of civilians, then... "I understand. We'll follow your orders, Commander," replied Neji honestly. Shino gave a nod and walked away. Neji could only stare at his commander's retreating form. He wondered how history would remember the actions of Shino Aburame. Each of his victory had neither been without sacrifice, but then again their opponent was the Reich. In order to end the feudal war, Shino had always taken steps that were harsh. But today, he would make his name immortal in the pages of history. For he was about to unleash a new kind of warfare which was never before seen in the history of mankind. Gaara could only grit his teeth in frustration and anger as Mei again shattered another one of his lines. Her men were barbarians who were out for blood. Extending his arms forward, he concentrated an enormous amount of chakra. Soon a shuriken, sand shuriken. Hundreds of sharp sand bullets rose from the ground and instantly fled straight towards the entire front line forces of the resistances. Suiden Sukoden no Jutsu, water release, water bullet technique. Mei quickly countered the Reich commander's attack, thereby saving a lot of her soldiers from quick deaths. She was surprised when there was movement in front of her and two identical Gaaras rose from the ground. "Sand clones," thought Mei. "So, the commander thinks his clones are enough to defeat the Mizukage. How naive the young are," joked Mei. "Goes to show how overconfident old relics are," answered Gaara, and smirked when Mei's eyebrows twitched. Old. Fighters on both sides took a few steps back as the Mizukage exploded with pure rage. Her entire body got covered in chakra, and she glared menacingly at the Gaara clones. In a flash, she appeared beside them and beheaded the clones brutally. Even the real Gaara was surprised with the sudden burst of energy in Mei, but before any of them could make a move there was a rumbling in the sky. The previously furious Mizukage looked up and what she saw made her heart stop. Her rage turned into pure fear as she spotted the Valkyrie bombers right on top of them, and they had already fired an entire barrage of the Resistance's latest weapon. "Take cover." Just as the words escaped from the desperate Mizukage's mouth, Gaara saw a hail of shells falling down on the battlefield. He quickly clasped his hands together and gathered every ounce of chakra inside his body. Sabukua, sand wall. Boom. Matsuri collapsed in her chair. Her eyes could only stare in horror as a rain of hellfire came from the sky. The attack hit the entire battlefield, enveloping both Reich and Resistance fighters in one full sweep. Waves of fire engulfed hundreds of men, ending their lives in a flash of light. The attack was so bright that for a moment she felt a bijudama going off. Her lips trembled as the earth shook violently, along with the cries of all those soldiers who got directly hit. Even the strong fortress shook violently. We've got incoming enemies. She couldn't move or even get her mind to believe the words her subordinate was saying. But his words were indeed proven true, when she looked up in the sky to see hundreds of canopies. Looking closer, her eyes widened to see there were soldiers in it. And leading the charge was none other than Shino Aburame. Archers, fire, ordered Matsuri, desperation and fear evident in her eyes. The enemy had not only obliterated their main force along with their commander, but now they were falling from the sky. An airborne assault. Nothing in her entire training could prepare her or the other Reich soldiers for this. The fact that the ninjas infiltrating the fortress were Anbus was in fact the death knell for them. "Contact Gaara-sama, all fighters to arms," yelled Matsuri. "Negative, sir. We can't get into touch with Gaara-sama. The first enemy wave has landed right inside the fortress." Shino could see the approaching fortress beneath him. The new invention, which was named parachutes, had worked magnificently. Watching his forces land right inside the invincible fortress was a sight for sore eyes. Behind him the battlefield was still burning with the hellfire, and soldiers were still screaming. He closed his eyes, knowing full well that he had just caused the deaths of thousands of his own men. But the trick had worked. The enemy main forces commandeered by Gaara seemed to be wrapped in some kind of giant sand shell. The Reich commander was definitely alive. Shino could feel it, but he doubted Gaara had any energy left to fight after creating a mile-wide defensive measure. Grabbing several explosive notes, he threw them straight towards the chaotic fortress. The blasts rocked it, creating further panic among the disheveled Reich forces. Even if they had regained their self-confidence, the outcome of this fight was already clear. "Now, charge in," commanded Shino. Soon the Black Lancers, who had a battle strength of 7,000 troops, started landing deep inside the fortress. With their commander out of action, and facing an overwhelmingly strong enemy, the Reich fighters inside the fortress fell quickly. Many tried to put up a valiant defense, and achieved martyrdom for their nation. Beside him, Shino could see the disgust in Konohamaru's eyes. The young boy was clearly resenting him for the way he had achieved victory. "The Mizukage," said Konohamaru bitterly, "is dead, and so are her men, but the fortress is ours. Link up with the others and mop up the remaining fighters. Don't harm the ones who wish to surrender, even though I doubt they'll lay down arms at this point," said Shino tiredly. He was not even surprised when Konohamaru grabbed his collar. The other Anbus moved to intercept, but the calm Aburame shook his head. For there were tears falling from the young boy's eyes. "You killed our men. How could you, Commander?" asked Konohamaru devastatedly. "Hate me all you want. You don't realize how important this victory was for our people. This is war, Konohamaru. And sometimes there is no choice," said Shino silently. Even in the midst of the battle, Konohamaru's hands trembled as he looked at his commander who had betrayed them. Shino had deliberately killed 2 cages, and thousands of their resistance fighters. The Black Lancers, who were only loyal to the Aburame, had barely suffered any casualty, and in a matter of a few minutes the fortress would be theirs. The tactician in him could only marvel at the crude strategy used by the commander. But the soldier in him. The world doesn't revolve around ideals alone. You either be the one who has the balls to bring change, or follow the one who has the balls to do it. "Which of these two are you, Konohamaru?" asked Shino flatly. His question took the boy by surprise, and the young Sarutobi took a few steps back. Looking into Shino's ice-cold gaze made him realize which of those two the Aburame was, but what about him? What was he? Nearby, Neji sighed when Konohamaru quickly ran away to mop up the remaining Reich fighters. "Report," said Shino. "The fortress commander, a girl named Matsuri, has ordered her remaining forces to lay down arms. There are still some who refuse to surrender, but we will eliminate them soon enough." "But still," said Neji hesitantly. "You didn't imagine the Reich soldiers ever surrendering, didn't you?" asked Shino knowingly. "Hi, if you live, you can fight another day. Dying a pointless death is a waste of life, and Matsuri knows this. A trait of a good commander is their ability to understand that human life is precious. It should not be wasted for the sake of fake glory or personal ambition," answered Shino, making Neji glare. "That does not sound good when you're the one saying it. After all, I know what I am, and what I did. Maybe those words which I said may sound hypocritical, but the context still stands." "What about the enemy on the battlefield?" asked Shino calmly. Mei and her forces were completely wiped out. But it seems Gaara was able to save a vast majority of his soldiers, informed Neji, quite impressed with the right commander's feat. What is Gaara doing now? They are not attacking. Our forces have already surrounded them. If they make a move, we will eliminate them. Victory is ours, said Neji seriously. I don't think he will move. He is a sound commander who knows when to fight and when not to. Offer him the chance to surrender. We will treat all prisoners leniently. If he does surrender, bring Gaara straight to me. But restrain him first, ordered Shino. Very well. Should we inform headquarters? Asked Neji hesitantly. No, let them be in the dark for a while. Fortify our positions across the fortress, put the prisoners in isolated chambers. The wounded, no matter the side they belong to, must be treated. Pack the bodies of our men into body bags and prepare to send them home. The Reich dead should receive the same treatment, but don't send their bodies back home before taking my permission. Neji could only stare in awe as the magician issued orders one after another. Never once did he see the commander ever losing his composure, and it was a rare trait which he had only seen in a few generals. What do you plan to do now? Asked Neji curiously. I've already prepared a delegation of civilians and soldiers from the resistance. Together we shall offer the chance to start negotiations with the Reich, answered Shino. And Gaara along with the captured Reich soldiers will be your bargaining chip. Along with this fortress, deduced Neji, earning a nod from the Aburame. It won't be long before the headquarters starts pestering us for updates about our progress. I want to finish these negotiations before the resistance commands finds out what we are up to, said Shino seriously. Very well, and so on. August 15th, Imperial Year 3. The Sarutobi Fortress had fallen. Chapter 89. Invitation to a Requiem. Kakashi flinched as Tsunade slammed her hand bluntly on the table, completely splitting it into two. He could sympathize with the woman, but that didn't mean he agreed with the way she reacted. But then again, Tsunade wouldn't be Tsunade if her temper didn't explode on the unfortunate news which he just brought. Unfortunate might be putting it mildly. The news was more like a disaster. Recheck it, said Tsunade sternly, making the interim ruler sigh. Already done it twice. The news is authentic, reported Kakashi patiently, allowing the shock to set in. Tsunade rubbed her forehead while a tired sigh escaped from her lips. Things had just gone from bad to worse for their government. If news of the Sarutobi fortress falling got out, then nothing would stop full panic from spreading across the Reich. There were only so many setbacks the people could take, before their fears took control of them. And when fear takes control, there is chaos and mayhem. The enemy commander conveyed this message through our own soldiers who got captured. He released 200 of them and sent them back with this news, and as a good gesture of faith, said Kakashi seriously. Then there's no doubt in this claim. Our strongest defense has fallen. Who is the enemy commander? Asked Tsunade frustratedly. Aburame Shino. Kakashi winced when Tsunade threw a nearby vase straight towards the wall, shattering the poor antique into hundreds of pieces. Damn that brat. If only I had known he would be this much trouble, mused Tsunade bitterly. Then, what are your intentions? Asked Kakashi seriously. Tsunade was after all the head of the civilian government. If they were to send their armies to recapture the lost fortress, then he would need the prior approval from the council. And it was something which only Tsunade could grant. The only exception would be an emergency military decision taken by the Empress, but he doubted Haku would do that considering the grave situation. What are our chances of recapturing that fortress? Questioned Tsunade frankly. Very few. Our armies are stretched as far as possible in order to defend our vast borders. Pulling soldiers away from their posts will only increase the holes, and the resistance can open up more war fronts. The situation will only get worse after that, answered Kakashi. Black Ops. Not possible either. There are nearly 7,000 resistance fighters in that fortress. The Black Lancers, they are the best the enemy has to offer. Before that they nearly have 4,500 of our soldiers as prisoners. Along with Gaara, any attempt to retake that fortress and they would execute our men. We cannot suffer that many casualties, and Naruto would never forgive us if we let Gaara die, explained Kakashi briefly. Tsunade sighed tiredly. Every word the copy ninja had said was indeed true. In their current situation, The Reich simply didn't have the strength to mount such a big counteroffensive. The only thing they could do was defend their territory until their leader got back on his feet. That was their only bet for surviving. And even if they had the means, she would not allow a counteroffensive which would get Gaara killed. He was an important member of their family, the youngest one in fact. The red head was like a little brother to the Kaiser, and heads would roll if anything happened to him. You know Shino better than any of us. You were his teacher after all, said Tsunade flatly, making Kakashi look away. He won't attack further. Shino's strength is stealth and deception. He is not a front-line fighter, plus the fact that 2 cages died in his operation would be a severe blow to his reputation. But I believe he deliberately got them killed. He's one devious military officer, explained Kakashi seriously. So you believe his offer for negotiations is genuine? Since the resistance leaders would have his head for so many casualties? Asked Tsunade hesitantly. To the other cages, the loss of 10,000 fighters would be a severe blow. Hero or not, Shino is going to face a trial or an execution. The thing about that boy is that his mind is always focused on the bigger picture. If he believes sacrifices are necessary for long-term goals, then he'll make them without flinching at all. Even if it means sacrificing his own life, that kind of person he is. A dangerous element, warned Tsunade. Whatever it may be, the final decision in this matter will have to be taken by someone else. I'll leave that part to you. I'll go and handle Kurenai, said Kakashi quickly, and chuckled when Tsunade shot him a mock glare. Slacker. Always leaving the difficult task to others. You haven't changed, Hitaki, scolded the older Senju, making Kakashi give her his famous eye smile. Ma Tsunade-sama. I just think you being more smart and intelligent can handle the situation better than me, said Kakashi sheepishly, receiving a grunt in return. HMPH. Well, had to try. Haku's eyes were closed. There was no sign of distress, pain or worry on her beautiful face even as Tsunade finished explaining the entire situation to her. Both of their eyes rested on the sleeping form of Naruto. It were times like these that made them understand that this man alone had built the entire kingdom through sheer willpower and determination. It was as if the Reich's life was connected to that of its leader. Since Naruto was himself in pain and struggling, his kingdom was also suffering from the same condition. He was the sun that illuminated all their lives, and it was their duty to protect that light. I agree to the negotiations, said Haku calmly, shocking the blonde Senju in front of her. Kaiserin, said Tsunade in disbelief, receiving a gentle smile from the Empress in return. Don't mistake my intentions, Tsunade. We will make this work in our favor, because we still have a few cards to play. I cannot under any circumstances let Gaara or our captured soldiers die or worse rot in the enemy's prison for years. They are our family, please have faith in me, requested Haku. But the Reich never negotiates with rebels, argued Tsunade. Tell me something, Tsunade. What is the Reich? Questioned Haku patiently. It is the greatest kingdom ruled by the greatest ruler this world has ever seen, answered Tsunade proudly, and frowned when Haku chuckled lightheartedly. That's one way to put it. May I present another angle, one which the Kaiser believes in? Please do. The people. That's what the Reich is, not the Kaiser, or any of us. Despite everything, this kingdom is the hope for a peaceful future where people from different nations, different backgrounds, different beliefs bond together and live as family. To protect this abode is Naruto's wish, and so is mine. To give our children a better future than ours, that is what we should aim for, explained Haku, a fond smile visible on her face as she caressed her belly. The rebels have demanded that Kurenai be released and made a part in these negotiations. They consider her their leader, even Shino, said Tsunade hesitantly. The Senju was quite worried and she was sure it showed on her face. The relationship between Kurenai and Haku had always been tense, the reason being their unending love for the man who was currently asleep. Haku had completely exploded with rage when Naruto was badly wounded, and had allowed the massacre of every resistance fighter that had participated in that assassination attempt. Since Kurenai and her aides had already been granted asylum by Naruto, the Kaiserin didn't kill them. But in order to vent out of her bitter anger, Haku imprisoned Kurenai in an isolated villa. Never once allowing the former Hokage to visit her lover, Tsunade could only imagine the agony which Haku had deliberately put Kurenai through, knowing Naruto was fighting for his life, and any moment could be his last. "I've been a terrible person these past few months," said Haku sadly. "What are you saying, Kaiserin?" asked Tsunade worriedly. This was not something she expected from someone like Haku. Humans always pursue things they can't reach. Looking back, I finally understand that Naruto is not mine alone to claim. He is a person who belongs to each and every person of this world, even Yuhi Kurenai, stated Haku calmly. "Haku, Naruto's a free bird who flies in the sky. That's where he belongs. It is not my right to keep him chained. He has been a perfect husband and life partner to me. He accepted me regardless of my past and my shortcomings. Just like all of us, Kurenai is also an important part of his life. By keeping them apart, I'm denying both of them their rights. But, allow Kurenai Yuhi to visit the Kaiser if she wants. I am the Empress of this Reich and the wife of the Kaiser. No longer will I feel threatened by her," said Haku proudly. With those words, the Empress went out of the room to prepare for one of the most gruesome negotiations that shall determine the fate of not only the Reich, but the entire world as well. Tsunade had a fond smile on her lips as she watched the young girl transforming into a powerful leader. "You truly have become a wonderful woman, Haku." Kurenai's lips were trembling as she stepped inside the Kaiser's chambers. Tsunade and Kakashi stood in the room, observing her every room. Even though Kakashi trusted her with Naruto's life, Tsunade didn't. And the former Hokage didn't blame the Senju for her mistrust. She still found it hard to believe that Haku had actually allowed her to visit Naruto, knowing what she felt for the Kaiser. She had to praise the Empress for her confidence and trust. 6 months. That was the entire period of her suffering. Each day and night passed as she dreaded about Naruto's health. She could still remember the nightmares she suffered on several occasions. The day of the assassination playing in her heart at every moment, how much he had sought peace and the resistance had returned the favor by stabbing the Kaiser like cowards. It took all her willpower to hold the tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing Naruto like this, so fragile, fighting for dear life, it was something which she never wanted to see. For her, Naruto had always been the strong-willed man who faced every challenge head-on. Even when they were friends, lovers or enemies, she had always admired his will to never give up. Grasping his hand, she made it touch her cheek, and the satisfaction she felt due to his touch was something which could never be described in words. "You truly seized the entire world, Naruto," said Kurenai happily. This time there was no sarcasm or bitterness in her voice. These past few months, she had gained better understanding of the Reich which her lover had formed. Everything which Naruto had explained to her that day, about the government, society, military and so many other affairs, was true word for word. He had never lied about anything. Even if she was under house arrest, she along with Sakura and Anko had applied for citizenship in the Reich. After few discussions with Kakashi, who was the acting Kaiser right now, their request was granted, and now the three of them were proud citizens of this growing kingdom, and subjects of the man sleeping beside her. They had laid their faiths, their trust, their future to this man. She still had doubts about Valkyrie's last phase, which Naruto had revealed to her that day 3 years ago. Everything had went exactly the way he had promised her, and when Naruto woke up she was sure that he would make sure the last phase succeeded as well. It would spell the end of the era of ninjas and usher mankind into a new age. A future which man would build with his own intellect and the brain which had made their species the strongest in the world. Yuhi Kurenai didn't know what the future had in store for her, or how her relationship with Naruto would be from this point. But if one thing was certain, then it would be the fact that she no longer had the will or desire to fight against him. Instead, she wanted to stay by his side forever. Regardless of whether he returned her feelings or not, she would support him in the Reich with whatever little power she had. Leaning forward, she laid a soft peck on his cold lips, hoping to convey the love she felt for him. "I promise you, Naruto, I will end this futile war which has troubled you so much," said Kurenai fiercely. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his lips moved a little to form a small smirk. That gesture alone made tears fall from her eyes as she stroked his soft, blonde hair. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, "No matter what happens from now, I want you to know, sobs, that I'll always love, You. Sobs, you. Will. Never. Be. Alone. Again, promised Kurenai tearfully. And then she sat beside him, cradling him in her lap, stroking his face and beautiful blonde hair. Neither Tsunade or Kakashi said a word. The duo couldn't help but watch in silent fashion and acknowledge the fact that despite everything, Kurenai Yuhi truly loved the Kaiser. And somewhere deep down, the Kaiser felt the same love for this woman. An eerie silence prevailed in the conference room. Members from both sides were sitting at their respective tables, in order to avoid the disastrous outcome which the previous negotiation between the two parties had went. Both the Reich and the defectors from the resistance had agreed to avoid personal meetings. It was quite ironic that the most important meeting between the two great powers of the world would be happening via a video conference. But then again, it was better to be safe than risk another disaster that could erase any hope for peace. On the Reich side, Haku sat at the center of the table, with Tsunade and Kakashi at her sides. These three would be the decision makers, with Haku being the supreme authority. On the resistance side, Shino sat at the center of the table, with Neji at one side and Ayame Ichiraku the representative of the civilians on the other side. Surprisingly, on witnessing the Kaiser and taking seat, the resistance commander got up from his seat and offered a crisp salute. His soldiers followed suit, while Ayame gave a slight bow. The respectful gesture did surprise the Reich leadership, who responded with a courteous nod. The resistance surprised their counterparts again when they turned towards Kurenai, who was sitting alongside Haku and the others. With great devotion, Shino kneeled and gave a devoted salute to his true leader. The one he respected and followed till this day. Shino, there is no need for this, said Kurenai silently. A part of her was angry because this soldier was responsible for Naruto's current state. But she could not deny the fact that Shino was a soldier who had simply followed orders. But now that his consciousness was urging him to take the right path, he was willing to take these steps at the risk of his life. It made Kurenai keep her anger in check, as she gave a true smile to Ayame. The girl was the only reason Kurenai had been able to maintain peace with the civilians, even while the ninjas took much of the resources for survival. It's been a long time, Kurenai-chan. I'm glad you're fine, said Ayame happily. Likewise. How is Chuki doing? Asked Kurenai calmly. He's doing just fine. Ayame then turned towards Haku, who had a gaze which made the former cook bite her lip. It was still hard for her to believe that this woman was Naruto's wife, because for Ayame and the others who had known Naruto for years, they could still see Kurenai as the only one fit to be by Naruto's side. Is Naruto alright? Asked Ayame worriedly. Kakashi quickly leaned forward and whispered this woman's connection to Naruto, and how she along with her father were one of the few who had been kind to Naruto during his early life in Konoha, when everyone else had shunned him. This brought a contented smile on Haku's lips as she looked at the young woman in a different light. The tension vanished as Haku gave a nod. He is recovering. Thank you for everything you did for the Kaiser, appreciated Haku. I'm glad to hear it. Can you tell him that my father misses him? He was our biggest customer after all, said Ayame lightheartedly, making Haku smile further. That's just like him. I'll definitely tell him, promised Haku. Thank you, Your Highness, replied Ayame gratefully. Maybe the Kaiserin was not bad after all. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last when Shino tapped on his table and a picture of a slightly injured but alive Gaara appeared on a side screen. The Reich commander had a calm expression on his face as he sat beside several of his captured soldiers in a huge cell. Haku's steel, cold gaze returned and even Kurenai tensed. It was a well-known fact that the Empress was a kind-hearted person who looked after everyone, but if you pissed her off then even Kami couldn't save you. She had to hand it to Shino. The boy never flinched even when the Empress along with her aides gave murderous glares to the resistance commander. In the name of one's nation and for their leaders, soldiers like us have fought this unending war for the past 3 years. I won't say whether we or you are right or not. What I do know is that this has to end now, if only for the sake of the millions of innocent lives whom we've dragged into this conflict, began Shino. Haku chose to remain silent, listening to what the man had to say. It took great restraint on her part to not just lash out at the person responsible for sending her husband to an almost certain death. Since her feelings could prevent her from listening to the other party, she gestured to Kurenai, who would be acting as not only her representative but also as a negotiator for the resistance. It was quite ironic, that Yuhi Kurenai would be the one whose actions this day would determine the fate of their world. The former Hokage studied the sheet of paper placed before them stating the demands made by the resistance defectors and their leader. At the same time, Shino was reading the response sent by the Empress herself. Kurenai took a deep breath and looked her former subordinate straight in the eye. Shino, under no circumstances can the Reich allow the formation of an independent, neutral nation. Not only will it be a rival to the Reich, but it won't even survive since your former leaders and comrades would simply not allow it. Your nation will get attacked by both powers and the war will only intensify. This is my personal view, one which I share with the Empress. Do you understand? Asked Kurenai seriously, showing her leadership skills impressing the Empress as well. The resistance commander remained silent for a few minutes, mulling over the advice given by the leader he respected the most. A tired sigh escaped from his lips, as he simply couldn't deny the harsh logic and truth in Kurenai's words. I understand. It is simply not feasible in this era, said Shino crudely. Then before we move forward, I want to confirm some facts. Are the Kazekage and Mizukage truly dead? And how many casualties did both sides suffer? Questioned Kurenai. Yes, the two Kages achieved martyrdom in the operation along with 10,000 other resistance warriors. The Reich casualties number around 5,000 soldiers, answered Shino. Relief and sadness coursed through the Empress's face. The former being for the fact that two of the most important enemy leaders were dead, dealing a crushing blow to the enemy. And the latter being for the sacrifice of so many of their soldiers. Haku was grateful that Gaara was an intelligent commander who didn't let the rest of his soldiers die for the sake of his own pride. In face of an overwhelming enemy with no chance of victory, the former Jinchuriki had made the correct decision for saving the lives of his men. Gaara, you knew that the resistance simply couldn't kill your men. For you are too valuable to us, thought Kakashi. Now it's up to us to get our comrades back, thought Tsunade. Respected Kaiserin, I would then like to propose a surrender. But first answer a question of mine, said Shino seriously. What is it? Asked Haku crisply. What determines the right to govern the world? Questioned Shino. Pride and honor are necessary for people to govern others, answered Haku confidently, receiving a rare smile from the Aburame. Very well answered, but I have a different answer, replied the Aburame, making Haku and the others narrow their eyes. We would like to hear it, rebel commander, ordered the Kaiserin, and tensed when a cold look arrived in the man's eyes. It is the preparedness to destroy. Destroy? Asked Tsunade curiously. The will to destroy the world and ourselves. The Reich delegation tensed when they saw pure anger arriving in the Empress's eyes. Her fists were clenched shut, and if looks could kill then Shino would be a burning corpse right now. As it stands, you have lost the Sarutobi fortress. It gives the resistance an opportunity to strike deep in your homeland, your armies are stretched thin. Morale is low, your strongest fighter and supreme leader is incapacitated. If an invasion was to occur right now, you will lose half of your kingdom. Your defeat is imminent, said Shino smartly. The smirk disappeared from his lips when Haku got a predatory look in her eyes. Even Neji, who had been a silent spectator till now, felt an uneasy sensation in his gut. You overestimate yourself, worm, said Haku furiously. What? Asked Shino hesitantly. The Empress flicked her hands as a small side screen appeared, and the scene which was visible froze the blood of every resistance representative. Neji had his mouth open in shock, and a bead of sweat was visible on Shino's forehead. And looking into Haku's dark eyes made them realize that Naruto was the kind one among the couple. Before this woman became the Empress, she was the leader of the Reich army and one of the most hardcore ninjas under Naruto's command. And now looking at her actions, it was proved that as long as either the Kaiser or the Kaiserin lived, the Reich was safe. This is, said Kurenai in horror. For there in front of their eyes were the smoldering ruins of the largest supply base of the resistance. Thousands of weapons, piles of food, water, ammunition, medical aid. Basically the entire lifeline that allowed the resistance fighters to wage war. All of it gone. If that was not enough, the 450 corpses of the resistance soldiers who were tasked with defending the supply base was another severe blow. Uchiha Sasuke stood in between this entire massacre, surrounded by the fiercest fighters of the Reich. He could be seen giving a cold glare to the entire destruction he had inflicted. Haku drummed her fingers over the table as she saw the nervousness and anxiety creeping into the enemy leaders' faces. You've guessed it right. Your largest supply base is gone. My armies have cut off your route of escape. You can rot in that fortress and die without supplies. I won't even have to capture that fortress again. You may have 7,000 strong fighters, but you don't have enough resources to launch an invasion. And without reinforcements or aid, we will bleed you dry, threatened Haku, malice and hatred clearly visible in her eyes. Kurenai could see the change in Shino's demeanor. The confidence he had was now shattering. And then something which she had feared happened. If you attack us, I will eliminate all of your captured soldiers, threatened the cornered commander. The atmosphere exploded when the pregnant Kaiserin got up and banged her fist on the table. Her aides followed suit, pure anger visible in their eyes. So, will you reconsider? Asked Shino seriously, trying to take advantage. No. The resistance delegation was left speechless on receiving the flat denial from the Empress. The sheer fury and murderous look in her eyes made many of the soldiers take a step back. Not now, not ever. Do you hear me? We will not be bowed down to terrorism. The Reich will never negotiate with terrorists like you, promised Haku fiercely. Then you leave us no choice, said Shino flatly, as Haku pointed a finger straight towards him. The next words escaping from the furious Kaiserin's words would forever be remembered in history, the ones which shocked and terrified each and every person who had participated in this negotiation. I will use every cannon, every bomb, every soldier, every weapon I have down to my own ideath to end you. I swear it, I am coming for all of you. Yelled Haku. Chapter 90. Courage and Allegiance. Enough. Kurenai's fierce, desperate cry sliced apart the boiling tension between the two factions. So intense was her voice that it made Haku take a step back, while Shino flinched at the same time. Anger coursed through her eyes as she glared at each and every member of the Reich as well as the resistance. Have all of you lost all sense of shame? Do any of you really have the right to drag millions of families into an endless conflict? Demanded Kurenai. Her straight question was met by silence which only served to increase her rage towards these people. All of them were leaders and yet they could not look beyond their selfish feelings. In the past, I too was surrounded by these feelings of hatred and self-righteousness. I blindly believed that I was the only one who was right, that I could determine the way people lived. I was wrong and it hurt thousands of people, confessed Kurenai, her voice now extremely low and fragile. Kurenai, you, said Kakashi in shock, as this was the first time he was hearing such a confession from a stubborn person like her. It was these conflicted feelings of hate, anger and pain that has caused several wars, including this one. Both the Reich and the Resistance have been caught in this unending cycle. I believed that only one of these factions had the right to survive, and the other one had to be simply exterminated. But a single man stopped me, said Kurenai sadly, tears welling up in her eyes. Memories of that moment when Naruto had begged her for peace came to her heart. Even the strongest man in the world had put aside all misgivings for the sake of a better future. And she had promised to not let his dream die. Damn you for making me this soft, Naruto, thought Kurenai. Steeling her resolve, she aggressively looked into the eyes of the conflicted people. She could care less if all of them killed each other, but that would also lead to the deaths of all the unnamed civilians and soldiers caught in this conflict. It would start a chain of events which would only cause disaster after disaster. Peace would vanish from the annals of history forever. That man changed me. He made me look beyond my own personal feelings, made me understand the responsibility I had as the leader of my people. He cried for me, his enemy. We wounded each other countless times, but he still called me his friend. He saved me. Haku was completely stunned with what she heard. The Kaiserin knew very well who Kurenai was referring to. Did her husband really do all of those things? Was he that determined for peace? Knowing him, he would have definitely done all these things Kurenai was claiming. That was just the kind of man he was. We were enemies, but we were people as well. Biting her thumb, she let a small stream of blood pour over her skin. Her tears had started spoiling her mascara, but she didn't care. Pointing the blood to the resistance leaders, she looked them straight in the eye. When every one of us bleeds the same way, feels the same pain, there can be no bad blood. No one is an enemy here because every one of us has been hurt by the monstrosities of war. Ordered Kurenai. Shino lowered his gaze as the faces of thousands of his soldiers flooded his eyes. Fathers, brothers, sons, daughters, mothers, they had lost so much. He was completely shaken by the calamity they were just about to inflict on their people, increasing their suffering. And hearing the Kaiser's desire for peace and his actions with Kurenai had a great impact on his outlook towards the Reich. If their leader wanted the same thing as him, then Ayame saw how tightly clenched Kurenai's fists were. The woman was shaking with anger, grief and determination. The hidden villages, the ninjas, the Reich, the resistance are no more. All that is left is humanity, declared Kurenai. Her words were the last nail in the coffin as the resistance leaders sat back in their chairs. Their faces were fixed on the ground, shame evident in their eyes. Kurenai then turned towards the Reich command, and looked Kakashi, Tsunade, and most of all Haku straight in the eye. If you still can't forgive the resistance, then after this war is over, you can have my head as revenge, offered the former Supreme Resistance Commander. There was no doubt or hesitation in words. She truly meant what she said and was hell-bent on following them if it led to peace, which Naruto had desired. Kakashi was stunned when Haku closed her eyes and sat back in her chair. He followed the same action, even as Tsunade still tried to accept the miracle the ruby-eyed woman had just created. Another world war had just been stopped, and she had borne witness to this. The look in everyone's eyes has changed, thought the surprised Senju. Kurenai held the gazes of all the leaders, daring them to start something. Even if she had no legitimate power, there was no one who could match the fierceness shining in her eyes. And then something happened. Shino got up from his chair and gave a light bow to Haku, surprising everyone. I apologize for my rudeness. We will release all your soldiers immediately, declared Shino, further surprising the wide-eyed Kaiserin. Not one to be petty, Haku got up and offered the first respectful salute to the rebel commander. The action surprised her aides, who quickly followed suit, and the same thing was being done by Neji and Ayame. Then I, as the Kaiserin, promise not to attack your army. We will let essential supplies to be delivered to you, promised Haku, honesty and sincerity visible in her eyes, eliciting a small smile from the Aburame. Thank you for the generosity, Your Highness. Kurenai sensed the awkwardness increasing between the two factions. They had managed to reach a temporary ceasefire, but as it stood, nobody was in any condition or mood for further negotiations. Then let us continue these negotiations a week later, without threats. Take a break to regain our thoughts, suggested Kurenai. You have a point, Kurenai, said Haku honestly. We'll do as you say, Kurenai-sama, replied Shino. The conference ended when the resistance cut off the signal, as they would have to rethink their whole strategy for negotiations. At the same time, the Reich leaders were expressing grateful smiles to an embarrassed Kurenai, who not only managed to secure the release of the captured soldiers but averted another major conflict. For once, Haku gave a true happy smile to her rival. One which Kurenai returned, and somewhere they felt a small bond developing. Ah, I should have taken a longer vacation. You guys have handled everything quite well. Everyone froze. That voice, it couldn't be. But even as they tried to get over their disbelief, all of them did turn back and saw a sheepish-looking Naruto standing at the door. The young Kaiser was uneasily scratching the back of his head, clearly embarrassed with the gawking looks he was receiving. Beside him, Sakura Haruno stood completely mortified. The medic was on the verge of pissing her pants, since she was the one who was supporting the blonde idiot, and brought him here. On his orders, the medic's worst fears came true, when Naruto's gaze landed on his jumbo-size wife. Frowning, he pointed a finger towards the shell-shocked Kaiserin. You've grown fat, said Naruto confusedly. Everyone face-faulted on hearing that remark, and judging from the clueless look on the young Kaiser's face, he actually meant what he said, having no idea about the real situation. Even Haku seemed taken aback by the statement. She would have given him a hard bop on the head for the remark if she was not so shocked on seeing him conscious and back on his feet. Sakura chose to salvage the situation, and whispered something in the Kaiser's ears. The color drained from his face, his eyes widened in shock, his lips trembled trying to say something but failed miserably. Then his eyes rolled back and he would have collapsed flat on the floor, if not for Sakura's firm grip around his waist. Naruto. Every female in the room rushed to his side, much to Sakura's horror, since watching the three strongest kunoichi in the world running towards you was a scary sight. Kakashi merely smirked, completely unaffected by the debacle in front of him. Getting back in his chair, he brought out his famous Ika Ika edition and started whistling an amused tune. Well, that went well, mused the Hitaki, things were certainly going to liven up. So, a baby, you aren't kidding, are you? Hi. Gone was the fierce Kaiserin who could cower men with her willpower, and all that was left was a young girl who was trying to find the best comfortable way to get her husband to understand the situation. And hopefully accept the new addition to their family. Haku had never been so nervous in her entire life, and Naruto's silence was increasing her anxiety every second. She was well aware of his past with Rei and how it had affected him. He had just recovered from a near-death experience, only to find shocking revelations one after another. It was not fair, and she knew he would feel betrayed. But there was no other way. Very soon the child would be arriving and he would have to deal with it. From that perspective she thanked the gods for waking him up at the right time. She doubted he would react very well if she had suddenly pushed a babbling infant in his arms. At least, this way he would have a few days to. But what if he didn't accept it? She couldn't even think about the repercussions of such a reaction. Over these months Haku had came to love this growing child inside of her. She loved Naruto, but now there was another person who shared that unconditional love. And if Naruto couldn't fulfill his responsibility, then what would she do? One condition. Haku was so enwrapped in her dilemma, that she didn't register his straight reply. Confused she looked towards him, with fear as well as expectation in her eyes. One condition, repeated Naruto. He was keeping his best poker face, further adding to the worries of his wife. Name it, said Haku worriedly. At this point she would accept almost anything to make him accept this child and be a father to him. A mischievous smirk came on his lips, as he gave her his best victorious grins. I want to name our first child, said Naruto happily, a smile arriving on his lips. That's it. Haku's mind went blank with such a simple request. She had imagined hundreds of arguments taking place between them. He would have resisted, even warned her to drop it. But in the end, all he asked for was this. She saw the regret and pain was still lingering in his eyes, and the next words he said would forever be remembered by her. I couldn't protect Rei. I couldn't be a good father to her. I can't make the same mistake again. I don't know if I can be a good father or not. Hell, I might even be the lousiest father any child could ever have, but I will try my best. As long as I live, I will keep on trying and never give up, promised Naruto, honesty and sincerity shining in his eyes in every word he said. If Haku had not been 9 months pregnant, she would have jumped in his arms. But she moved towards him as quickly as she could. Tears of joy fell from her eyes as she kissed him passionately. He smiled and returned the gesture with equal passion. Things were going to be all right, they were fine. And in the end, that was all that mattered. I'm never letting you out of my sight again, ordered Haku. All the time, teased Naruto. They both stayed in their embrace, basking in this satisfying feeling after being separated for months. Haku's fears of him changing or not accepting their child turned out to be false, and she was quite thankful for that. I missed you, Naruto, said Haku sadly. Likewise. Although I had quite a nice vacation, replied Naruto happily, receiving a sharp glare in return. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll cut your balls off. What the hell were you thinking? Asked Haku angrily, making him flinch. He had hoped she would not blast out, well, no harm done in wishing for miracles. Sorry. His simple, flat answer only aggravated his wife. She was glad that he was back with them, but it seemed Naruto still didn't understand the importance of his position. You're the Kaiser for Kami's sake, Naruto. The entire Reich depends on you, you're the founding pillar that holds it together. Do you have any idea how scared the people were? Your life isn't yours alone. This child, Tsunade, Kakashi, Sasuke, Gaara, our people and even Kurenai are dependent on you. Promise me you'll never do something like that again, demanded Haku furiously, as he lowered his gaze, clearly sorry for the pain he put everything through. I understand, and I promise to not be that reckless again, said Naruto frankly, as she sighed. You better not, or I'll kill you myself, warned Haku. And then they laughed again. Haku buried herself in his arms as he laid a tender kiss on her forehead. He could feel their child inside of her, and frankly it scared him a lot. But he couldn't show his nervousness, she needed him right now. He had already made her go through the entire experience alone, and desperately wanted to make up for that. Suck it up, Naruto, thought the nervous Kaiser. Naruto made a grumpy face as Tsunade performed another boring checkup on him. The Senju merely rolled her eyes, even when he glared at her. The fact that the medic had bound her patient to his bed only added further to his discontent. But she had absolute power here, and even the Kaiser couldn't challenge that. Kakashi silently stood at their side, bemusedly observing the scene playing in front of him. It's strange, your body is performing much better for a man who woke up from a long coma. Plus, there's this new energy, said Tsunade thoughtfully, and frowned when he had a serene expression on his face. Kakashi opened his lone sharingan and was quite surprised to see the pattern of the new chakra which Tsunade had just mentioned. It was faint, but it still flowed within Naruto's body. You met them, didn't you? Asked Kakashi hesitantly, not sure whether his guess was right or not. Naruto blinked, completely taken aback by the claim. Tsunade didn't understand why the two men were looking at each other with a knowing look in their eyes. Yes, so it was true. Hiruzen was not bluffing after all, said Kakashi seriously, gaining a nod in return. So it would seem. They planned everything in case of a disaster or my untimely death, replied Naruto. What the hell are you two talking about? Asked Tsunade irritatedly. Naruto patiently explained the events that followed after the assassination attempt. How the chakra forms of his parents activated inside of him, their combined chakra energy made him survive a certain death. It's quite ironic, they saved your life twice, said Kakashi contentedly. So it would seem. In a way, I am glad that the resistance tried to kill me. If that had not happened then replied Naruto, but stopped from revealing the hidden truth which his parents had revealed to him. Obito was after all Kakashi's best friend, his death had been completely concealed from everyone. Only Hiruzen, the elders and Danzo knew about the truth, and they took that truth to their graves. It also explained why the Uchiha clan faced such discrimination. Due to actions of one man, an entire clan was marginalized and feared. All of that lied in the past, but even then he couldn't reveal this to either Kakashi or Sasuke. It would destroy them, and he couldn't let that happen. It's just like your parents to plan something like that, said Tsunade. I'm glad that I met them. A lot of things have been cleared up for me, and I can look forward to the future now. I don't accept what they did to me, but I don't hold a grudge either. We've arrived at a truce, said Naruto happily. That's good to hear. So you were vacationing with your parents all this time. And here you made me work overtime. I want work bonus, complained Kakashi, making Naruto roll his eyes in exasperation. I was working too, Kakabaka, scolded Naruto. Oh, and what work did you do? Teased Kakashi, but regretted asking that question when a devious smirk came on Naruto's face. Kakashi and Tsunade had their jaws dropping to the floor, eyes wide as saucers in the next few moments. Their lips moved to say something many times but failed miserably. All the while Naruto retained a cocky expression on his face. I'm awesome, aren't I? Asked the blonde devil. You, stuttered Tsunade. Damn, said Kakashi in surprise. The trio shared knowing looks between them, and all the fears and misgivings which either Kakashi or Tsunade had vanished instantly. Not only had their leader returned back to them, but he was far more stronger than before. I promise you this, as long as Naruto Uchiha draws breath this Reich will not fall. This I pledge as the Kaiser of this kingdom, declared Naruto. Yes, your majesty, replied his subordinates in unison, relieved smiles shining on their faces. Sasuke observed how critically Naruto was observing the war map placed in front of him. The Reich commander was quite happy that his best friend was back, but there was something about Naruto which had changed. Sasuke could simply feel it. You did well in holding our territories despite the gruesome conditions. How's the morale of our men? Asked Naruto seriously. They're ecstatic on hearing about the return of their leader. But many of them are still demoralized with our defeat at Sarutobi Fortress. When Gaara and his men return, the feelings would only amplify, explained Sasuke frankly, making Naruto sigh. I see. There's nothing we can do about that now. Try to keep them confident, instructed the Kaiser. Hi, Naruto, the resistance have not launched any new war fronts or campaigns. In fact, they have abandoned many of their posts and have retreated, warned Sasuke, concern evident in his eyes. The blonde Kaiser narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This was certainly not the style of the resistance who had opposed him with stubborn rebellions. It was as if, an invasion is coming, brother. The biggest one this world has ever seen till now, concluded Naruto, as a light frown came on his army commander's face. Do you really think the resistance has the strength to pull off something like that? We recently destroyed a large chunk of their supplies, suggested Sasuke. I think the resistance is being continuously supported by proxy allies. Parties that are profiting a lot from this unending war, hinted Naruto. Akatsuki, concluded Sasuke, concern evident in his eyes. Yes, but there is one more faction. A person whose existence we have forgotten, but who still lurks in the shadows. Waiting for the chance to strike directly at me, suggested Naruto. Sasuke tried to think of every possible enemy of theirs who had an unending desire to harm his best friend. But the problem was that there were so many of them, that Sasuke couldn't specifically pinpoint on one of them. Orochimaru, answered Naruto, seeing how his friend was not able to get the answer. That snake, didn't you critically injure him 3 years ago? I doubt anyone can survive those grave wounds. To his disappointment, Naruto shook his head. There were only 2 people in the world whom the Kaiser had concerns about. One would be the elusive, mysterious Tobi. And the other would be the shadowy snake Sannin. He had no qualms in acknowledging the fact that if any person was truly a serious threat to him and his Reich, then it would definitely be those 2. As it stood, the Reich had 3 main enemies right now: the Resistance, the Akatsuki, and Orochimaru with his shadowy forces. If it was a fight with any one of these adversaries, the Reich could easily hold its ground or even secure victories. But if those 3 united, then the results would be disastrous. Taking a deep breath, Naruto made a choice which his best friend would definitely not like. And maybe future historians may even call this act as a nervous move from the Kaiser, but he could not lie still when this uneasy feeling lingered in his gut. Commander, I order you to pull all our front lines forces to Aksai Line. They are to fortify their positions there and await further orders, instructed Naruto, and as expected a furious look arrived in his best friend's eyes. You are asking me to abandon nearly 40% of our kingdom. Hand it over to the enemy like a gift, after my soldiers have fought for months to defend it. Have you lost your mind? Demanded Sasuke furiously, and took a step back when Naruto glared at him furiously. I'm not done yet, Commander Sasuke. You will do well to remember that before you speak to me in this manner ever again, scolded the Kaiser. Hi, said Sasuke irritatedly, barely hiding his anger but following the instruction regardless. Order our forces to take all the food, water and supplies from those territories. It is a cruel act on our part, but necessary for the survival of the Reich, stated Naruto. You want me to starve the people? Take away their right to live? Asked Sasuke in disbelief, making Naruto look away. If my thinking is correct, the resistance are portraying themselves as liberators. Righteous people who are trying to free the world from my tyrannic rule. As it stands, when they take control over those territories they will readily feed our people hoping to gain their support. It will put a tremendous strain on their supply lines, since those areas will already have their resources taken away by our army. This will put a strain on their armies, which will have to part with their own personal supplies to feed the millions of starving civilians. Each area they capture will increase this burden, and slow down their invasion, explained Naruto briefly. Sasuke was left speechless by the shrewd thinking of his leader. The tactician in him could easily see the grave effects it will have on the resistance, but what if the resistance doesn't feed them? Asked Sasuke worriedly, and saw a dark look arriving in the Kaiser's eyes. Then there will be revolts. Massive civilian rebellions which will soon transform into armed conflicts. Desperate people will put everything on the line if it means their survival. I doubt the resistance has the resolve to stop such an adversity, said Naruto cruelly. Untrained civilians against a trained army. That will be a massacre. It will not only destroy the morale of the self-righteous resistance fighters, but they will also suffer losses both in terms of manpower and resources. Meanwhile, you will prepare our entire army for a massive counter-offensive operation. I will divert a large chunk of our national resources to the arms factories, assigning the best and latest weapons, armor and medical supplies for the troops. Our soldiers know this kingdom better than the resistance, and seeing their own people being mistreated, killed by the resistance will only fuel their desire for revenge. This will be Operation Crucible, explained Naruto in full detail, enabling the enemy to boost their ego and overconfidence, while striking at their capacity to wage war. At the same time, allowing our fatigued troops to regroup, arm them and prepare them for an important counteroffensive. The reason to fight and win would readily be available to our soldiers. A bold, daring yet risky plan. The years haven't changed you much as a fighter, Naruto, thought Sasuke. Naruto expected a few more arguments from Sasuke. Frankly, it was something he expected from his best friend. But contrary to his expectations, Sasuke offered a crisp salute and his eyes showed his consent to the tactical move. I promised to follow you till the end. No matter what lies in the future for us, you will have my support, promised Sasuke, gaining a grateful smile from the blonde Kaiser. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me and this Reich. If I am the light that shines over this kingdom, then you are the darkness which stands as an iron shield protecting this nation from all enemies. We both are but two sides of the same coin, mused Naruto. You and your damn philosophies, said Sasuke sarcastically. The two of us will personally lead this operation. Together we will crush the enemy with our combined power once and for all, said Naruto fiercely, making his best friend smirk at him. Am I hearing it right? The peace-loving Kaiser is actually advocating for war, mocked Sasuke playfully. There are times when you have to use the sword to strike out the germs that may destroy the foundations of the nation. Societies can't be established on ideals alone. For every human revolution, history demands rivers of blood. And I intend to make the resistance play that dreadful part. We will leave our successors a stable kingdom. Even if it costs us our lives, pledged Naruto, determination and unending courage shining in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, replied Sasuke, completely agreeing with his friend's point of view. Increase the security around the capital. Order the military police to maintain a strict vigilance for enemy spies, assassins. It may just be my paranoia after my recent experience, but it's better to be safe than sorry later on. Carry out your orders, Commander. Sasuke had a bright smile on his face as he gave a respectful salute. After months of stagnation and defeat, a new life had suddenly started rising in the Reich. And the man standing before him was the reason for that. No matter the odds against them, as long as Naruto lived, their hope for victory and peace would remain alive. However, Sasuke as a commander could also see the huge threat that lingered due to this ideology. They had been victorious due to sheer brilliance, power and cunning of this man. Even their enemies considered Naruto a warrior who was born once in 1,000 generations. The Kaiser's actions till now were a proof behind such a belief. In that case, the enemy may focus all their power on eliminating the Kaiser. Sasuke had nearly seen the fall of their Reich when Naruto was almost assassinated, as the Kaiser himself said he was the light. If that was to vanish, the people would lose hope and their dream would be destroyed. Even Sasuke with his own darkness and ferocity doubted he could hold a kingdom as vast as this with his own power alone. Both darkness and light were needed for balance, and for that Naruto had to live. It is very easy to destroy the light and it can never be easily replaced, and this was a universal fact. I won't let that happen. No matter the cost, pledged Sasuke secretly. The rising star had to be protected. Naruto was tiredly going through piles of unending reports ranging from various issues concerning his kingdom. He had never imagined his brief absence would leave so many matters unattended. It was not as if Tsunade, Haku or Kakashi had not tried their best. But those responsibilities which he shouldered could only be properly accomplished by him. It had been 2 days since he woke up from his coma, and was not allowed to leave his medical quarters. Even still, he had ordered the work he always did to be returned to him. If the leader didn't take his responsibilities seriously, how could he expect the same from his subordinates? Haku had entered her last stages of pregnancy and any moment their son could be born. Tsunade had admitted the Kaiserin to the hospital, in order to ensure her safety. While he would have liked to be by his wife's side to make up for his absence all these months, it didn't change the fact that he was ruler who had a lot of jobs. Thankfully, Haku knew and understood it, something for which he was eternally grateful to her. A curt knock on his door brought him out of his personal thoughts, allowing the person to step inside the room. He was not surprised to see Kurenai gracefully entering his quarters. Unaware of his critical gaze, he silently observed as she walked towards him with each step full of grace and pride. A quality which he respected. Despite their different opinions, he valued the woman as she always stood for her own beliefs. "I'm sorry for not seeing you immediately, Kurenai," apologized Naruto, allowing his trademark smile to arrive on his face. "No, I understand. I'm just glad you have recovered. It should be I who must apologize for putting you through," said Kurenai sadly, and was stopped when he raised his hands. "I knew the risks when I attended the negotiations. Let the problems of the past stay in the past, please," requested Naruto, as a relieved smile came on her face. "Come, sit by side." Kurenai was quite surprised by his request. If it was like old times she wouldn't even mind it. But the man in front of her was a Kaiser, and if one thing in which Kurenai exercised strict discipline was in the habit of following protocol. "I won't accept anything else. So it's better if you don't make a tired man request further," said Naruto lightheartedly. Hesitantly, she came forward and sat beside him on the rather large, comfortable bed. It was hard for her to accept that Naruto was still acting as the same person she had met a few months ago, that attractive smile, the same light in his eyes, his long hair falling over his face. "Have you been treated well these past months? You were my guest until recently, and I'm quite happy that you have now turned into a citizen of the Reich." "You can't understand how happy I am," said Naruto gently. "Yeah, I'm fine," replied Kurenai quickly, completely hiding the fact of her house arrest all those months. No need to put any further burden on him, and she didn't want him to get mad at Haku when the poor woman was just about to give birth. Naruto clearly saw she was not telling him everything, but decided not to push her further. He would find out the truth by himself. She saw he was staring at her contently. It was an unsaid fact between them that they still loved each other. But in the end, they were well aware of their boundaries. Kurenai didn't want to get him back by stealing him from his wife, no matter how much she longed for him. At the same time, he was an honorable man who had stayed loyal to his wife and fulfilled every responsibility as a good partner. "I was quite impressed with the way you diffused that out-of-control negotiation. You averted a major conflict and secured the release of my captured soldiers, not to mention Gaara, who was like a little brother to me. I'm truly indebted to you for this, both as Naruto and the Kaiser of this Reich," said Naruto humbly, making her blush on receiving so much praise. "I just did the right thing. We can't let any more innocents suffer, certainly not if we can stop such a disaster," admitted Kurenai frankly, making him smile. A true leader, thought Naruto proudly. Her words and actions only cemented the decision he had made for her. "Yuhi Kurenai." She was surprised on hearing him call her name in such a formal manner. Her instincts made her get back on her feet and stand straight. Naruto had a determined look on his face as he took out a sheet of paper from his drawer and handed it to her. It had the seal of the Kaiser embedded on it, making the document legitimate. The more she read its contents, the more her eyes widened and her heartbeat fastened. She looked at him in shock and disbelief, but he still retained his firm gaze. "Due to your admirable skills and extraordinary performance, I hereby appoint you the Chief of Internal Affairs of the Reich. Apart from that, you will also serve as my personal as well as strategic advisor. You will have a dedicated staff who will help you in performing your tasks, and I look forward to working with you," stated Naruto directly, and extended his hand to her. She remained motionless, her eyes fixed on his. Her rational mind was still trying to get over the shock. The leader in her knew that someday Naruto would have to give her a job. But the Chief of Internal Affairs of the Reich. That was one of the highest and most prestigious positions in the entire kingdom, and a personal advisor to the Kaiser. Sensing her misgivings, he smiled. He could clearly see Kurenai was taking this appointment in the wrong way, and decided to make his intentions clear. "This has nothing to do with our past connection. You're a woman of many talents, Kurenai. Your ability to remain objective in the toughest situations, your will to safeguard people regardless of their status, power, or beliefs. And most of all, your pacifist nature and unbiased attitude which you showed during the negotiations, despite being a former resistance yourself. You never took anyone's side blindly, and instead worked for the people of both factions. I have come to respect those admirable traits and have faith that my rule will be much better with you by my side, explained Naruto briefly and fairly. Kurenai felt deep pride and satisfaction well up in her chest. Naruto had always respected her as a warrior, but this was the first time he had openly acknowledged and praised her skills as a leader of the people. And she couldn't refute any word he said because of the logical and truthful manner he presented it to her. And the fact that he wanted her by his side made her heart flutter. The trust which they had lost all these years was being regained, and she felt happier than she had been in a long time. Since I have resumed my responsibilities, I have ordered Tsunade and Kakashi to return to the respective positions as governors of Fire Country and Water Country. Gaara will be in charge of Wind Country as always. Sasuke has resigned from his post of governor of Earth Country, since he wants to focus on his job as the Reich Army commander. In his place, Gurren will be serving as the temporary governor. Haku had always served as the prime minister of the civilian government, but since she is on medical leave, it will be up to me and you to take care of her tasks. Once she returns, you will supervise over the workings of different parts of the Reich, and coordinate with its governors. In short, you'll be my eyes and ears, briefed Naruto. Kurenai could only nod dumbly, as he finished explaining the recent shuffling in the Reich leadership. There were no great changes in the government, with only people returning to their former posts. However, the major change was the role she would be playing from this point. You allow people to choose their representatives, at the same time through the Kaiserin the royal family maintains hold over the Reich. A subtle way of keeping control of both civilian and military factions. Very few people would grasp this smart arrangement, thought and impressed Kurenai. She could now understand how smart and cunning this man. He was not just a man with great power, but a person who recognized people with great talents and worked hard to get them on his side, thereby securing his rule and the prosperity of his people. But wouldn't the people call this favoritism? Especially those who know about, said Kurenai hesitantly, making him smile. One of the greatest advantages of being a Kaiser is the fact that I don't have to explain my actions to anyone. But still, to nullify your doubts, I have already made my moves to make your position official and acceptable to the people. As a matter of fact, I have already released the details of how you saved the lives of our soldiers and averted a major conflict to the media. You saved a lot of families by protecting their sons, husbands, brothers, sisters, mothers. It has earned you great respect and credibility in the eyes of the people. And when Gaara returns with his soldiers tomorrow, I want you to personally welcome them as my representative, make them feel welcome. It will only increase the respect for you among the people and gain the trust of my soldiers, advised Naruto. Not to mention the fact that this move will pacify any doubts the defectors of the resistance have about me. By giving you such a prestigious position, I will erase much of the distrust and start fruitful negotiations, thought Naruto secretly, but she didn't need to know that. It was just a tiny reason for giving her this post. In truth, she was the best candidate for this job. Not to mention he trusted her immensely. Kurenai could only marvel at how meticulously he had planned each and everything. The way he had taken steps would clearly establish a good political base for her. A few people would not like it, but she would change their opinions with her work. It also provided her with an opportunity and power to work for a real peace between the Reich and the resistance. More than that, I really need your help. This paperwork's killing me, said Naruto sheepishly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment as she saw the piles of reports lying on his desk. Are you really sure about this? Asked Kurenai finally, as she really didn't want to put him in any trouble on her behalf. He simply smiled and extended his offered hand a little further towards her. I need you, Kurenai. That did it. Those sweet, sincere words said in such a caring manner, erased every doubt and hesitation she had. A smile arrived on her face as she shook his offered hand, and then in a move which surprised the Kaiser, the former Hokage kneeled before him and gave a respectful salute. Then I, Kurenai Yuhi, pledge my loyalty to you and your Reich. I will work for the betterment of the people of this Reich and fulfill your vision with all my skills and powers. I will serve you to the best of my abilities until the time of my death, or you have no further need of me. She was so engrossed in swearing her allegiance, that she didn't notice him getting up from his bed and arriving in front of her. Gently grasping her shoulders, he lifted her back on her feet, holding her gaze at every second. They stayed like that for who knew how long, merely looking into each other's eyes. The years of separation, heartbreaks, hurt, anger they had inflicted on each other vanished. The warmth and trust between them returned, as both of them found themselves returning to being best friends. Her eyes became moist when he gave her a happy smile, and tears spilled from her eyes when he wrapped his arms around her. Pulling her close into a warm hug, he simply said 3 words. Welcome home, Kurenai. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.